the land where not a single blade of grass grew, the enormous lake of magma. Everything only proved how dry and barren this land was. However, it was precisely this fiery domain that made up the country's ancestral ground. While breathing the scorching air, the two individuals actually felt rather comfortable. This ancient land had changed them greatly, especially Hualinger. The effects that this place had on her would stay with her throughout her life. After discerning which direction they should head towards, they walked towards the distance. Soon after, they entered a highland. They gazed down at the fields below them in search of an exit route, for there was no need to stay in this place any longer. They had already grasped the major opportunities this place had to offer. In the distance, fiery light surged. Volcanoes lined up one after another, and numerous ancient trees with complex branching and luxurious leaves were rooted within those volcanoes. It made the region seem like a holy land. Those fellows truly are reckless, daring to invade my clan's forbidden land. Hualinger snorted. There were quite a few figures within that region. Upon closer inspection, they weren't all humans. It was clear that they were young experts from outside this region, and they were currently searching about. Hong, a volcano exploded. Magma gushed outwards and poured down in waves. Large numbers of scarlet fierce birds flew out, giving those young experts quite a fright. They all quickly fled. Let's go. There is a fellow named Little Red over there. Forget about these people. Even their ancestral teachers and elders aren't worthy, Xianxia said. Who is Little Red? It seems like you know quite a bit. Hualinger shot him a glance. Isn't Little Red your fire clan's guardian spirit? We are pretty close, Xianxia casually replied. Hualinger was stupefied. The effects that his words left on her were not light. Guardian spirit, Little Red, this was just too offensive. This thick-skinned bastard truly wasn't ordinary. Since you are acquainted with my clan's guardian spirit, then help me out and introduce me. How about making me her disciple? With the revival of the Vermilion Bird's bloodline and the successful rebirth, the guardian spirit would be an even better teacher than her own father. After all, regarding the uses of the Vermilion Bird's bloodline, there was no one more familiar with it than the Vermilion Bird itself. What's the point in making her your master? That fellow isn't reasonable. Let's just hurry and leave. Xianxia lacked confidence. Little Red, I want to serve as your disciple. Hualinger did not care and shouted outwards. At the same time, she shot the youngster beside her with a look of scorn. Xianxia's expression immediately paled. He quickly reached out his hand to shut her mouth. He was extremely fearful, scared that the Little Red Bird would jump out and get revenge. Release me. Hualinger struggled. A streak of fiery light flew across the sky, as if it was a hot cloud of volcanic ash. It dyed all of the clouds in the skies red and quickly descended. At the same time, a bird cry was released. Little brat, are you provoking me? Brightly colored feathers illuminated with scarlet radiance, and a fist-sized small bird rushed out angrily. Its eyes were almost completely round as it stared at them. It swooped down, bringing with it a sky overflowing flames that surrounded Xianxia. Don't. This has nothing to do with me. It was all because of my junior sister. I will immediately drag her away. Xianxia covered Hualinger's mouth with his hand and quickly brought her away. Woo-woo. Hualinger's mouth was covered, but her wonderful body was wriggling about. Her large eyes moved about towards the Little Red Bird, asking for its help. A blast of true fire descended, blasting Xianxia away and surrounded Hualinger. She glowed within the sea of flames and did not suffer the slightest injury, causing Little Red to reveal a shocked expression. I've been exposed, Xianxia muttered. With a schwa sound, scarlet multicolored lights descended upon Hualinger's body. The bright red and resplendent light covered her body. It was a set of clothes made from feathers. This was definitely a shocking precious artifact. Divine flames curled about it, and symbols could be seen all around it. It was weaved from precious bright red feathers. It was simply priceless. You have awakened the Vermilion Bird's bloodline within you. Based on normal conventions, you can receive the guidance of the Guardian Spirit, and in the future, you will have the qualifications to ascend the Fire Nation throne, Little Red said. Xianxia was startled. Was it really going to accept Hualinger as a disciple? He didn't know just now and almost ruined a great opportunity. Huolinger was incredibly happy. She immediately fell onto her knees in respect and recognized her master. This title made the little red bird a bit embarrassed. It seemed like it hadn't been called a master by anyone yet. All right, return to the clan and tell your father what has happened. You can come back in a few days. When Little Red finished speaking, it turned around and shot Xianxia a look. Its beautiful large eyes blinked, and then it fiercely lifted its leg to send him flying with a pung sound. Xianxia grimaced in pain. His entire body was surrounded by fiery light as he flew towards the distance like a falling star. He continuously cursed inwardly. Stupid little bird. I'll catch you sooner or later and put you in a birdcage. After arriving in the Fire Nation's ancestral ground, he was always being beaten up by the little bird. He truly felt unlucky. With a schwa sound, he brought out a scarlet feather. It completely sucked the flames around him dry, preventing him from receiving any further burns. After all, this was still the vermilion bird's fire. Hong! He smashed into the ground several li away. Smoke and dust immediately rushed into the air, and the ground was split apart. A short while later, Huolinger walked out. When she saw the devilish brat crawl out from the human-shaped hole moaning and groaning, she swayed back and forth in laughter, completely different from how she normally acted. She felt as if a large amount of her resentment was cleared. This fellow was truly too shameful. Every time she was together with him, she would always be taken advantage of without any way of getting revenge. Little Red's simple and direct action was extremely to her liking. She really wanted to run up herself and pound him a few times with her small fists. You are Her Majesty the Princess? Right at that time, many figures rushed over. There was one group that was particularly powerful. The voice came from a creature with a vertical eye between the brows that blazed with a fiery light. Do you all need something? Huolinger asked. This is my Heaven Eye Holy Mountain's young master. Our arrival into the Wasteland region was for the purpose of forming an alliance with the Fire Nation. Someone spoke from the side. A few men in black quickly rushed over. These were all Huolinger's guards, and among them, one of them softly transmitted sound to report to his superiors, informing them that Heaven Eye Holy Mountain's people wanted to form an alliance. When Huolinger heard what they said, her brows creased. However, she did not argue with those from outside this region. With a faint smile on her face, she only spoke a few words to excuse herself. Princess, please, we have some things to discuss with you. One of Heaven Eye Holy Mountain's elders spoke with a warm smile. I still have some matters to attend to. Let's talk at a later date, Huolinger said. Isn't this a bit rude? There are a few things that we need to discuss with the princess. Another individual spoke this time. Meanwhile, Heaven Eye Holy Mountain's young master's gaze was even more fiery, for it just saw Fire Nation's guardian spirit accept her as a disciple. It left him completely shocked. Before coming to the Fire Nation's ancestral grounds, they understood clearly that only those that had a chance of sitting on the throne would have such qualifications. Due to the impending chaos within the Wasteland region, they needed an Emperor-level character to contest. They received information half a month ago that the little red bird was the guardian spirit. There were a few youngsters that provoked it, and as a result, they were burned to ashes, alarming the Fire Nation ancestors. As a result, they issued a warning. Move out of the way already. This can be discussed later. We are leaving. Xianxia patted the dirt from his body and walked forward. Heaven Eye Holy Mountain's young master frowned and swept his gaze towards Xianxia. An individual beside him immediately recognized his intentions and said, not knowing how to properly act. When Xianxia heard this, he laughed. Weren't they treating him like a servant? What is going on? Is this a proposal or is it a forced marriage? Isn't this a bit tasteless? At the very least, this should be discussed in the Imperial Palace. What is the point of talking here? Xianxia randomly chattered. This matter has nothing to do with you. Hurry and back off. An elder from Heaven Eye Holy Mountain's face darkened. This is my sister, so if you want to ask for her hand, at the very least you have to satisfy me, right? You all are ruining my rhythm. Xianxia's words stung quite a bit as he intentionally caused misunderstandings. And who are you? We saw that you were coercing the princess just now in a rude and unbridled manner. There is definitely no one like you within the Fire Nation's imperial family. Another individual berated. More and more people gathered here, and soon after, they were surrounded. I've already said everything I need to. She is my sister. All of you should just get lost. Sure Hao waved his hand, as if he didn't care about them in the slightest. Truly uneducated. When the master is speaking, this is not a place where you can talk. Heaven Eye Race's young master's face darkened, feeling as if he lost some face. The people around him also felt as such. In this place, only Hualinger and the young master were important. The others were all subordinates and definitely would not act like this. All of their faces became ugly. Hualinger giggled, but she was not scared of worsening the misunderstanding. He is one of my generals. If you all are unsatisfied, then you can fight against him. Otherwise, we will take our leave first. Just a mere servant, yet you still aren't getting out of the way. From the side, an elder shot Sure Hao a cold look. You all shouldn't stay in this ancestral ground. By not entering the Void God realm, all of you really are cut off from the outside world. Sure Hao shook his head. He then pulled Hualinger and left, not paying any attention to everyone else. Sees that young man, the reckless but useless slave, Heaven Eye Race young master's face fell. He instructed the people beside him with a cold gaze. "We are you leaving today, so I'll settle a few problems for you," Sure Hao said to Hualinger. After speaking, he looked at the people rushing over and blew ferociously from his mouth. A frantic gale was stirred up and all of those people flew out horizontally, colliding into an enormous boulder in the distance. Blood flowed from the corner of their mouths. Everyone was shocked. This fellow was too overbearing. It was just a single breath, yet over 10 young experts were defeated. Suppress him. Heaven Eye Holy Mountain's young master's face was ugly. He made several elders take action. This battle was unavoidable. However, there was no need to make guesses at the result. Sure Hao was at the late stage of the engravement realm, so dealing with these individuals didn't take any effort. After experiencing the wall of gods and devils, there was no pressure at all when facing those at the same cultivation realm. He was on a level of his own. Pung pung. It was simply like beating sandbags. Sure Hao released one fist per person, making these elders cough out large mouthfuls of blood. He used the raw power of his flesh to break through their symbols. Somewhat interesting, he softly said to himself. These people came from the holy mountains and were powerful archaic descendants. It seemed like this young master was not simple. Sure enough, this was a near pure-blooded creature, an outstanding talent from the three-eyed race. Isn't the so-called Heaven Eye Holy Mountain just the three-eyed race? Though it seems that it is still passable. While speaking, Sure Hao raised his finger to block the beam of light shot from the young master's eye. When he flicked his finger, the people here were all blasted flying. So powerful. Who exactly are you? Heaven Eye Holy Mountain's young master was shocked. A youngster as powerful as Sure Hao was extremely rare even within his own region. Only the most powerful disciples from the few legendary great sects could have such a cultivation. Around them, many youngsters from outside of this region all revealed looks of alarm. Who am I? Heaven-mending Sex Yuchan is my younger sister. Do you know my identity now? Hurry up and get lost, Sure Hao said. Everyone became stupefied. They all felt dizzy. Fairy Yuchan is his younger sister? Was this true or false? They had never heard of her having an elder brother. This was a woman who could look down on this entire world. What kind of background did this fellow have exactly? Fire Nation's princess was his younger sister. Fairy Yuchan is also his younger sister. He was speaking nonsense, right? This really was just too ridiculous. You're lying. There was someone who didn't believe him. Peng Sure Hao's palm struck the Heaven Eye Holy Mountain's young master until he spurted out blood from his mouth and crawled on the ground. He then said, "If you don't believe me, then you all can go ask Yuchan whether or not I'm her older brother. There's no need to ask. You definitely aren't." Several individuals walked over from the distance. Their bodies were wrapped within holy radiance, and a type of astonishing fluctuation was being released. It was as if several young deities had walked over. Their auras were all incredible. Outstanding talents from the heaven-mending sect. Everyone cried out in alarm. They all gasped and couldn't help but back up, making way for them. Even heaven-mending sect's people came to this fiery domain. It was evident just how terrifying the archaic vermilion bird was. They all wanted to search about here. Did Fairy Yuchan come? You can ask her whether or not it's true. Shihao seemed completely calm. When he spoke like this, the others all became nervous, especially the heaven-mending sex youth. His gaze was extremely cold. With a wung sound, a large silver hand stretched over. The extremely cold youth did not say anything and instead directly took action, attacking Shihao. Extending dragon hand. Many people were shocked, revealing looks of fear. The large silver hand was covered densely in silver scales. At first, the palm and fingers could still be seen, but later on, it turned into a true dragon. The utterly terrifying attack bared its fangs and brandished its claws. Shihao was moved. The heaven-mending sect was truly formidable, actually having this precious technique that was related to the true dragon. It truly was shocking. This was not a complete precious technique, but rather a damaged one. However, it still displayed the greatness of a large sect, leaving everyone horrified. Hong Shihao's aura changed and his entire existence was like a towering mountain. He put away his smiling expression and pressed down with his palm to meet the dragon hand head-on. Between the two individuals, light immediately surged violently. The power was frantic and vicious. The symbols were like an ocean as they violently collided. The scene was extremely ferocious. Shihao's body shook a bit. He did not use any precious techniques and only used the most fundamental primordial symbols. The silver dragon hand was blocked, shocking everyone here. The youngster that was at least 17 or 18 backed up a few steps. His face was full of shock, for he didn't believe what was happening. There was actually someone who could block such a ferocious and domineering strike from him. Shihao was similarly startled. Heaven-mending sect truly was formidable. Even a young disciple like this was so overbearing. It far surpassed his expectations. In reality, the others were even more shocked. They recognized that young individual's identity and knew that this was one of the heaven-mending sect's core disciples. However, he was actually on the losing side. At this moment, everyone looked at Shihao like he was a monster. Who was he? What kind of background did he have? They found it hard to discern the identity of such a powerful individual. On that young individual's side were two girls. They were similarly surrounded by a hazy holy radiance. They were shocked as well, for they knew how unordinary their junior brother was. Within their sect, he had great status, yet he was forced back by someone in the end. Who exactly are you? The young man asked. His entire body was surrounded by the radiance. Did Fairy Yuchan come? Shihao similarly shot him a question. When heaven-mending sect's three individuals heard what he said, all of their faces became ugly, especially the young man's. It was clear that he felt a type of yearning for Fairy Yuchan within his heart and did not wish for others to speak randomly. My senior sister will come here soon. Can you speak of your identity now? The youth asked coldly. Fairy Yuchan was coming as well. This fact left everyone with an apprehensive feeling. Go ask Yuchan then. She knows who I am. After speaking, he retracted his smiling expression, for he didn't want to tangle with this sect any longer. I know now. You are the so-called supreme youth. Light flickered within the young man's cold face as he continuously stared at Shihao. Beside him, the two young ladies were also shocked. The two young ladies knew that Fairy Yuchan had a few goals. The status of the supreme youth was extremely great and was thought of highly by everyone. Now that many people guessed Shihao's identity, they all sucked in a cold breath of air and couldn't help but step back. The people from Heaven I Holy Mountain, in particular, felt as if their minds were all over the place when they thought of their rudeness just now. They had simply brought upon themselves a death wish. They had a feeling that no one within the wastelands of his generation could suppress him. Those of his generation were not his opponents. I was precisely searching for you. I am going to teach you a lesson. Heaven-mending sex youth opened his mouth. A blazing light appeared within his eyes, and contained within was arrogance and a bit of envy. There shouldn't be any enmity between us, right? With Yuchan, though, there is some friendship. Shihao smiled. When the young man heard Shihao say the two words Yuchan, his eyes became colder. His eyes became suffused with hostility as he said, I want to see exactly how good the people my senior sister found are. I want to see if there is some undeserved reputation. Junior brother, Do not act rudely. The other two young ladies spoke. They were similarly extraordinary, not only in their appearances, but also in their temperaments. They possessed a sacred type of aura. Senior sisters, do not stop me. I need to see for myself whether or not the wasteland region's people are as powerful as those of legends. The young man's eyes flickered with light. Xianxia laughed and purposely said, "You Chan and I drank happily together, appreciated many moonlit nights, and accompanied each other for over a month. We are extremely close friends. If you really are her junior brother, why are you treating me with such enmity? For what reason?" When the youth heard what was said, his eyebrows continuously jumped and his facial expressions became extremely ugly. Without saying a single word, he rushed over. This time, his aura became several times more ferocious. "Junior brother, let it go." The two ladies were trying to mediate the situation, but it was useless. It was clear that this youth's background within the heaven-mending sect wasn't small. He was likely the heir to an important character. Otherwise, the two young ladies wouldn't be taking care of their junior brother like this. Hong! This attack was like the sweeping tail of a cloud dragon. The youth soared into the air and swept out with a leg. It was as if a true dragon itself emerged. In a ferocious manner, it smashed down towards Xianxia's head. He was extremely domineering. His aura surged, and symbols poured out like stellar rivers. The youth was overcome with rage and jealousy as he attacked Xianxia. Pang! Xianxia's palm shone, and a damaged scarlet symbol appeared. The image of a vermilion bird appeared within his hand. This was precisely the embodiment of the archaic vermilion bird's fourfold barrage. Faced with a precious technique that contained the aura of a true dragon, he did not dare treat this battle carelessly. He used some of his methods to measure this youth's strength. Hong! His palms and fingers collided with the foot. Mist surged, and the entire place was blasted apart. The mountain boulders exploded as symbols surged violently. The magma below the ground surged several hundred zhang into the air. The pressure here was absolutely dreadful. Everyone backed up. Heaven-mending sect's core disciple was fighting the wasteland's supreme youth. This fact left everyone greatly shaken. This was simply a battle between giants. The sole of the young man's feet ached with pain. When he retreated, his eyes revealed a look of astonishment. How could the youngster, who was several years younger than he was, be so powerful? No wonder his grandfather always warned him not to act so arrogant. Even the wasteland region could produce a world-shaking talent. Again, the youth shouted. His aura became even more terrifying as symbols covered his body densely. It was as if they were burning. His strength immediately increased by a large amount. Xianxia nodded. They were worthy of being called the heaven-mending sect, actually having a disciple of this caliber. At the very least, such a talent was rarely seen among the human race within the wasteland region. There would only be at most a few. He did not show any contempt. The archaic vermilion bird's four-fold barrage appeared again, but this time it was not just a testing form. The first strike appeared, and within his palm, a bright red, vivid, and lifelike vermilion bird imprint could be seen. Hong! The heavens fell and the earth cracked apart. This entire region exploded. Magma rushed into the heavens, and the surrounding people's faces turned pale. This youngster was too powerful. He didn't even seem perturbed in the slightest as he suppressed one of heaven-mending sect's core disciples. The young man's face was pale. Blood flowed from the corner of his lips as he continuously took steps backwards from that strike. With each step, enormous cracks would extend into the distance. It was clear just how heavy his footsteps were, as well as the amount of pressure he was enduring. Kill! The young man clenched his teeth. His body erupted with holy light, as if he had ascended into divinity. His strength was once again raised, leaving everyone shocked. How did he accomplish this? Junior brother, you are not allowed to show off this ability. Without completing training for this ability, you cannot use it. One of the young ladies shouted. Xianxia was startled. He knew about the legendary heaven-mending technique since it existed within the wasteland region as well. However, the heaven-mending pavilion only had a damaged version, and only the one found within the ancient sacred courtyard was undamaged. Despite this being the case, heaven-mending pavilion's precious technique was still lost in transmission. This precious technique was unrelated to the archaic Vicious 10, Yet it was a similarly terrifying power passed down by a natural-born supreme being that was worthy of being called a world-shaking existence. Hao did not know about this previously and only became informed after talking to the witch. He was particularly interested in the sex precious technique, for he was a natural-born supreme deity himself. He truly wanted to find out more about it. Unfortunately, the young man did not fully use it and only activated the precious technique on his body. Divine light swirled about his body to support him. He rushed over to fight viciously with Hao. Symbols surged within the battlefield and multicolored lights shot in all directions. Sword energy shook the skies as the two individuals collided intensely. Hao naturally held back, for he wanted to find out about the heaven-mending technique's mysteries. The young man was forced to use it, but Hao wasn't able to see him activate the complete technique, leaving him rather unsatisfied. The young man truly was formidable, and was definitely a rarely seen young expert. If he did not meet Hao, he truly would not have met many worthy opponents. Boring, Hao muttered. He sent a kick towards the young man's buttocks and sent him flying out. Ah, you! The young man was more angry than hurt. This was just too humiliating. He was an illustrious young talent, yet he was getting his bottom kicked. Both of you should come at me as well. I want to learn more about the heaven-mending technique. Yuchan has always acted extremely polite. She only drank with me and wasn't willing to spar at all. Hao pointed at the two young ladies that were surrounded by the hazy sacred radiance. Everyone's expressions changed. Wasn't this fellow too daring? He was treating the heaven-mending sect's core disciples like ordinary people. Hao pointed at them and issued his challenge. The young man rushed forward. In fear of him suffering any damage, the two girls couldn't help but enter the battlefield as well. This time, everyone was thoroughly dumbstruck. Even when facing the three of them, Hao's expression stayed the same. He faced them in a similar manner, as if he didn't waste much effort. Pung, after 10 exchanges, he once again sent that young man flying with a kick. Moreover, he gave each of the young ladies a slap on the bottom. You! I'm going to kill you. One of the young ladies completely flipped out. Precious techniques flew out one after another in an extremely violent manner. In the next moment, the other young lady's hairpin was plucked off by Hao. After fiddling around with it, he said, "It's not a particularly special precious artifact. The earring I snatched when I wrestled around back then was good stuff." "You pervert!" The other young lady was ashamed and resentful. She began to fight against him with everything she had. Heaven-mending sect's 3 disciples all went mad as they fought against him. However, Hao was still similarly disappointed. Even after all of this, he still did not see them use the heaven-mending technique. "Do you guys not know the heaven-mending technique?" He truly couldn't resist any longer. Hadn't he infuriated these individuals for the sake of taking a look at the divine ability? There was no way he could be satisfied, for the heaven-mending technique was an extremely important matter. As the sect-protecting precious technique, only Fairy Yuchan and a few other individuals could learn it within the younger generation. The youngsters within the battlefield also learned a portion, but they had not thoroughly studied it. Boring! Hao did not act excessively. He stopped all 3 individuals and then let them go. "You should be a bit careful. These are people from the heaven-mending sect. They are an unparalleled sect that crosses several regions," Huolinger softly reminded. "Whatever," Hao said. This place was deadly silent. The majority of the crowd was made of young experts from beyond this region, but all of them felt nervous. This was just too shocking. These talents from outside this region couldn't even raise their heads in front of this youth from the wasteland region. Only now did they all get rid of their haughtiness, no longer daring to belittle the wasteland region. Without speaking about anything else, just this youth alone was enough to look down on all of them. He is the wasteland region's supreme youth? He is just a single person, yet he is already comparable and unparalleled great sect's most powerful disciples. He can represent the wasteland region in the future, so no wonder Fairy Yuchan is interested in him. The disciples from all the different sects were finally convinced as they thought things through inwardly. "You. If you have the skill, then don't leave. Senior Sister Yuchan is coming soon," the young lady whose bottom was touched angrily shouted. As for that youngster, his expression was ugly. He did not want his defeat to be brought up before Fairy Yuchan. Fine. I'll wait here a few days to see Fairy Yuchan, Shihao replied. As a result, the Fire Nation's ancestral lands erupted into commotion. The young experts from outside this region were all fearful. They quickly spread the news, so everyone was waiting in anticipation. In reality, there were some young individuals who did not fear the large sects beyond this region. They came from the ancient divine mountains and were pure-blooded creatures. But after coming here and seeing Shihao's simple and direct demonstration, they all backed off. Shihao felt rather amazed. The world outside this region really did seem rather prosperous. He had a feeling that once he left this region, he might meet a few great opponents among his peers. The Fire Nation princess really is your sister? There were a few who were still a bit confused and asked serious. Of course. Didn't I say that even Fairy Yuchan is my little sister? Shihao replied. Don't speak nonsense. On the other side, the young man was indignant. How could it be nonsense? She is someone I was going to bring back to my village. According to my village chief, that is precisely my younger sister. Shihao spoke as if he was deadly earnest. When everyone heard this, they were all stunned. What kind of crazy mess was this? What are you saying? One of the heaven-mending sect's young ladies berated. She did not allow others to slander her sect's sacred fairy. How could it be nonsense? I stayed behind to wait for her. In a bit, I'm going to return to my village and fight a great battle in the Void God realm. Before then, I naturally have to carry back a fatty to satisfy the villagers. Shihao spoke extremely seriously. Huolinger had already returned to the imperial palace to meet her father and share her joy. However, the girl with large eyes and the others were left behind. When they heard this, they all widened their eyes. There's no way you are telling the truth, right? She might become my enemy in the future or at least help my enemy. As such, I might as well try and take her away now since I had just made a breakthrough. Shihao spoke in a carefree manner. Fairy Yuchan arrived. She was just as breathtaking as the first time he saw her, pure and elegant. Her unmatched appearance was paired with a physique that was wonderfully tall and slender. White clothes covered her slim and graceful figure. It was as if she had just left the palace in the moon to enter a world of mortals. Jet black hair danced about. Her glowing forehead released a sparkling luster. Her black eyebrows formed perfect curves and those eyes resembled stars. Her exquisite nose wonderfully stuck out and luscious red lips rested on her mouth. This time, she did not cover her appearance with a veil, so when her stunning appearance emerged, everyone felt as if they were suffocating. A faint smile hung on her lips. Her fair white skin was full of luster, resembling fine jade. Fairy Yuchan's arrival was treated with a great reception. A few senior elders appeared and accompanied her into the ancestral land. There were a few young individuals at her side as if they were stars revolving around a moon. She truly was outstanding. When she stepped into the fiery domain, it was as if a revitalizing feeling swept through this place. She was dressed in white clothes, and as the fiery light swirled around her, she was like an extraordinary and unapproachable fairy. Fairy, it's been a while. I trust that you have been well since we last met. I have been looking forward to this visit. Shihao spoke eloquently. A Piuchi sound could be heard. A few individuals that were accompanying her laughed. This fellow was only 13 or 14, yet he still wanted to loiter around them? However, after thinking carefully, those that married at around 12 or 13 years old were everywhere within the Great Wastelands. A few of the Fire Nation's senior elders immediately became glad that they accompanied her here. The one that had her bottom slapped immediately complained. Senior sister, this fellow is a pervert. What's the big deal with rubbing the butt of a tiger? In a real fight, who cares what kind of places are touched? Not being beaten badly is already pretty good for you, Shihao said. Do you not know how to properly talk? The young lady was furious. As for the heaven-mending sex youngster, his face was gloomy and he had long backed off. He wasn't willing to expose himself as a loser before the sacred sister. He held the most sacred within his heart. The young experts from outside the region, as well as those born within the fiery domain, all came to catch a glimpse of Fairy Yuchan. Her fame was simply too great. After all, she was one of the most outstanding talents of this generation. Even the pure-blooded creatures from beyond this region were silent. Even though they felt rather unreconciled inside, they did not dare issue any provocations. They were rather fearful of this beautiful and mystical fairy. I was just about to look for Brother Shi. Our encounter here couldn't have been better. Fairy Yuchan's voice was soft, and on her face appeared a faint smile. Her natural grace left everyone's hearts trembling. Shi Hao sighed inwardly. He had overestimated himself. After continuously breaking through recently, he thought that he was unrivaled and could fight anyone under the age of 20. Now that he met Fairy Yuchan, he felt completely overwhelmed. Even though he was at the late stage engravement realm, he still couldn't see through the young lady before him. She was shrouded with mysteries, leaving him with a feeling of helplessness. Originally, I wanted to invite you to a gathering back at my village. He laughed and replied, Senior sister. He said before that he was going to forcefully carry you back to his village. The other young lady spoke the truth in a small voice. When Fairy Yuchan heard this, she was slightly startled, but she immediately became calm again. This is an invitation, okay? Would normal people even be worthy of being carried back? Only the most esteemed guest would be taken back with me personally, understand? Shi Hao quickly argued with conviction. Hee hee. Haha. An enormous disturbance swept through the surrounding area. Many people revealed strange expressions. This fellow seemed a bit scared of Fairy Yuchan too. Otherwise, why would he so hurriedly correct himself? Fairy, I await your answer. Brother Shi claimed that you were his younger sister. I wonder if that is true or false. From the side, a youth from outside this region asked in a rhetorical manner. It was clear that he was trying to vent out some of his resentment. Shi Hao shot him a look and said, Friend, how about we compare a bit by sparring? Those individuals' expressions immediately paled. Even though they wanted to fight back, the youngster's tone immediately left them with feeling apprehensive. Fairy Yuchan's expression remained unperturbed without any great changes. She simply smiled gently and said, It seems like Brother Shi is rather humorous and lively here. Fairy, if there is anything, then you should just say it already. Shi Hao put away his smile and no longer acted mischievously. Let's chat over here. Fairy Yuchan walked up, but her speed was extremely fast. She stepped onto a sparkling petal and took to the air. Her clothes drifted behind her. This was clearly an intention to talk with Shi Hao alone without the disturbance of others. Everyone looked at each other in dismay, and in the end, they halted their steps and did not follow. A hazy moonlight scattered down into the towering ancient trees. The thick scent of the vegetation wafted through the air, giving those nearby a refreshing and energizing feeling. They left the Fire Nation's ancestral grounds and arrived in a jungle. They were far away from the heat, with no magma and similar things nearby. This setting was particularly peaceful. At the very least, the air was many times fresher. Within the fiery domain, each day was dry and hot, as if you were being burned alive. The nocturnal birds released their cries. Moonlight interweaved as it illuminated the swaying grass, as if pure white feathers were scattering down from above. It made this place seem extremely peaceful. Since you were a disciple from a branch of the heaven-mending sect, even if it was just a branch, it can still be considered a similar inheritance. I hope that you can return to my sect. Fairy Yuchan spoke with a peaceful expression. Under the misty moonlight, she seemed to radiate even more. It was as if she was surrounded by a layer of thin smoke, giving her a rather extraordinary feeling. Shi Hao walked next to her side by side. They walked under the moonlight, listening to the cry of nocturnal birds, and enjoying the peaceful nature of this forest. I have never entered the heaven-mending sect, or a different way of saying it would be that I have never equated the heaven-mending pavilion to the heaven-mending sect. Since the heaven-mending pavilion's founding ancestor was expelled, then that means that the school is unrelated to you guys. This was Shi Hao's reply. Fairy Yuchan glanced back and said, There will be countless great sects struggling against each other in the future. You will find it difficult to stand without an immortal inheritance backing you. I am asking for your sake. Is that true? Shi Hao's large eyes shone brightly. How about you return with me to my village then? Fairy Yuchan revealed a rare frown, because she was reminded of what others had said. This fellow had once said that he would forcefully carry her to his village. Utterly ridiculous. She understood clearly after all of her conversations with him that this youngster always stood firmly and would not be easily persuaded once he made a decision. After all, they had already talked about this at Stone Country Capital. Fairy Yuchan seemed unaffected and gave him some information. Shi will return to the heaven-mending sect. His choice is completely different from yours. That is how it should be. Shi is Shi and I am myself. There is no reason for his decision to change mine. Xianxia replied. His heart was not calm at all. That small older brother of his really did select this path after all. From here on out his status will have the backing of a great sect, Fairy Yuchan said softly. And? Xianxia did not yield and continued to maintain a strong attitude. Fairy Yuchan was speechless. She knew that if she forced too heavily, the other side might decide to join the sky-severing sect. Not being able to obtain a supreme youth like this onto their side was truly a major loss. Why have you made this decision? How is the heaven-mending sect lacking in any way? Fairy Yuchan asked. Do you want to hear the truth? Xianxia laughed coldly and said, I don't want to enter the dispute between your great sections. This was his honest opinion. If he entered the heaven-mending sect, then he would have to fight against the sky-severing sect. He might receive benefits from joining a side, but at the same time, he would be putting himself in great danger and could be murdered unscrupulously. The most important thing was that he did not want to be restricted. Being by himself gave him freedom. He could go anywhere he pleased. He wasn't willing to become someone else's chess piece, tool, or a weapon used for war. You should understand that you might be missing out on a great opportunity. You might not have to compete over resources and even become the greatest inheritor of my sect. Do you know what that signifies? The entire heaven-mending sect across several regions would listen to your command in the future, recognizing you as their one true sovereign. I will struggle and seize what I need by myself. After speaking, he added, also, since Shi already entered the heaven-mending sect, then I definitely would not set my foot in such a place. This is also a decision that you all made, selecting him first. You are too intolerant to others with different opinions. In this world, there aren't that many edges and corners. Everything can be overlooked. Fairy Yuchan was extremely calm. Her gaze was clear and cold like the moonlight. Xianxia laughed and said, You should be careful too. Shi might become your opponent and heaven-mending pavilion might fall into that person's hands. Fairy Yuchan smiled sweetly as if she were thawing ice and snow. She nodded and said, I thank you for your reminder. She was graceful and confident. An indescribable radiance shone from her beautiful eyes as she looked towards the sky. In a calm and unhurried manner, she said, I still wish for my heaven-mending sect to have a few more supreme youths. Xianxia's mind was shaken. How could this woman be so confident? Was she truly so powerful that she could look down on a heavenly blessed youth? I truly wish for you to enter the heaven-mending sect. Fairy Yuchan offered her final invitation. It's not like such a thing is impossible. Pass down the heaven-mending pavilion to me. Xianxia laughed and no longer acted as seriously as before. He returned to his carefree manner. If you enter the heaven-mending sect, after staying for a while and earning the school's approval, you will naturally be able to obtain a paramount inheritance like this, said Fairy Yuchan. What is the point then? Without enough enticement, it'll be hard to convince me. Xianxia shook his head. After speaking up to this point, a decision had already been made between the two. Then I guess there really is no way? You have to understand that after today, you will be fighting against my sect's disciple Shi. Fairy Yuchan brushed through her beautiful hair in front of her face. There is another possibility. You guys throw out that disciple and I'll carry you back to Stone Village. Xianxia spoke impudently and even looked the part. Fairy Yuchan did not get angry and instead she smiled. There was a type of irresistible beauty to this expression that tempted the hearts of others. The great wastelands are going to become chaotic. Do you think that you can rise when all the holy and sacred fall? I have always worked earnestly and persistently. Until now, I have yet to suffer defeat, Xianxia replied. Aren't you scared that I will cut you down right here, so that there won't be a battle between supreme youths in the future? Fairy Yuchan lightly smiled. Then I will wait for Fairy to take action, Xianxia calmly replied. Fairy Yuchan stepped forward in a quick and agile manner. Each step brought forth a burst of bright light. A divine ring appeared around her body, and behind her was even a divine disk, making her look like a descended goddess. Finally, she stopped and fixed her eyes on Xianxia. The current scene was extremely quiet. Neither of the two spoke, but the air was extremely tense and a battle could break out at any time. It was possible that the fairy truly had intentions of cutting off future troubles before they began. The area was completely silent. The fields around them felt cold and secluded. As the shining moonlight scattered itself down like water, the entire forest became shrouded within a faint haze. That extraordinarily beautiful figure that seemed like it walked straight out from a painting was without a single imperfection. It emanated a precious splendor under the moonlight and faced Sure Hao in confrontation. A great battle could break out at any moment. You should make your move if you want to kill me. Sure Hao spoke indifferently. In the end, you are still a disciple of my heaven-mending sect. You can remain stubborn, but I cannot act so heartlessly. I'll leave you with your life in hopes that when we meet again, we can still share a drink. Fairy Yu Chan's voice was soft. From her spotlessly white jade-like cheeks, a hint of regret could be seen. Sure Hao chuckled, but he did not feel grateful at all. If you don't kill me now, there will be regret in the future. I hope things do not end up that way. Go, do your best, Fairy Yu Chan calmly said. Her curvy body shone magnificently under the strands of moonlight. Haha. Sure Hao laughed loudly and looked her in the eyes. Same to you, do your best. I hope that there is no great battle between us in the future, or else I will forcefully carry you away as part of my war spoils. You... Fairy Yu Chan's expression finally changed. She had been treated rudely by the other party several times already. Her face became cold, and a wave of shocking killing intent poured over. It was as if an immortal sword tore through space to reach this place. Sure Hao did not pay her any attention. He turned around and left without showing any sign of fear. His back was completely open and unguarded as he walked away with large strides. After a short period had passed, he was already far away from this region, his figure gradually disappearing into the horizon. Only now did this area erupt with divine light. All the grass and stones within 100 zhang circumference turned into powder. Yu Chan, why did you let him go? That youth isn't ordinary. Killing him now before he rises to greatness is the best time. Otherwise, there will be great troubles in the future. An old woman suddenly appeared. Don't worry about it. Fairy Yu Chan spoke without any expression. How can I not? I know your natural talents are unparalleled, so even if that youth is the best of his generation, he still won't be a worthy opponent for you. However, he might cause trouble for my heaven-mending sect, and others might not be able to stop him. If he is allowed to grow up, there won't be many people who can contend against him. After speaking, the old woman was about to give chase. Her body erupted with shocking fluctuations of energy, as if a vast sea was undulating up and down. In a split second, the mountain forest became completely silent. All of the nocturnal beasts and birds went into hiding, and none of them dared to utter a sound. I am going to hunt him down to prevent a disaster. In addition, since Shur-Yi entered our heaven-mending sect, it is still reasonable to kill off his mortal enemy. The energy swirling around her was simply too terrifying. Don't pursue him. He is extremely dangerous. Yu Chan suddenly spoke, stopping this old woman. He is merely a late-stage engravement realm youth. Just a single finger is enough to make him explode. There's no such danger to speak of. The old woman did not believe her words. He killed 2 supreme experts within Stone Country's capital. No matter what he relied on, without clearly understanding his power first, it is better to not take action without permission to avoid disaster, said Fairy Yu Chan calmly. Regardless of how he did it, killing 2 supreme experts in a row should have cost him greatly. I refuse to believe that he can still use such power again. The old woman was incredibly startled, and it was clear that there was apprehension within her heart. Don't take any risks, Fairy Yu Chan softly said. I understand. As long as you are given time, all enemies will crumble. There is no one who can block our young Miss Divine path. The old woman's eyes erupted with a passionate light. A light wind blew past. The terrifying energy vanished, disappearing like the tide. At the end of the horizon, Sure Hao released a cold shiver. His mind was greatly shaken. When he looked back, he felt as if a giant ancient beast had awakened within the depths of the mountain range, and then gone back to sleep again. He did not panic, however. He was extremely calm, and a sneer appeared on the corners of his lips. He then left with large steps. Sure Hao returned to the fiery domain. Early in the morning, he found the girl with large eyes and asked her to tell Huilingo that he needed to borrow the Fire Nation's transportation formation to leave. It was because the 1-month time limit was approaching. He needed to prepare for the great battle. He didn't feel safe leaving his body in the outside world, and only by entering the Void God realm from his village would he be free from worries. He could then go all out without any fear. Currently, the Fire Clan was naturally bustling with commotion. Huilinger's successful rebirth along with the Fire Emperor's resources would naturally allow her to soar to greatness in a short period of time. No one could stop her. The entire clan was in a joyous mood. Many clan ancestors were moved, for they knew that Huilinger's revival was extremely complete. It was much greater than the blessings their clansmen received in the past. This event foretold that another great individual would rise from the Fire Clan. Even without being a vermilion bird, she might still surpass the vermilion bird. Right, we have true blood within our bodies, so the vermilion bird can still be considered one of our ancient ancestors. The Fire Clan's higher-level figures were all engaging in excited discussions. It might be that the imperial family's disciples, Huilinger's martial brothers and sisters, were the most dispirited. They had been defeated this time, losing the final chance to compete against her. If nothing unexpected happened, an empress would rise to power. Sure Hao found Huilinger, and after asking her his request, she smoothly agreed. Even one of the Fire Emperor's spiritual bodies was there to greet him. I can send you to Stone Country's western border. All right, I'll go and make some preparations. While they were discussing these matters, within the Fire Nation's ancestral grounds, the old woman next to Fairy Yuchan was surveying the surroundings. I am still dissatisfied. I feel like he is a disaster child. You cannot make any moves, Fairy Yuchan calmly said. What is young Miss trying to say? The old woman was startled. Fairy Yuchan did not say anything. Her white-clothed figure was like a fresh snow lotus herb as she walked within the fiery light. She was elegant, pure, and exceptionally stunning. I understand. The old woman nodded and said, We won't make any moves. After ascertaining his position, we'll let the others make their moves. She caught up. Upon seeing that Fairy Yuchan was still calm and quiet, she continued, I heard that the other person has entered this region as well. He also came. Isn't the wall between realms becoming harder and harder to break through? Fairy Yuchan calmly asked. He probably came just to take a look and will leave after. This old one is going to leave after a period of time as well. This region is going to become chaotic, and for someone like me it is too dangerous, said the old woman. At the same time she frowned. Young miss, you have to be careful about that person. He might have crossed the regions just for young miss. It's too dangerous. Fairy Yuchan revealed a rare frown and also found it problematic. I know, but isn't it just a revived deity? Don't worry. Even if I can't kill him, fighting him on equal grounds should not be difficult. The old woman said, Wu, would it be possible to get him to take action and take out that Sure Hao then? If he can get rid of that youth secretly, then that's not necessarily a bad thing. Fairy Yuchan gave her a look, but she did not say anything and continued to walk forward. I know that he might not take action. After all, his status is too great. However, those under him might, and he can even get others to do it, such as those arrogant and aggressive pure-blooded creatures or even those individuals always chasing after young miss. Within the Fire Clan's central location, an enormous altar illuminated. Symbol bones covered the area and flickered with multicolored light as they laid out a path. Sure Hao turned back and waved to Huilinger before walking forward. You have to be careful. Worry could be seen on her face. Even though she knew that he was preparing for a decisive battle, she couldn't do anything to help. In the distance, the space was peaceful without any fluctuations. The Fire Emperor's spiritual body had arrived. His eyes were flickering as he stared at a certain place. Then, with a wave of his sleeves, an explosion sounded, and a large expanse of blood was left behind over there. Within the fiery domain, an old woman revealed her real body. Her body violently shook, and her entire body was covered in blood. With a trembling voice, she said, Formidable. This fire emperor has surpassed my expectations, far more terrifying than I thought. Below her feet was a piece of void beast skin. If Xianxia was here, he definitely would have recognized it as the precious skin that had been auctioned for an utterly shocking price. It had surprisingly ended up in this old woman's hands. I used a secret treasure to capture the fluctuations of those symbols, but unfortunately it was cut short by the Fire Emperor. I could only get the approximate destination. It should be Stone Country's western border, said the old woman. Fairy Yu-chan remained indifferent and didn't say anything. Fortunately, that person is there as well, so they might cross paths. There are also a few strong fellows moving about over there with their men. Rumor has it that Western Paradise discovered some kind of secret, and I heard something about a supreme deity treasury. I wonder if it's true or false. The old woman's eyes flickered and became a bit colder. Since Shuri is entering our sect, then he definitely cannot lose. If we can find Xiao's physical body when the two fight in the Void God realm, then it is best if we take care of it right there and then. Don't be too excessive. Fairy Yu-chan glanced back. Young miss, please do not worry. The old woman laughed and said, Xiao naturally wouldn't tell anyone about Stone Village's precise location. He only borrowed the Fire Nation's formation to send himself to Stone Country's western border. It was still 300,000 li from away from the village. Even though there wasn't much time left, he still wasn't in a hurry. It was because he had entered the Holy Emperor Palace, so the amount of time that passed was completely different from the outside world. A few months inside was only 1 or 2 days outside. Even though it was as such, he still caught an archaic descendant for transportation to quickly go along his way. He borrowed the fierce bird's prowess to quickly return. What a big swan! Its cultivation isn't weak and just big enough for us to eat a meal. Within the boundless wastelands, a squadron of men raised their hands. There were at least 10 of them in the troop. There seems to be someone on that swan's back. It's his fault for being unlucky. One of them sneered and drew his bow. It erupted with resplendent symbols. An arrow was placed on top and quickly shot out. Suddenly, winds and lightning stirred about. Frantic gales roared as all of the clouds in the sky were scattered. Only a single green arrow shot into the heavens, and with a pu sound it shot through the several dozen meter-long swan. Blood immediately splashed a dozen feet into the air. Xiao was startled, and he immediately became furious. This arrow almost pierced through him. If his body wasn't powerful enough, he definitely would have lost his life. Despite this being the case, he was still shaken. His body shook, and some of the swan's blood landed on him. This was simply ridiculous and too sudden. The absent-minded Xiao was absolutely furious. He never thought that someone would do something like this and be so savage. This swan was a powerful archaic descendant at the engravement realm, yet its life was taken by an arrow just like that. His chest was smashed apart, dying on the spot and falling to the great wasteland. Hong! The swan smashed down onto a mountain ridge. The ancient trees collapsed and rocks flew everywhere. The thistles and thorns were completely crushed as the forest was dyed in a large expanse of blood. Xiao naturally jumped into midair and then descended. The group of roughly 10 walked over, headed by a youth. Bloodlust surged and roiled, as if a wave was pouring outwards. The individual that could shoot down an engravement realm swan was definitely terrifying. You! Skin, wash, and then roast the swan. The young man with the large bow pointed at Xiao and ordered. You are asking to die. Xiao only had these words. Are you speaking to me? The young man at the front seemed a bit shocked. Normally, who dared to challenge him? This was a 16 or 17-year-old young man who seemed a bit coarse and wild. He was sturdy and well-built. A head of thick black hair covered his head. With the large bow in hand, his robust physique was like that of a Tyrannosaurus Rex. Yes, you. Xiao's gaze was ice-cold. Those that speak to me like that are all dead. I haven't heard those words for several years already, so it sounds a bit weird. The young man holding the bow laughed and revealed his mouthful of snow-white teeth. His appearance was a bit intimidating. You should be someone of the wasteland region, but just how much significance can such a person have? The people beside him spoke. You should be careful. There are still some natives who are quite strong. The swan was several dozen zhang in length. Its body had already split apart, and a bloody hole appeared in its chest. It had dropped from the clouds and smashed into the great wasteland's mountain ridge. Blood dyed this place a deep red, and the strong bloody odor swept through this place. Its death here was truly a miserable and unrighteous one. Shurhao's mind was completely overwhelmed with anger. These people were acting in a completely unbridled manner. After seeing a disciple from another sect flying on a bird, he didn't seem to care in the slightest. He released an arrow all for the sake of satisfying his own random desires. This was just too unbridled. It was just a few youngsters from beyond this region, yet they dared to act so impudently here. They held a natural air of superiority when dealing with the wasteland's people. You all dare to do such things in your own sex? Shurhao asked coldly. The people from the opposing side roared wildly. They didn't seem to care at all. We simply hunted a vicious bird for food. From the looks of it, you seem rather upset. A youth casually asked. Shurhao made his move. A palm slapped over, causing sand and rocks to fly everywhere. The giant boulders weighing over tens of thousands of jin were swept into the air like straw in a frantic manner. A barbarian dares to act so aggressively. The individual who spoke laughed coldly and roared, spitting out a mist. It was powerful, possessing a corrosive nature. It could dissolve precious artifacts. In just a split second, the giant stones that flew into the sky were all dissolved into ashes. They scattered down onto the floor softly. Shurhao's hand was also surrounded by the mist. Leave behind your arm. Then go and cook the swan, the young man ordered. This was the second most powerful figure in their party, second only to the young man with the large bow. He continuously laughed coldly. He fought while making this kind of decision. Chi waves of white smoke spiraled into the air as it surrounded Shurhao's arm. It was as if something was decaying as the mist rose. I'm teaching you a lesson. You are just a wasteland region youngster outside the sphere of civilization, yet you dare to act so rudely towards us. He moved his two arms extremely arrogantly. Something's not right. A moment later, he suddenly had a bad feeling. He quickly retreated, feeling that the situation wasn't right. The others were shocked as well, shouting for him to quickly back up. Even though Shurhao's arm was surrounded by the corrosive power, his body was still sparkling and translucent. It was not destroyed, and only his sleeve became completely tattered and destroyed. His clothes could also be considered precious artifacts. They were supposed to protect his body, yet were so easily corroded. Shurhao's palm was extremely bright as it slammed over. The symbols were astonishing, and its aura was extremely terrifying. He was furious, so he naturally wouldn't hold back. However, he didn't use any precious techniques, because the strength of his flesh alone was already astonishingly powerful. Is this the Vajra body of the Western sect? Unbreakable body. Some members of the group cried out in shock. This was the first time their expressions changed. Stop! The youngster shouted loudly. He spat a small shield from his mouth. At first, the simple and lusterless shield was only an inch in diameter, but soon after, dazzling light erupted. The small shield shone and quickly enlarged, blocking in front. Streak after streak of patterns appeared. Symbols covered it densely, and an extremely powerful aura flowed about. It was grinded from a primordial symboled bone. It was clear with just a glance that it wasn't an ordinary item. Shurhao's palm descended, striking onto that precious artifact. It immediately erupted with endless light and divine force. The surrounding plants turned into ashes and stones turned into powder. Open! The youngster shouted loudly and activated his precious artifact in hopes of defending himself. However, Shurhao's palm was too ferocious. When it descended, the shield released a crisp sound, and a large crack appeared. What? Several people cried out in alarm. They revealed looks of shock. The shield was refined from a damaged bone left behind by a pure-blooded creature who died prematurely. It was extremely sturdy. Among the younger generation, how many people could split it apart? Shurhao also noticed that this shield wasn't ordinary. He regretted using so much force, because this was quite a great precious artifact that was made of rarely seen materials. Currently, his physical body was too powerful. Even creatures like the horned dragon and Zhujian would feel fear when they encountered him. Shurhao could capture pure-blooded creatures through brute force, so shattering this type of bone shield wasn't too difficult. He struck out again, blasting this bone to pieces. His palm was powerful and just too quick. The youth was greatly alarmed. Even this kind of precious technique was shattered. It left him greatly shaken. He released a roar. His palm and fingers lit up as he spared no effort in defending. At the same time, the youth holding the large bow also took action. He drew his arrow and aimed at Xianxia's palm. A green streak of light flew out with an astonishing sharpness. Chilly winds roared angrily and boulders rolled about. The power of this arrow was too shocking. Just the wind it raised was enough to make this place crack apart. Xianxia's palms and fingers shone. A black tortoise emerged, merging with his hand. As it collided with the green light, a loud explosion sounded, rupturing this mountain ridge. The green arrow was blazing with dazzling light. However, it continuously weakened as its divine force was exhausted. Meanwhile, after Xianxia's palm was momentarily stopped, it once again slapped down. Pong, he slapped the youth, and even though only 40 or 50% of its power remained, it still made the youth's body contort uncontrollably. With a kacha sound, his arm guard shattered. A powerful precious artifact scattered down like sparkling fragments. The youth spat out blood from his mouth and staggered backwards. It was just a single strike, but everyone's expressions changed greatly as a result. They knew that they had encountered trouble. This individual actually harmed one of the stronger individuals in their party, moreover destroying his precious artifact. Even someone like you dares to act so condescendingly towards me? Xianxia sneered. The injured individual's face became ashen. He was absolutely furious, yet he couldn't refute Xianxia's words. That young man was stronger than him, so any words he spoke in denial would be the same as scolding himself. You're just another barbarian from some uncivilized land. So what if you have some brute strength? There was someone on the side who was unconvinced and berated loudly. Xianxia crossed his arms and revealed an expression of contempt. As of this moment, he was no longer so agitated and returned to his usual attitude. Idiot that doesn't know the height of the sky and the depth of the earth. Do you think this is some kind of hunting ground where you can just randomly engage in slaughter? With this level of strength, all of you can only be prey. I am currently heading back to my village and lack some presents. Hunting you guys should serve as quite a good gift. Close your mouth, someone shouted. Shut up. What that individual heard in reply was an even more severe and domineering tone. Moreover, a streak of symbols flew out from his mouth, and that individual immediately backed up after being struck. It seems like we've underestimated you a bit. You seem to have some ability. Your actions really are making us consider whether you are a character suited to roasting that swan for us or a formidable individual. These young experts were all haughty individuals. Even though they were aware that they encountered an unordinary individual, they still wouldn't admit their wrongs. What do you all think you are? I was using the swan to cross this place, yet you still dare to treat it like prey. Do you think the wasteland region is your backyard? Not a single one of you are getting away, Xianxia said. Hong. He made his move again, activating the Kuanpeng's power. This place illuminated, and energy surged violently. Then, an enormous body of water emerged and poured down on all of them. Kill! Other than the youth in the lead who did not move, the others were all frightened into action. Following a loud explosion, the black wave wreaked havoc in all directions. 6 or 7 individuals were blasted into the air as chunks of blood flew out from their mouths. There were a few other individuals that were forced back. All of you back up. Let me deal with this native, the leading youth shouted. He drew his enormous bow and continuously released arrows. Green lights streaked across the sky like rainbows, flying out one after another continuously. Xianxia avoided them. The green lights were like immortal swords. They flew towards the distance with astonishing auras. Hongya mountaintop was immediately collapsed, and a few smaller mountains were blasted apart as well. It was clear just how bold and powerful that young man was. The arrow he released was extremely terrifying and astonishing. Otherwise, how could he have shot down an engravement realm swan with a single arrow? A streak of golden light flew out. Xianxia also brought out an enormous bow. As the arrow tore through the air, flood dragon roars could be heard. It was as if it was the incomparably dazzling arrow had been shot down from the land of immortals. This was the wind and thunder bow he obtained from the Fire Nation's ancestral grounds. It was incredibly powerful in his hands. This place erupted with chaos. A storm of arrows interweaved as the two individuals continuously released their attacks. The entire mountain ridge directly exploded. The swan had turned into a pile of mud, its corpse completely destroyed. Not long after, several miserable shouts sounded. One of the individuals within the group was struck, and his flesh immediately exploded. This entire place was in chaos. Unknowingly, when both individuals had put away their bows, the youth rushed into the sky to fight an astonishingly great battle against Xianxia. No wonder you are so strong. You are a pure-blooded gray flood dragon. Xianxia was astonished. This was a gray flood dragon whose cultivation was extremely profound. His precious technique had been practiced to perfection and his battle experience was even more abundant. The two were currently fighting chaotically. Boss has met his match. Scary. What kind of background does that youngster have? Why'd I have a bad feeling? The expressions of the people below changed. The cry of a dragon sounded and the youth had transformed into its original form. Dusky mist curled about as it fought intensely against Xianxia in the clouds. The scene was extremely astonishing. The gray flood dragon coiled about. Its enormous body continuously battered down on the youth. Whenever the two came in contact, resplendent light would erupt. Not good. Boss is going to be defeated. The group of youths' faces all became pale. They all became terrified. Hong! The sky erupted with a dazzling rain of light. The gray flood dragon coughed out blood, and its bloody body staggered back. The cloud layer was almost completely scattered. It was just too shocking. After coming to the wasteland region, the flood dragon actually encountered this kind of opponent and suffered such heavy losses. In reality, Xianxia was even more shocked than the flood dragon. They have exchanged over 100 attacks. The gray flood dragon was extremely powerful and could be considered a rarely seen opponent. Finally, following their 120th exchange, the gray flood dragon encountered disaster. Its head was sliced off by Xianxia's palm and it fell down onto the mountain ground. The remaining youths took action simultaneously, but they weren't able to save its life. Woo, this time, I'll have a really good present to bring back to Stone Village, Xianxia said to himself. What was better than a pure-blooded gray flood dragon? At the same time, within the depths of a primitive mountain range, a figure sitting on top of a big boulder at the summit suddenly opened his eyes. In that instant, the boulder erupted with divine fire. He was like a deity immersed within flames. His entire figure became indistinct and only a pair of eyes shone through the flames. They were even more dazzling than the flames. He said to himself, "My follower has been killed." If someone were to find out that even a supreme pure-blooded creature was merely this individual's follower, they would definitely tremble from shock. The mountain was extremely tall. Even though there were ancient trees, they were sparse. The most eye-catching part of the summit was that large rock. The indistinct individual sat within the throbbing flame. The aura he released was enough to suffocate all of the birds and beasts within this mountain range. The pair of pupils was extremely sinister as they flickered with a light that was scarlet like fire. He was quiet and still, yet he still gave off a strong, intimidating aura, as if a demonic god was cultivating. Soon after, several figures appeared. They quickly hurried from the mountain range to the summit. If others were here to witness this, they would all have been shocked from their speed. Moreover, every single one of these individuals' blood and chi were extremely great. The ridiculous energy surged around them like waves, enough to completely intimidate the outstanding talents of a region. These individuals were all pure-blooded creatures with powerful natural talents. However, when these creatures came to the summit, they all became extremely careful. They acted respectfully and with reverence. They earnestly paid their homage and then stood there with their heads bowed. "How are things going?" the male sitting within the divine flames asked. The scarlet blaze within his eyes seemed like it could burn through heaven's palace and intimidate a region. It made those youths all tremble. Even as pure-blooded creatures, they couldn't help but fall back. They almost went on their knees. One of the youth respectfully saluted and reported, "We have already finished searching. Fairy Yuchan is currently within the Fire Nation's ancestral grounds, in search of the liquid left behind from the archaic vermilion bird's rebirth. Is that so? I estimate that she will fail. Someone should have already obtained it first. The individual sitting cross-legged on top of the large rock spoke calmly. It has already been thoroughly searched. Grandma Xihua is at her side. She is extremely powerful, at the very least at the supreme expert realm. Another pure-blooded creature added, seeming slightly nervous. If others found out that such a powerful youth who rarely encountered worthy opponents within his peers and could freely roam through the great wastelands was so cautious and respectful in front of this male, they would definitely be horrified to the extreme. These were all well-known figures among pure-blooded creatures. They were the best from their individual race's generation. As long as they grew up, they would definitely become unequaled. Their innate talents were world-shocking. If several decades had passed and they were able to reach great heights through the strength of their bloodlines and talent, they should be able to influence the rise and fall of an entire region. However, it was precisely these outstanding characters that were treating this male with reverence and not the single bit of disrespect. The male sitting on top of the boulder indifferently said, "It's just an old woman. There are ways to deal with her." His voice wasn't loud, and there wasn't any fluctuation in it. Yet it carried a mysterious power. The entire heaven and earth resonated with his words, rumbling as he spoke. Won't this create a conflict with heaven-mending sect? It might bring about endless troubles. A youth gathered his courage and said. The others' expressions changed, for they feared that person would become angry. His will was not easily defied, and if he decided to execute them, then no one would be able to stop him. The individual on top of the rock did not become angry, and instead calmly opened his mouth. It's only one of Fairy Yu Chan's spiritual bodies. No matter how we treat her after we capture her, it wouldn't create any huge disturbances. The individuals all shivered inwardly. They all knew this person was dominating, but they were scared of his matchless strength. He always did things without any restraining fear. These individuals all understood his natural disposition. He was most fond of high and remote females. 2 years ago, he had captured a divine beauty from a great sect and forcefully kept her at his side, triggering a gargantuan disturbance. In the end, he avoided a great tragedy. He became stronger and stronger through a path of blood. Senior, that is only a spiritual body, so there is no need for such risks. After all, it is still the heaven-mending sect. They might send out large troops for the sake of their reputation. The youth saw that his mood wasn't too terrible and added a few sentences. The body that entered the wasteland region is different. It won't scatter and contains a true spirit, so it's not much different from the true body. When he reached this point, his laugh became cold and rather deep. The scarlet light within his pupils burned even more furiously, as if it could burn into the 9th heaven. Slowly break her down slowly from her spiritual body, letting her real body sense what is best. However, I don't only want her body, I want her heart as well, said the male on top of the big rock. Even though his voice was calm, it made those youths shiver uncontrollably. They no longer dared to say anything else. The Grey Flood Dragon went to search for the supreme divine treasury, so why hasn't he returned? Considering the amount of time that had passed, he should be back. Right at that time, a youngster spoke, revealing a look of confusion. He's dead, the male on the large rock said coldly. What? The Grey Flood Dragon died? Could it be that some old monster was there? The individuals were shocked. It was because they knew how extraordinary that Grey Flood Dragon was. If it wasn't an old monster that took action, not many people within the younger generation could kill him. At the very least, he would be able to preserve his own life. During his moment of death, I sensed that a youth who was younger yet stronger slicing off the Grey Flood Dragon's head, said the male on the big boulder. A youth that is even younger than the Grey Flood Dragon? Is that the sect's heroic inheritor? The individuals were shaken. They were extremely agitated. He was still extremely young, yet he could kill the Grey Flood Dragon. He must have been some heaven-defying monster, or else it wouldn't have been possible. The number of people who could do such a thing could be counted on one hand. It was so rare that they immediately thought of the person. It is a native of the wasteland region. The male on the large boulder spoke indifferently. The youths were all astonished, and their expressions changed shortly after. The wasteland region could produce such an individual? It was just too shocking. We have just entered this region, so there are many things we aren't familiar with. We have been focused on Fairy Yuchan this entire time. It seems like we need to use some effort to understand this region, said one of the youngsters. You guys can go take a look. I hope that you all can bring him back and make him my follower, the male on the big rock said. Senior, don't worry. We will definitely bring him back. The voice was as loud as thunder. There was a horn on his head, and his aura was extremely terrifying. Don't act recklessly. You all are stronger than the Gray Flood Dragon. But that doesn't mean you guys will win. I do not hope for another one of my followers to fall. The male spoke in a calm tone. He's that strong? Those individuals were all incredibly shocked. If you find traces of him, you can report to me, said the male on the big rock. The youths all left like wind and lightning in their respective directions, causing plants to explode and mountains to rumble. They were pure-blooded creatures with high cultivation levels, so they could easily traverse through the great wastelands. Not long after, the divine flame on the large rock extinguished. A figure stood up, and upon closer inspection, his age wasn't great. He only seemed 17 or 18 in age. Yet he possessed a world-devouring might. Several thousand li away, sure how descended from the sky. Large amounts of blood dyed the mountain region. The Gray Flood Dragon's several dozen-meter-long headless body dropped down, smashing apart the ancient trees and shattering the mountain stones. It was because this pure-blooded creature's physical body was too powerful. Sure how was a bit regretful, because the blood that had been scattered was all precious. Fortunately, his movements were quick, allowing him to temporarily stop the corpse's bleeding. Kill! The remaining creatures roared angrily. There were 3 individuals who rushed over to get revenge for the Gray Flood Dragon. The other 4 quickly backed off to escape from this place. Shirhao drew his bow until it made a full curve. A golden streak of light flew out, and with a pu sound, one of the fleeing individuals was killed. His control over power was excellent, not allowing the arrow to explode its body and only enough to kill it. A corpse was left behind, and its original form of an enormous ferocious beast emerged. Puyi drew his bow once again, and a second arrow flew out. Another creature's head was blasted apart without any suspense. The body of an extremely large tiger was left behind. I'm going to fight to the death. The other individuals that originally wanted to flee turned around to join the 3 people from before and create a path of life for themselves. It was clear that this battle would end with a clear result. Even a creature as powerful as the Gray Flood Dragon and well-respected within pure-blooded creatures who managed to endure 120 exchanges with Shirhao was killed. So how could they stand a chance? In the end, these individuals were all captured. He wanted to ascertain their backgrounds. The results startled him. Above their boss, the Gray Flood Dragon, was another senior who had an even higher position. He was rumored to be so powerful that it even left these youths shocked. So powerful. It seems like there really are a few incredible creatures outside this region. Fairy Yuchan and the witch aren't the only ones. There are still others. I am still not without rivals. There are still rivals out there. The devilish brat's skin was extremely thick as he humbly praised himself. Unfortunately, as for that senior, these individuals didn't know much. It seemed like they didn't have the qualifications to associate with him and dared not talk too much about him. After Shirhao interrogated them and obtained enough information, he ended their suffering. They were cut down with a single strike, and several large corpses appeared on the ground. There were fierce beasts and vicious birds. These were the cruel wastelands. Sometimes it was truly terrifying. The strong preyed on the weak, brimming with blood and the flames of war. Shirhao started as an innocent and pure child and gradually adapted to grow into who he was today. Otherwise, he would truly have been eliminated by the Great Wasteland's natural selection. His mood was quite good. A pure-blooded Gray Flood Dragon and a pile of other vicious birds and beasts with noble bloodlines. This was a great gift. After bringing it back to the village, it will definitely make the clansmen happy and excited. Shirhao was already impatient and wanted to return to the village as soon as possible. He wanted to be within his family's warmth and comfort, away from the cruel war outside. He brought out the heaven and earth pouch to put away his spoils. He was completely satisfied. After thinking for a bit, he said to himself, "It's probably better if I don't borrow a vicious beast for transportation. The western border is not peaceful." Since they came for the supreme divine treasury, if I fly in the sky, I might be shot at again. He brought out a piece of Dao paper and stuck it to his body. It was the earth withdrawal symbol he obtained from Stone Country Capital's auction. In just an instant, his speed rose drastically. Together with the Kuan Peng's movement technique, he only left behind an afterimage where he previously stood. He was like a streak of lightning as he crossed the mountain range towards the depths of the Great Wastelands. His speed was just too fast. The Kuan Peng technique was already ridiculous and known as one of the fastest under the heavens, and it was currently only held back by his cultivation level. However, together with the symbol paper that seemed to shrink the land beneath him, it produced an astonishing effect. Xianxia's precious clothes were burned to ashes from the air resistance. It could be seen just how terrifying his speed was. Within the Great Wastelands, a powerful vicious bird sat on top of an ancient tree. This 9-colored parrot saw a light flash past and rubbed its eyes in confusion. "There's a streaker," the parrot cried out loudly, startling this entire area within the Great Wastelands. Xianxia silently cursed. Damned parrot. He really was running naked, but his speed was so fast that normal creatures wouldn't be able to see him clearly. Only that strange bird noticed. It cried out loudly, leaving him utterly embarrassed. However, the devilish brat's skin truly was thick. He ran as fast as lightning and continued without any hesitation. He gazed towards the faraway stone village and saw a towering willow tree. Sparkling dark green threads were scattered down one after another. Only then did he stop and put on a pair of clothes. "Stone Village, I finally returned. I will make my preparations here and have the willow deity protect my physical body. My true spirit will fight in the void god realm." Xianxia clenched his fists tightly. The greenish-blue branches and leaves, as well as sparkling jade-like threads, hung downwards. The entire tree released a precious and brilliant radiance. The willow deity was transforming by the day. The portion that was struck by lightning seemed to have completely disappeared with no scorched parts in sight. The tree had a total of 81 tender branches. It was lofty and full. A hazy green light was being released. Stone Village was auspicious and peaceful. It was abundant with spiritual essence, for there were several dozen spiritual medicines growing here. Moreover, there was even a nearly divine-grade silver peach tree at the heart of the village. On the street, there was a faint milky white mist flowing about. This was an astonishing spiritual essence, and it was nourishing this land of peace and prosperity. "Zhuzi, don't run. Hurry up and go home for dinner," a tall and sturdy young man shouted. Within the village, a group of children ranging from a year-old to those that were 8 or 9 were running about. They swarmed like bees after a 5-colored sparrow. Xianxia was speechless. This was a perfect imitation of his own mischievousness in the past. The children from the village had inherited his nature, and all of them were wild and playful. "Someone came to our village," a small fellow cried out with an immature voice. "Ah, big brother Hao came back," an 8 or 9-year-old child shouted. "It's Uncle Hao. He came back with good things to eat again," a 2-year-old milk baby shouted with excitement. He ran over happily with his small feet. After returning from the Northern Sea, he visited Stone Village. After hearing that his grandfather stirred up chaos within Stone Country's capital, he hurriedly left. In reality, he only left Stone Village for a few months, so it couldn't be considered to be that long. As a result, even those milk babies that were quite young still remembered him, especially the delicious food he brought back. Those large lobsters, fine turtles, and other foods made them salivate when they just thought about it. Xianxia's return naturally created a huge commotion. Male, female, young, and old all hurried over excitedly. The villagers were all safe and sound, and nothing major happened over these past few months. Stone Village had become a pure land just like that. The villagers were all healthy as they lived within the nourishment of the spiritual medicine's spiritual essence. The young children, in particular, had strong constitutions after growing up under these conditions. They were all great seedlings in cultivation, far surpassing their predecessors. Ah, another pure-blooded creature. It truly is too great. The green luan meat from last time makes me drool just by thinking about it. Now, there's a gray flood dragon. The villagers were delighted, all of them excited and happy. The large children in particular were jumping about. They hurried over and almost tripped from excitement. They've already had a taste, and meats like this were all more useful than any spiritual medicine. They were incredibly important for their cultivation, and after eating them, the pores all over their bodies would emit multicolored light and allow them to quickly break through their cultivation realms. The villagers received great benefits, with a few entering the heavenly passage realm. Shi Linhu's and Shi Feijiao's cultivations were even deeper, entering the spiritual transformation realm. As for the village chief's white hair, it became completely black again. The effects of the pure-blooded flesh had the greatest effect on him, making his body healthy again. The hidden illness he contracted a few years ago had completely disappeared. His cultivation was also extremely shocking as he continuously broke through. This was the result of over 10 years of suppression. As for the group of youth Dazhuang, Ermeng, Pihu, and the others, they all entered the heavenly passage realm. Meanwhile, Qingfeng even stepped into the spirit transformation realm. For his age, it was rather amazing. The village was bustling with activity as if there was a huge celebration. Using Shi Hao's broken sword, they cut up the gray flood dragon and prepared those other uncommon vicious birds and beasts. Not long after, an astonishing meat fragrance wafted through the village. Stinky brat, stop eating so much. This is a pure-blooded creature. Even though it still hasn't fully matured and can't be compared to its ancestors, it is still terrifying. If you eat too much, you'll run around and cause chaos all night again. Just a bit of these things would make normal people go crazy. Don't eat like crazy and save a bit. Allow it to slowly nourish your body, or else you might not feel too well later. Despite the village's older generation's warnings, the group of large children still wolfed down the food. In the end, before they even finished eating, they already cried out strangely. Their bodies were shining all over and they ran straight for the large lake. This was the same reasoning as someone with a particularly weak constitution not being able to handle a stronger dose. Even though they were strong and had excellent physiques, pure-blooded creatures were just terrifying. The divine essence within their body would make their blood surge and boil. Thank you, Uncle Hao. The small fellows were thrown into piping hot copper cauldrons. A few elders poured in some drops of the flood dragon's blood, making them grimace in pain. These children cultivated earnestly under the village's guidance, unlike Pihu's generation. The children from back then all cried with tears and continuously ran away. You guys have to cultivate well. Even your Uncle Hao didn't have this kind of pure blood for his baptism. The village was clamoring with noise. It was an extremely comfortable place. As Shi Hao looked at everything, he felt warm inside. Only here could he completely relax without being on guard in the slightest. Haha, I broke through. My cultivation has improved again. In the distance, Erming's father shouted loudly. His large mouth laughed continuously. I broke through as well. Old man, I've passed you by a bit. Erming scratched his head and giggled foolishly. Erming's father gave him a slap on his head with a paw sound. Stinky brat, how can I compare to you? This old one didn't have the chance when it was important and started cultivating too late. I've already missed the golden period of youth. Oh, I've also broken through, waha, in the distance, Snot Baby also shouted. Currently, he was already a large youth. There was a lake at the front of the village. It was extremely clear and clean. Golden specks could be seen within as dragon whisker fish swam about. A few small boats drifted along the lake. Shi Hao lied down on top, and Dazhuang, Erming, Pihu, and Qingfeng were at his side. They were all incredibly content. After returning, Shi Hao did not cultivate or make any preparations for the great battle. Instead, he thoroughly relaxed himself and shared his experiences with his childhood companions. This was an incredibly good feeling. They were all childhood comrades, and after these years, they've all grown up. Other than Qingfeng, they all had children already, becoming fathers. The village is full of spiritual essence, so the newborn babies are all strong. I believe that they will all become great heroes in the future. Even 2- and 3-year-old fellows can move stones as rollers. It really is a bit scary. Even though they aren't comparable to Shi Hao when he was young, they are still much stronger than when we were little. Ermeng and Dazhuang sighed. They were extremely happy. If this continued, Stone Village would inevitably become a sacred land and quite a few experts would emerge within the great wastelands. Within the fragrant grassland at the lakeshore, a group of unicorns were galloping about. Silver light flickered, and their numbers that numbered in the dozens now surpassed 100. Among them, there was a taller one that was snow-white and sparkling, densely covered in dragon scales. It raised its head and roared. It was currently eating the flood dragon meat. This was precisely Little White, and during the past few years, it continuously transformed, becoming more and more powerful. It not only ate grass, but also vicious beasts. From the speculations of the village elders, this fellow might have stepped onto a great evolutionary path. If it continued, it could truly become a heavenly steed. With a hoo sound, great winds blew past. Several enormous vicious birds appeared in the skies, circling with their wings spread. Ant green-scaled eagle, Big Pong, little green-purple cloud, sure how happily waved his hands towards the sky. The 4 enormous birds were several dozen zhang in length and were now many times larger than before. During these past few years, they cultivated below the willow tree, allowing their strength to advance by leaps and bounds. They were extremely joyous as well. Craning their necks, they released a long cry and circled around the large lake. Winds were immediately stirred up. Sure how leapt up and landed on purple clouds black, immediately following them into the clouds. Only after flying through the boundless wastelands for a long time did they once again return to the lake. At the shore, a chicken was casually strolling about in a relaxed manner. It didn't even give Sure how a look. This was precisely the Octatic treasure chicken. Its position within the village was high. It frequently laid spiritual eggs, so the villagers all treated it like a treasure. Even the most naughty kids didn't dare to provoke it. Dumb chicken. You actually dare to put on airs around me? Be careful, or else I might just straight up eat you. I heard that during the archaic era you were a famous dish that even gods and devils enjoyed. Sure how revealed his mouthful of small white teeth. The Octatic treasure chicken no longer had confidence and ran towards the village. It no longer dared to act so arrogantly here. Where is Harry Ball, Second Baldy, and the big red bird? Sure how asked. He urgently needed to see Harry Ball and pinch its ears to find out where the mountain treasure was. Those 3 fellows come and go like the wind. They would even invite Ant Green-Scaled Eagle to search for the supreme divine treasury, said Dezhuang. During these past 2 years, the big red bird and the others had brought back quite a few broken weapons and artifacts. They were all dug up from the mountains while persistently searching for the world-shocking treasury. They've even captured people from Western Paradise for interrogation. Originally, Harry Ball and the other fellows had found the divine treasury's gate, but they never would have thought that the treasury would suddenly flee. In the end, it disappeared without a trace, Pihu added. As for this divine treasury, Sure how had heard about it since he was young. Only there hadn't been any results all this time. Stone Village became extremely tranquil late into the night. A faint radiance surrounded it as if a layer of mysterious cloth covered it. The moonlight scattered down like water. The great willow tree at the front of the village was full of life, scattering down a beautiful green light. It now had many more branches. Sure how sat under the great willow tree and shared his experiences. He spoke of his experiences in the outside world, and the willow deity calmly listened without saying much. Sure how knew that the willow deity had become many times more powerful than in the past. Before, when it only had a single branch, it could already bring all of Stone Village 10,000 li away. Now that it was a dark sparkling green, had 81 willow branches, and a vitality that was as great as the sea, it was clear that its might became deep and unfathomable. Willow deity, how is the Kuan Peng technique? He asked. It is excellent, worthy of being one of the archaic vicious 10 and a matchless divine technique. The willow deity thought very highly of it and added, once it is used, heaven and earth will upend and the universe will burst. When Sure how heard what it said, he became stupefied. This was a fundamental difference in cultivation realms. Even if both he and the willow deity used it, the result would be catastrophically different. Back then, the willow deity was immersed in an endless sea of lightning and descended from the 9 heavens. Its origins were mysterious and shocking. It was obvious that it would inevitably become much more terrifying after obtaining the Kuan Peng's technique. I also have a technique. I wanted to teach you, but your decisive battle is at hand and your cultivation realm is not high enough. Let's put it off for now. The willow deity spoke. When Shurhao heard what it said, his spirit was immediately raised. The willow deity's technique was definitely world-shaking, so he was extremely hopeful. There were still 3 days before the decisive battle. Gargantuan waves were about to descend. The outside world had long become restless, and everyone was awaiting this battle. As for the Void God realm, it had been bustling with activity for many days now. Everyone waited impatiently, hoping for the battle to arrive sooner. The two deity-like youths might shook the great wastelands. They were unparalleled within their generation. An incredibly intense battle was about to unfold between the two of them within the sky battlefield. This was a battlefield that had not been used in a long time. It was known as a god-level stage, and once it was opened, it would signify that a battle between different great regions would come. The young talents were about to fight in an interregional battle. Stone Village's morning was extremely beautiful. The rising sun scattered down its radiance, covering the village in golden multicolored light. Basked under this radiance, the spiritual essence surrounding this village was dyed in a layer of dazzling radiance. Meanwhile, the green meadow at the front of the village was incredibly soft. The large area of grass seemed extremely gentle. A group of 5 colored luans were foraging the lakeside for food, and the dark blue lake was transparent like an enormous gemstone. All types of spiritual beasts and auspicious birds roamed about nearby, with the willow deity there taking and giving out divine essence, as well as the holy silver peach tree scattering its divine radiance. It naturally attracted many spiritual creatures. These were all harmless creatures. Those large vicious beasts wouldn't dare come closer, for they revered the willow deity as a god. The weather really is nice today. Shurhao was drowsy from just waking up. After stretching for a bit, he felt extremely relaxed. He slept extremely soundly last night, completely unlike how he would in the outside world where he was always on his guard. Soon, the village became noisy again. Smoke rose from the chimneys, and the smell of meat came from every household. Uncle Shurhao, what are you eating? A little brat ran over and circled around him and looked at him with mischievous eyes. He looked like he was about to drool, causing Shurhao to laugh. Here, I'll give you some. Don't be too greedy. Shurhao tore off a piece of shining flood dragon meat and used his engravement realm cultivation to refine a portion of its spirituality. Otherwise, the small child would definitely encounter some issues after eating it. It smells so good. At home, my mom wouldn't let me eat any and said that it has to be made into medicine first. She says that it's bad for me. The little brat was satisfied as he cleaned out that piece of meat. He then sucked his fingers pitifully, clearly indicating that he still wanted more. You really shouldn't eat too much of this stuff. I only gave it to you after refining it. At home, you have to listen to your parents. Understand? Shurhao asked. Yes, sir. The little child nodded. His eyes were extremely bright as he stared at the other roasted meat. Shurhao smiled. He lived at the front of the village with the village chief. He made food as soon as he woke up and the fragrance attracted the nearby children. Uncle, little uncle, I want some too. Dazhuang's child, who was only 2 or 3 years old, was panting. He was extremely healthy and cute. Me too. I want some too. An extremely petite child with naughty eyes staggered over in a hurry. This was Pihu's child, and he was only 2 years old. This morning was extremely lively. It was as if Shurhao had attracted every child in the village. He helped refine some of the divine spirituality within the flesh and allowed them to enjoy the delicacy. What a waste! The adults all felt incredibly regretful. There's no waste. I used the extra essence to help them sort out their muscles and bones. There will be many benefits, Shurhao said. Without a doubt, he became the village children's most welcomed individual. No matter where he went, they would all follow him like a tail and stay around him. Uncle Shurhao, bring us to steal bird eggs. I heard that our village's protectors Big Pong, Little Green, and Purple Cloud were all stolen by you guys. Is that true? When one of the children brought up the embarrassing incident from back then, Shurhao couldn't help but rub his nose. Dazhuang, Ermeng, Huzi, and the others who were nearby felt awkward as well. Now that they all had children, when their past rotten deeds were brought up, they felt incredibly ashamed. They all began to instruct and warn their children. Little brats, what do you understand? Don't speak nonsense. Dazhuang directly said. I heard that you guys were really naughty back then. You guys spent all your time robbing nests, climbing mountains, and running around the great wastelands all day. Why are you stopping us from going? A mischievous brat exposed their past. Nonsense. Back then, your Uncle Hao and the rest of us were all obedient and never left the village. We never made any trouble from the start. Pihu's face was completely red as he tried to defend himself. Whatever. The group of children didn't seem convinced. We all know that Uncle Hao was the most naughty and mischievous. He started chasing after Big Yellow all day as soon as he was a year old, pulling its tail. Look at how bald Big Yellow's tail has become. It hasn't grown any hair all this time. One of the children pointed to a place not too far off. There was only a large yellow dog there. It was now quite robust, yet its tail was completely naked. It was currently baring its teeth at Sure Hao, not forgetting the resentment it had towards Sure Hao all those years ago. Stinky Big Yellow, why are you holding a grudge? I've wasted the flood dragon flesh on you. Should I not have helped you cleanse your body? Sure Hao's face was completely red. Of course, the so-called older self-respect was only towards these little children. He now truly understood the weight of time, for even he, the little guy from back then, was now an uncle. The group of finger-sucking, milk-drinking little fellows had replaced their generation. Uncle, let's go loot bird nests, okay? Uncle Shu, let's go find a companion for Big Yellow. Uncle, I know where the 5-colored sparrow you liked to chase back then built its nest. It's behind the village. I'll bring you there to steal from it. The group of children chattered continuously. They were all extremely lively and full of energy after just finishing their meal with no other place to exert it. Sure Hao waved his arm around and made a decision. All right, today, Uncle will bring you out to loot bird nests and catch young vicious beasts. Yes. Awesome. We are going into the mountains. The group of children shouted excitedly. They were simply too happy as they jumped and hopped around like little bandits. They were running about and using all of their energy in celebration. The sun is shining brightly and it's a good day to go out. Since I said we would go, then let's go. Sure Hao waved his hands and said, those that haven't drank milk yet should go back home and do so. We won't have time when we go out later. The group of children immediately roared with laughter. Even Pihu, Ermeng and the others began to giggle when they heard this. Nevertheless, there were 3 or 4 little fellows who wiped away their snot and ran home diligently while hollering, Mom, I'm hungry. I need milk. Ha ha. Everyone began to laugh endlessly. Even the older individuals in the village were smiling. The middle-aged individuals couldn't hold themselves back either. Little Hao, the great battle is happening in the Void God realm 3 days from now. There really isn't time for you to be playing around with them, Dazhuang said. Little big brother, you should use every second you can to cultivate in isolation. You need to earnestly prepare for the battle. You can't waste any time. Qingfeng was rather worried. Don't worry. Facing it in the most relaxed and natural state is the best way. There's nothing to be nervous about. Sure Hao moved his hands about, seemingly unworried. When the little fellows ran over while wiping away the milk from their mouths, Sure Hao raised his arm and said, let's go. Just like that, all of the children within the village ran over and followed behind him. He naturally became the children's leader. The villagers, young and old, all felt happy as they watched. Why don't we just go with the flow and take a look? Pihu, Huzi and the others muttered softly. These individuals ultimately decided to sneakily follow along. Out of embarrassment, they followed from a bit farther away. Uncle Hao, let's go to the back of our village. The 5-colored sparrow built its nest there. That bird is so sneaky. You never caught it before, and none of us succeeded either. The group of children noisily shouted. Sure Hao nodded in agreement. When he was little, that 5-colored sparrow had made him suffer endlessly. Each time, he would chase it for half a day without any results. Oftentimes, he would end up sitting on his bottom exhausted and breathing deeply in anger. If he thought back to the things he failed at when he was little, this was one of things in which he had never succeeded at. Uncle Hao, aren't you angry too? I heard that for the sake of catching it, you ran around for an entire day without even eating. In the end, you were so tired you laid on the road and cried. One of the milk babies said, "Why don't you go stand on the side?" Sure how flicked his head. Hee hee. Ha ha. The group of children all roared in laughter. This was one of the few things that your uncle How failed in several times when he was little. You guys should stop bringing this up. These larger kids were laughing so much that it was clear they were purposely unmasking the past. Sure how rubbed his nose and truly felt rather embarrassed. That 5-colored sparrow wasn't that large, only the size of a fist, yet it was incredible at escaping. He thought back to how he was infuriated by that small bird and how helpless he felt. When Willow Deity moved Stone Village to a place 10,000 li away, that little thing also followed along. It never left, and after all those years, it strangely didn't seem to mature at all. It is still as unpleasant as before. Sure how muttered to himself. The group of children erupted into laughter. Exactly. Unpleasant is exactly the right word. It would always come and provoke us, but we just can't catch it. One of the little children shouted. This is the place. A mischievous kid pointed towards an ancient tree that was as thick as a millstone. Within the luxuriant leaves there was a head-sized bird nest. It's so strange. How come we can't see it today? Yeah. We saw him running all over the place while harassing us just yesterday. Could it be that it knew Uncle How came back to get even and ran away ahead of time? This fellow really is ridiculous. The children were all angry and unsatisfied. Sure how soared into the air and arrived right in front of the bird nest. When he looked inside, he immediately grinded his teeth in anger. This rotten little bird. There's leaves of spiritual medicines all over the nest. Too disgraceful. When the group of children heard what he said, they became furious. Dazhuang and the others in the back were shocked as well. It did loiter around our village's spiritual medicines before, but it only managed to tear off 1 or 2 leaves. It then behaved itself and we no longer saw it causing trouble. Erming said. This fellow really is too smart. There are some spiritual medicines that I haven't even seen before. Who knows where it got them from? It actually used these to build a nest. Sure how became angry whenever he thought about his childhood defeats. This bird really was amazing. However, no matter how he searched, he couldn't see any sign of the 5-colored bird. It was nowhere to be seen. Whatever. Let's forget about it for now. Let's head for the mountains. Sure how made a large waving motion. The little fellows were like bandits as they ran around all over the mountains in excitement. Fortunately, there was Sure how to look after them, or else who knows where they would run off to. A bird nest. What a large bird nest. This is a mountain bird's nest. Hurry and climb up. Let's quickly steal the bird eggs. The children were extremely excited as they rushed up the mountain. The mountain bird's nest really was rather big, covering the entire mountain peak. Inside were several enormous pitch-black eggs, all of them millstone-sized. So big, it's not easy to bring away. Forget it. This isn't some particularly strong, vicious bird. Let's let these go. When we go back, let's have little Uncle How bring us to steal from a fire phoenix's nest. The children's mood was quite good. They knew that Sure How had stolen from a unique green-scaled eagle's nest and brought back powerful demonic birds like Purple Cloud and Big Ping. Flood Dragon, everyone, hurry and catch them. One of the children shouted loudly and climbed into a small cave. He was trying his hardest to pull on a tail. When the little fellows saw this, they all ran forward and pulled with all their strength. They unexpectedly pulled out a flying python. A pair of wings could be seen, and it spat out poison from its mouth. Sure How's forehead immediately creased. This group of brats was truly wild. They dared to catch anything. They continued along and entered the mountain range depths. Sure How carried a medicine basket on his back and tossed a few of the milk babies into it. He also held on and placed one on his shoulder as well, or else they would definitely become too tired. Sable! Wow, what a powerful beast! One of the children shouted. In that direction was a sable that was covered in resplendent purple light. The tiger-sized creature seemed like it was carved out of jade. A terrifying aura was being released from its body as it confronted their group. However, after giving Sure How a few looks, it was ultimately left with no choice but to surrender and disappear into the forest. That fellow is so savage. Look, guys, there are so many bones of vicious beasts next to the cave it lived in. So powerful. There are still a few young ones inside too that haven't been born too long ago. They haven't even opened their eyes yet. The children cried out in excitement as they tried to outdo one another. However, they were stopped by Sure How. If you guys bring back its young, the mother sable will go crazy. Oh, that would be really sad. If it loses its children, it will definitely feel very bad. One of the milk babies said softly. Sure How laughed and said, "We can bring back one." He pointed towards one sable cub that was particularly weak. It was clear that it was born weaker than the others and would die at any time. One of the children carried it out and handed it over to Sure How. After feeding it a bit of little devil wine, it immediately became drunk, but its vital energy became a lot better. Let's go. It is about to die either way, so it shouldn't be a problem if we bring it away. Sure How lead the children on their way. Wow! This little sable has 3 eyes, only the one between its brows had not opened yet. It's so special. It really is special. One of the children cried out. Because of that outburst, the small fellows all surrounded it and became incomparably happy. Sure How naturally knew that this small sable was still quite special. If it was raised within the village, it might become useful in the future. Sure How was at the late stage engravement realm and quite strong, so he naturally went where he wished within the great wastelands without much worry. He used precious artifacts to bring the children into the depths of the primitive mountain range. The strong smell of blood assailed their nostrils. There were 2 enormous vicious beasts that died miserably, and blood completely dyed the ground in red. Sure How was shocked. Among them was a mutated scaled leopard that was entirely red and flickering with divine splendor. The other was gold and curling with electricity. It was a well-known archaic descendant, Lightning Hound. The great wastelands are truly cruel. These 2 powerful descendants fought and took each other's lives. Let's take a look and see why these 2 fought so viciously. They began to search about, and soon after, Sure How noticed something. The children also had sharp eyes and noticed a lightning hound nest. Golden multicolored lights flickered about, and several shaggy golden little things were pitifully gazing outwards. Lightning Hound's children. There's a total of 4 of them. Now Big Yellow has companions. The children cheered. If it was a few years ago, Sure How would have felt some restraining fear upon seeing these lightning hounds, but now that his cultivation realm was higher, he naturally didn't possess such feelings. Let's bring them all back. If we can raise them, they can definitely protect our village. This time, the children all began to grin from ear to ear in joy. Behind them, even Pihu, Snot Baby, Huzi, and the others' gazes became fiery. These young creatures would even make them go crazy, and they made their moves one after another as well. These individuals did not search for that mutated scaled leopard's nest. However, they did drive away a 10-jong tall black bear. After fighting a bit, the old bear became completely submissive. They didn't make things too difficult for it and allowed it to go. Uncle Ho, Uncle Snot, and Huzi, you guys aren't good enough. Your harvests aren't as good as ours. The group of children provoked. Let's go. Continue. The children shouted. By the time the sun was about to set, they all had great harvest. They either held large bird eggs or hugged precious young beasts. Smiles bloomed everywhere. Look, our lightning hounds are running so fast. The group of children were on their way back to Stone Village under the sunset, loaded with their findings. Running around them were 4 lightning hounds with golden fur. They were bumping and tumbling among themselves like streaks of lightnings. When my purple sable grows up, it will definitely be more awesome, said a small girl. Her large eyes blinked as she held the sable cub. Your creatures aren't good enough. Look, this here is the egg of a red feather crane. In the future, it will give birth to a powerful descendant. There was another youngster who was hugging a glittering crimson egg. I say, my tigerling is still the best. It will probably evolve into a white tiger with the noblest of bloodlines. Another small fellow was holding a tiger cub that hadn't opened its eyes yet. The sinking sun touched the horizon, elongating the shadows of the group of villagers. None of them returned empty-handed as they came back to the village under the tinted red evening glow. The village was full of bustling and hustling movements. As soon as Sure How put down the medicinal basket on his back, the 4 toddlers ran into the village shouting, "Mom, I'm hungry. I want milk. This made the villagers laugh loudly. When they saw all the rare young beasts and bird eggs that the children brought back, they were shocked and worried. They were a bit scared that they wouldn't be able to control these creatures when they grew up. Relax, there's nothing to worry about. None of these creatures are of the savage sort. In addition, with Aunt Green-Scaled Eagle to look after them, they can form a group of descendants. Xianxia was not all that concerned. Regardless, they still had the willow deity to guard the village in the end. Xianxia had returned, and after today he only had 2 days left before he would enter the Void God realm for his decisive battle. This was clearly going to be a great battle, one that surpassed any danger he had encountered before. This was not only a battle of personal vendetta, but also one that would determine his very fate. He did not cultivate when he returned. Instead, he allowed himself to loosen up and did not preoccupy his mind with any tasks. The only thing left for him to do was to return to a natural state, one that could release his innate capabilities. Xianxia reverted back to that devilish brat, with a pack of little brats around him. At night, they would eat roast meat around a bonfire. Unknowingly, he had created a group of devilish brats. Uncle Hao, I heard that you still secretly drank beast milk when you were 10 years old. Is that true? Asked one of the milk babies after just running over from his mother. The toddler wiped away the milk stains from his mouth. Ha ha! The children roared in laughter. Even Dazhuang, Qingfeng, and the others standing afar could not help but laugh. As the most powerful expert within the youth and the pride of the village, this kind of awkward story was a stain on his reputation that would stay with him for the rest of his life. How could Xianxia endure this in front of these little brats? It was especially embarrassing when a toddler moved closer and suggested in a secretive tone, "Uncle Hao, I'll steal some milk for you, but you have to promise to bring me out to play again tomorrow." The people there all erupted into laughter. Xianxia couldn't take it anymore and flicked the toddler's head. "Little brat, go over there." "Hi hey." Haha. In the end, Xianxia made a surprising and bold decision. When the crowd had practically all dispersed, he went into the mountain with an enormous jar. Early the next morning, the first strand of light appeared. The eastern sky was soon dyed red, and the smell of milk rose from the small courtyard at the head of the village. Xianxia had hung a large jar over the bonfire and was currently simmering beast milk inside. Smells so good. Needless to say, he couldn't allow others to see this, for he was going to drink all of it himself. His thoughts began to drift back to his childhood, and he found himself back in that worryless state. As Xianxia returned to a natural state of mind and released all his worries, another individual within the Great Wastelands was also adjusting the condition of his body to its peak. In reality, the distance between the two was not all that great, for they were only several thousand li apart. Xianxia was walking slowly through the western border without any thoughts of searching for his clan's first ancestral ground. He was a child of Stone Clan, moreover one under the purest line of descent. As he searched through all types of ancient texts and clues, he found himself traveling west. His dual pupils that could see through all types of fabrication had brought him here. Unfortunately, he still passed by this place, deviating several thousand li from the location. He was returning to his home, and right now, he wanted to find a safe enough location where he could enter the Void God realm to kill the little brother that had gone missing for so many years. That individual is so powerful. Could he be the one that has killed Senior Grey Flood Dragon? The voice came from a group of human-shaped creatures. The bloody aura they emanated was undulating like a vast ocean. Moments later, sky-high flames erupted from where they were, melting several mountains into magma. The 10 or so creatures were caught up within and completely wiped out. A bunch of my subordinates died. They weren't given any chance to fight back and were completely annihilated with a single strike. Even the great flame separation formation they arranged that could kill pure-blooded creatures directly exploded. This individual really is scary. Up on a mountain peak several thousand li away, a pure-blood creature muttered to himself with a face full of astonishment and shock. In his hand was a symbol bone, and currently it had cracked, signifying that his subordinates had died. On an even higher mountaintop, a man was sitting cross-legged on a giant rock. Divine flames blazed about, as if ready to burn through the 9 heavens. He had an extremely awe-inspiring bearing, as if he was a descended heavenly deity. "Senior," The pure-blood creature looked up at him. I already know. I felt their bitter cries right before their deaths and saw their last moments. It isn't that person.
This is a dual-pupiled individual, said the male sitting on top of the large rock. He was as steady as a rock within the divine flames. Scarlet flames jumped about within his pupils, and within them were scenes of the sun, moon, and stars being burned to eradication.
What? A dual-pupiled human?
After these countless long years, the dual-pupiled deity from the ancient era has reappeared. That pure-blooded creature was visibly shaken. Those are extremely powerful dual pupils.
I saw the power to obliterate everything within those eyes. The voice of the male on top of the large rock was soft. In reality, this was only a youth. While submerged under those divine flames, one could only see his tall outline and not his real appearance. Not even the pure-blooded creature under him could see through the flames. It's even better this way. He will be my target as well. I want him to become one of my followers as well, he said. The pure-blooded creature on the mountain peak alone felt his scalp go numb. His mind was greatly shaken. This master of his always acted completely unrestrained. However, he truly had the ability to do so. Are you going to catch him now, master? The pure-blooded creature asked. It's too late. His dual pupils activated an ancient treasure that opened up a passageway into the void, and he already disappeared. The male on top of the large rock gazed into the great wasteland horizon and said, I already know who they are. Even though it hadn't been long since they arrived in the wasteland region, they only needed to investigate a bit before learning that two supreme youths were going to fight a decisive battle. This was how he deduced a conclusion. When the time comes, I will leave for the Void God realm. When the crucial motion arrives, I will bring both of them away. The youth within the divine flames was extremely conceited. He stood up and began to survey the great wasteland. Fairy Yuchan will surely show up, reminded the pure-blood creature. She is my primary target. The voice of the man on the large rock was resounding. The flame immediately soared and burnt through all the clouds in the sky. The world was immediately covered in red, smothering the 9 heavens. The sky battlefield was definitely going to be a place of great action. There was going to be more than a single great battle. Capital of Stone Country, the martial imperial manor. Shuri had returned. The great treasures and magical artifacts from the ancient deity's era on him did not surprise anyone because he had dual pupils. After more than a dozen years, no one knew just how many secret treasures he had discovered because of them. Yu has returned. The battle will definitely be won and no one can stop that. He will definitely win this battle. Yu will kill his enemy and rise to greatness within the great wasteland. He will step onto an unrivaled divine path and evolve his great Tao. He will create his own legend. These words came from his relatives and spread throughout the entire capital like resounding thunder. The countdown of the great battle everyone was watching had started. They were from the same race. However, these words were too fierce and somewhat excessive, drawing gazes from everyone. Stone Country capital was full of commotion today. The restlessness and activity began to spread into the distance, stirring up the various regions within the great wasteland. Sure, how in the dual-pupiled individual were about to battle. Who was strong and who was weak would be revealed soon. The same day, an imperial edict was transmitted from Stone Country Imperial City to Martial Imperial Manor. Shuri was granted the title of Peerless Lord. Once news of this decree spread, the entire country was stirred up and the surrounding country were stirred up soon after. Everyone was shocked, for this title was too severe and fierce. Stone Emperor granted him the title of Peerless Lord right before the decisive battle. So was this a sign of approval? Before this, Stone Emperor had never declared his stance. However, at such a crucial point, he released this kind of decree, so how could this not make people speculate? Did this represent his stance? Or was it his attitude towards the fight? The entire world was discussing this topic. Before this, he granted Shur the title of Heavenly Lord, and even added the word Wasteland before it. With the 3 words Wasteland, Heavenly Lord, what other title could compare? He could only grant out the Peerless Lord title, right? Is Stone Emperor trying to treat him equally without favoring one over the other by giving out this title of Peerless Lord? If the dual-pupiled individual wins, then this Peerless Lord title would be too overbearing. He will not only take on the position of Stone Emperor in the future, he would probably control an even greater amount of land. This title created an enormous disturbance, leaving Stone Country capital in complete unrest. Peerless Lord, Ear is unrivaled in this world. Who could contest against him? No one is comparable. The martial imperial manners people were naturally extremely excited. The title was definitely a type of acknowledgement. Dual-pupiled individuals are natural-born deities and would inevitably rise to greatness.
No one could stop his advance, and his road would definitely be a glorious one. It will illuminate the world and be forever recorded in history. Shiyi's relatives were all filled with enthusiasm. Inside the manor, Shiyi stood alone in front of a window. In his hand was a decree.
The front side had the title Peerless Lord, and there was another character on the back. Humane. Was this a warning? A faint smile appeared on the edge of his lips. His eyes were burning fiercely like two heavenly swords. They swept over the decree and silently turned it into ashes. Ear. Have you decided to enter the Void God realm from the manor? His father appeared.
No, I will go to the demonic spirit lake. I won't feel at ease here. I do not wish to be disturbed in the slightest during the decisive battle. Shiyi turned around and looked at his father. Immediately after, his eyes lit up. Two halberds flew out from his pupils, and after making contact with each other, endless symbols erupted. They then merged together to form a magical artifact. All types of symbols appeared. Divine light flickered, and a sacred path was opened. This magical artifact was extremely mysterious. It could allow one to travel through the void. A moment later, he vanished from where he was standing into the void created by the magical artifact. A magical artifact created from the primordial symbol bone of a void beast.
It truly is shocking. Someone within the manor cried out. Demonic Spirit Lake was located deep within a wild and uncivilized location. It was a restricted zone that was terrifying and mysterious. Few creatures from other races dared to approach this place after all these years, because if they did, they would simply be digging their own graves. With a flicker of holy radiance, a magical artifact penetrated through space and brought out a youth. After descending onto the mountainous region, he began to advance slowly. This place was extremely quiet and secluded with not many enormous beasts in sight. Two enormous mountains towered in front of him like gates. Between the two mountains was an enormous web that was silvery white and translucent. Sacred Spiderweb Gate.
This was the entrance to Demonic Spirit Lake, an enormous divine spider web. It is rumored that it could encompass the heavens and cover the seas. It could surround practically anything. It was obvious that this wasn't Shiyi's first time here.
Demonic spiders emerged as soon as he approached the gate. There was no need for words. They enthusiastically welcomed him inside. An enormous lake came into sight. Spiritual essence filled the place. This was the scene behind the gate. The great lake was silvery white.
Spiritual essence existed in dense quantities here. A few spiders were crawling about on the lake's surface, glistening brightly as they absorbed its divine essence. This was precisely Demonic Spirit Lake.
The entire lake was created from spiritual energy, so there was a nearly endless amount of essence here. Cultivating here would allow one's cultivation speed to quickly advance. Broken walls could be seen by the shore. These were from a dilapidated palace, and they hinted at the glory of the ancient era. Even though the palace was in terrible condition, there was no lack of life force here. There was a large net on each wall, and laying on them were terrifying spiders. This place was full of blood essence. Legend has it that deities lived here endless years ago. In the end, their divine palace collapsed and became ruins. The gods and devils all departed from this place. Of course, this place was not in total ruin. Within the greatest depths, there were more than 10 grand and majestic heavenly palaces that still stood tall. A hazy light emanated from them. One of them in particular was suspended in midair. It was rumored to have existed since the time when archaic gods and devils contended for supremacy. It had not fallen after suffering the endless torment of time. This was the heavenly palace of the Demonic Spirit Lake, as well as its most important location. Outsiders could not enter this place, or else they would be killed without discussion. The rules were so severe that even if pure-blooded demonic spiders wanted to get closer, they still had to make a report to their superiors. Otherwise, they would be bringing a disaster onto themselves. This was a place of utmost secrecy. A large golden spider appeared from within the central heavenly palace and laid out a great resplendent path that led directly to Shi-Yi's feet. It allowed Shi-Yi to enter this solemn and sacred place. Rocks were floating one after another around the palace. The sky was already dark by now, and so they began to light up. They were like a heavenly constellation as they flickered with symbols and revolved around the palace. Above the central palace was another web that was almost completely transparent. Unless one's cultivation was high, one simply wouldn't even see it. It was as thin as hair as it surrounded the enormous palace like divine chains. After this battle, we will hold a celebration for your sake. You are the number one in your generation. The great golden spider smiled as he spoke in an extremely carefree manner. I thank Martial Uncle for his praise. Shi-Yi solemnly paid his respects. Had any other people been here to witness this scene, they would definitely be dumbfounded. The giant golden spider's background was astonishing, and he had lived for an extremely long time. Yet he now willingly became Shi-Yi's martial uncle. I await the day you become the lord of this wasteland region. You will rule over the land under the heavens and submerge countries with your presence, said the great golden spider. He then turned around and looked towards the limits of Demonic Spirit Lake. Pass down this message. Send an invitation to all of the archaic divine mountains. In 2 days, I will arrange a feast to celebrate the unrivaled glory will seize. Martial Uncle, it is still too early. It won't be too late to celebrate after the battle ends, said Shi-Yi. Some of their locations are rather far away, so let's just send out the invitation first so they can start their departures earlier. The great golden spider turned around and looked at Shi-Yi. There shouldn't be any accidents during this battle, right? I'm sure you can just directly kill him. Who can foresee what will happen before it does? I believe that I am without equal, but even though I hold this faith, I still should not act carelessly, Shi-Yi calmly spoke. Soon after, people everywhere began to discuss animatedly among themselves. Demonic Spirit Lake had sent out several invitations, and they were all sent out towards the most remote archaic divine mountains to invite their supreme experts. This was truly an act of great confidence. Many people became speechless upon hearing about this. What can Shi-Yi bring to this battle? His physical body, which is his greatest strength, is only equal to the dual-pupil individuals. What else could he possibly have? There were people who were clearly biased towards Shi-Yi. These people gave examples of support one after another. They all believed that the golden body refining liquid had made Shi-Yi perfect without any weaknesses. Comparatively speaking, the body of a dual-pupiled individual should be weaker, yet he was able to fight against Shi-Yi in physical toughness. If they fought with each other on other aspects, the dual-pupiled individual would undoubtedly hold the advantage. Dual pupils can split apart heaven and earth and bring natural power to all living things. This kind of divine might is unfathomable, so how can Shi-Yi even defend himself? The supreme being bone in particular creates an even greater disparity. One lost their primordial true bone, while the other has improved and molded it for himself to make his body flawless. Before this decisive battle had even begun, the outside world was already buzzing with excitement. They were carrying out heated debates about who would become victorious. It went without saying that Shi-Yi held the advantage. This was an undeniable fact. What he had Shi-Yi did not have, while what Shi-Yi did not have he did have. Finally, the day of the decisive battle had arrived. The real world seemed to immediately become quiet. After clamoring with noise for several days, the major sects, manners, and ancient countries became quiet. All signs of the discussions had vanished. It was as if everyone had disappeared off the face of the earth. It was because they had all entered the Void God realm. Today, the Void God realm was packed to the brim, something that had never been seen before. Every passageway was crammed as young talents appeared in the Pure Land one after another. That's the Tuoba ancient family's retired clan leader. He actually made an appearance. Who cares about that? Look over there. The true master of the Western Beast Mountain has come. It is actually that enormous old white tiger. Are your eyes closed? Those characters are insignificant.
There is no lack of pure-blooded creatures that arrived here, and a few respected sect masters personally came. When one looked down on this place, they would find a large expanse of figures. There were creatures of all types, and they were moving together. Several hundred to 1,000 creatures had appeared, for this was a grand occasion that was rarely seen in many, many years. Everyone held their breaths in anticipation. This day would definitely affect all of the Wasteland region, and this battle would be recorded in history. Regardless of the result, the two individuals were the brightest focal point of this day. He arrived. The dual-pupiled individual has appeared. Everyone cried out in astonishment. They couldn't help but move aside to make a path. Shiyi's body was tall and slender, yet his physique was quite strong as well. His steps were majestic. A head of thick black hair fluttered about, and his eyes were covered in a mist, as if they were suffused with primal chaos. He walked over step by step, as if he was a heavenly deity descending into this world of mortals. He possessed the grandeur of a ruler. Even though he was still young, many older generation characters felt like they were under great pressure. Dangerous, exceedingly dangerous. This was the feeling these experts received from their sharp senses. In particular, after seeing those pupils, everyone's hearts trembled. It was as if they could see the sun, moon, and stars being destroyed within them. There was an enormous golden spider at his side that accompanied him the entire way here. Apart from the giant spider, there was also a group of humanoid creatures, and all of them were releasing terrifying auras. Demonic Spirit Lake's powerful figures had arrived, and they were all in humanoid forms. Not far away, there was an old woman on crutches who was looking in this direction. Grandma Xihua from Heaven Mending Sect. No wonder the Demonic Spirit Lake doesn't look worried at all despite the Wasteland region going into turmoil. It seems like they have some form of insurance through Shiyi. Someone muttered this softly. Those that knew a bit more revealed serious expressions. With Shiyi's arrival, one of the main characters had appeared. They were now only waiting for how so that this decisive battle could begin. Woo, there are so many people here. The sect masters and other monsters have arrived. This is a rare sight that can only be seen every couple hundred or so years. Everyone knew that this was a battle on the divine level. Once this battle began, it would lead to great aftereffects. In the distance, roars shook the heavens. Golden light shone resplendently as more than a dozen nine-headed lions appeared. They stood in their respective positions to observe the battlefield. Rainbow divine light swept across the sky. Several enormous peacocks took to the sky and circled from above. Sacred multicolored splendor scattered down below them. In another direction, white jade dragon elephants roared. They carried a few cultivators that emanated precious radiance, and these individuals were overlooking this place. Looking into the distance, one would find creatures like Yazi, Pisho, and Swan and I. They were all enormous like mountains with terrifying auras. Radiant light shot out whenever their eyes opened and closed, creating a rather intimidating effect. This still couldn't be considered much. As time passed, more and more terrifying creatures appeared. Chariots rumbled one after another as they traveled through the sky and parked in front. The ones pulling the carts were all enormous beasts and birds, and divine servants accompanied them. Brilliant light shone in all directions as they released exuberant amounts of energy. The supreme experts of the archaic divine mountains had appeared, and they did not come by themselves. Chariots came one after another in succession, releasing a terrifying pressure that made others tremble and shudder in fear. At this moment, the entire realm was full of creatures. They were everywhere and in countless numbers. The appearance of these pure-blooded creatures, moreover being all great figures, truly left the young talents shivering and trembling with fear. They were all completely terrified. This battlefield was just too large. Fiery light flickered about. A burning emperor carriage appeared that released an incredible pressure. The divine flames of the vermilion bird curled up about it. A middle-aged male was sitting within, and at his side stood a young lady dressed in scarlet clothes. The fire emperor has arrived together with a princess. When the voice just faded, another rumbling sound could be heard. Golden divine flames surrounded a stone carriage as it arrived from the skies. The stone emperor had arrived personally to witness this battle. Following that, an ancient tree stretched into the sky. The Wood Clan's emperor had arrived as well.
These creatures weren't of the human race. As they moved, ancient trees stretched across the sky and covered the sun. The Ocean Clan's people appeared soon after. They held golden tridents and traveled on waves as if they were moving across a great sea. Sissy, so lively. This battle really makes people excited. The witch appeared. She was so beautiful that not a single flaw could be seen, as if she was sculpted out of fine white jade. Her tall body was particularly alluring. Since she was here, it went without question that Fairy Yuchan would inevitably appear as well. They were fated enemies that had been opposing each other for a long, long time. With things developing as such, everyone was waiting in anticipation. Where was Shi Hao? The other main character was nowhere to be seen. As time went on, everyone began to stir restlessly. Discussions began to break out one after another. Could it be that he became scared and no longer dared to show himself? Steps descended from the sky, shining with resplendent rays of light. The embodiment of the void god realm's vague and indistinct figure appeared. His tone was indifferent as he said, "The other person had not yet arrived. Has he decided not to fight?" It was obvious that he wasn't happy. His voice was full of displeasure. Everyone was speechless. The embodiment of this realm had even appeared, yet that fellow still acted in such a careless manner. Wasn't this too easygoing? Was he really going to stand everyone up? Hong!
Right at this time, an explosion burst from behind the realm embodiment. A resplendent passage appeared that was surging with holy and auspicious multicolored radiance. No one could see it, but at this moment, the embodiment of this realm's figure went rigid.
A branch nudged him in the bottom, indicating to move out of the way.
Following that, the resplendent light dimmed. A youth with large eyes walked out from the splendid passageway. Everyone was stunned and somewhat stupefied. The sky was covered in specks of light, and these lights scattered downwards like brilliant petals. The passage was shining with resplendent and holy radiance, and Shi Hao walked out with large steps. The domain embodiment's figure went rigid. Just now its butt had been groped. This was inconceivable. What kind of identity did that figure have? There was actually someone who dared to provoke him like this.
A shiver ran down his back. That passageway was just too far. If he had been closer just now, who knows what kind of unthinkable result could have happened. The domain embodiment trembled. Even now, he felt some restraining fear. He was the void god realm's will and extremely powerful, yet there was someone that could take advantage of him. He earnestly thought things over. Might one of the deities that took part in the creation of this spirit world still be alive? But that still shouldn't be correct. If it was a deity, why would it lower itself to do such a thing? Nearby, there were many creatures who were dumbstruck. This fellow was too ridiculous.
He didn't walk a normal path but instead suddenly created this kind of passage.
Dense mist swirled about as Shi Hao walked out from the passageway. His eyes were bright as he looked about. In an extremely narcissistic manner, he yelled, "When the sky roars, the great Shi Hao will make his dazzling entrance." Everyone became speechless.
This fellow truly knew how to stir things up.
Hey, this little bastard's skin is so thick. The creatures from Demonic Spirit Lake were discontent. They were all furious. How did he get here? How can he create a passage in the void god realm?
It seems rather amazing. There were some who were confused. This place stirred with commotion. Shi Hao's entrance was extremely unconventional, making the people there shocked and furious. The multicolored light receded and the passageway disappeared. The domain embodiment's face was rather unpleasant to look at, and only after a long time had passed did he ask, "Why didn't you come here through the true path?"
True path? My body is true, the path is true, so I've always walked the true path. As for why I arrived by air, it's because I had no choice. This place is drowned by people, so I couldn't enter and could only do this, Shi Hao replied. There was not a single hint of a smile on the domain embodiment's face. What he really wanted to ask was who sent this youth in, but how could he do so in front of all the people here?
In the distance, the Fire Emperor, Stone Emperor, and the other experts trembled. They stared at the location where the passage disappeared for a long time and couldn't calm themselves down. "Younger brother, you finally came. I've waited for you for a long time already.
Why don't we start this battle now?" Shuri opened his mouth. The edges of his clothes fluttered behind his standing figure. and his hair flew about. His eyes revealed a malicious glint. Everyone tensed up. They all knew that the true battle had come. All those days of waiting was for this very moment. They were finally going to see who was stronger and who was weaker. Little demon, you've provoked my demonic spirit lake again and again. Today, everything will conclude. I want to see just how much longer you can play your little tricks. In the distance, an enormous spider shouted with hatred. Sure how first killed a black-eyed demonic spider within Stone Country's capital. And then he destroyed their gate and several palaces in the Void God realm. They were absolutely furious. Sure how indifferently glanced over, seeming as if he didn't care in the slightest. This look was full of contempt, and the meaning it implied was that he didn't accept that statement and welcomed the battle. This was simply undisguised disdain. This kind of look was humiliating and one that did not give any face. He completely disregarded all the demonic spiders, making their faces fall ashen and become utterly unpleasant. Go! The domain embodiment shouted loudly. He brought Sure How and Sure E into the heavens, where they then stepped into a golden passageway. At their sides, sweet-smelling lotus flowers drifted about sacred springs. This great golden road led straight into the skies. It was mysterious and sacred, leaving a yearning feeling in everyone's hearts. It was clear that it connected to the sky battlefield. A sky-shattering sound rang out. Many people soared up on their precious artifacts towards the heavens, and many of these were cultivators from great sections. This golden passageway seemed like it could take them into the world of deities. Sure How was rather curious, looking left and right from the domain embodiment side. Sometimes he would even go to the edge of the road to pick a few lotus flowers. This filled the domain embodiment's head with creases. Did this fellow really come here to fight with everything on the line? Why did he not seem nervous in the slightest? Wasn't he a bit too relaxed? Younger brother, it seems like you haven't grown up yet. Still a child. Shuri released a gentle chuckle. The domain embodiment remained silent. One of the two was truly a little devil, while the other was mature to a ridiculous degree. They were both extremely abnormal. What are you worrying so much for? Look, there is a bird over there. Are you going to nag it too? Sure How pointed into the distance at two messy old men that were hiding sneakily within the crowd. These were precisely Coin Elder and Bird Grandpa, and there was a little bird on one of their shoulders. It seemed rather discontent and shouted angrily, "Mind your own damn business." The crowd was completely speechless. This was a really disrespectful bird. Bird Grandpa hurriedly shushed it and told it not to say stupid things. Sure How's group seemed to have entered the 9 heavens on this great golden road. They entered a mysterious domain where hazy mists fluttered about and strong winds blew ferociously. Those that followed over could not enter the golden passageway, because this was not prepared for them. They could only fly on their own precious artifacts. However, the higher they went, the more difficult it became due to the powerful resistance. Not everyone has the qualifications to watch the battle. The domain embodiment merely said this softly. Soon after, at least half the people gave up. They simply couldn't fly on anymore. There was a pressure here that made them feel as if they were being suffocated. This was a mysterious and ancient place. The great golden passageway brought Sure How and Sure E to the outskirts of the heavens. They arrived at an ancient domain. Other than the haze, a ruined building appeared before their eyes. The grand and imposing construct floated in midair, and despite having collapsed, it still gave off a solemn feeling. We've arrived. That place is one of the sky battlefields. The crowd was shocked. The battlefield that floated in the skies was extremely large. It was enough for these two to fight to the end. From what they could see, it was a faint golden color, as if it were cast from divine gold. There were many rules and orders carved in place. The golden stone stage seemed dignified and magnificent. The sky battlefield that has remained dusty for so many years is finally about to be opened again. It really is exciting. I hope that the day when heavenly talents collide will come sooner. In the distance, a divine flame throbbed within the haze. An extremely arrogant youth surveyed the divine level stage. His eyes burned with scarlet flames, as if they could burn through the stars in the heavens. Behind him stood the imposing figures of several powerful pure-blooded creatures. This one isn't large enough.
It isn't as large as the one recorded in the records. At another place, the witch muttered to herself. Her beautiful and seductive eyes bloomed with an astonishing radiance. Next to her was a middle-aged male. He seemed like an existence detached from this world, almost like an immortal. He said, the scope of the stage's area is related to the cultivator's cultivation realms. With a flash, Shi and Shi Hao seemed to have simultaneously stepped onto the battlefield. The two were separated by quite a distance as they confronted each other. This dusty battlefield was suffused with killing intent after what seemed like just a moment. The faint golden battlefield and enormous centerstone were vast and fierce. They flickered with heavy and ancient symbols to prevent shockwaves from leaking outside the stage. Who do you think will win?
What will be the end result? This was the question many people were wondering about. They had discussed this continuously over the past few days, and they were going to get the results soon. I think that the dual-pupiled individual has 8 times the chance of winning. After all, he is truly strong and balanced in all aspects. On the other side, even though Shi Hao is rather stunning, he lost his supreme being bone and lacks essential knowledge. This was a thought that a large portion of the crowd shared. They all felt that Shi Hao was inherently weaker and in an inferior position. Not necessarily. After losing his supreme being bone back then, Shi Hao's body was in a dying state. He should have died, yet he survived and still became a supreme youth. Since he managed to create a miracle, I believe that he will show us another amazing sight. His chances of victory aren't small. There were naturally those that were on the other side and favored Shi Hao. There were heated discussions everywhere as they analyzed this battle. After evaluating everything they knew, they felt that the odds were 7 or 8 to 1 in Shi Yi's favor, for he was just too outstanding. His natural circumstances were just too perfect. On the stage, the two figures turned into beams of light. They were like two comets as they collided, erupting with dazzling radiance. The explosion that resulted was thunderous. Hong! This was unlike any ordinary confrontation, but rather like the collision of two archaic divine mountains. The entire world rumbled in resonance, and incomparably intense shockwaves that left everyone greatly shaken were released. With this attack, haze roiled and divine light surged. The divine force that resulted was too terrifying as they battered down like boundless ocean waves. It didn't seem like something that humans could produce. After a period of time, peace was restored to that place. The various streaks of light disappeared, and the only thing left were two figures in distant confrontation. Everyone was overwhelmed. The power just now left many people shaken. If it were themselves up there, they would have most likely died. That one strike was just too difficult to defend against. Little brother, only a month has passed, but your physical strength has become even stronger. Shi Yi's eyes flickered with light. A type of annihilating power could be seen within them. You've used the golden body liquid again? Shi Hao revealed a look of shock. Afterwards, the two sank into a state of silence. However, many people noticed that their auras were climbing and becoming increasingly terrifying. Shi Hao's clothes began to flutter about, making him look like a revived deity. Shi was in a similar state. His pores widened and streaks of divine light gushed outwards. His entire body seemed like it was taking in and sending out divine flames as he resonated with the world and received its natural force. You absolutely cannot hold back. Hurry and kill him. From the distance, the large golden spider said to itself. Besides, it were several supreme experts. It was obvious that their relationships with demonic Spirit Lake were excellent. Golden Spider Brother, we've received your invitation. Once this battle ends, we will definitely attend and celebrate. I believe that it will definitely be a grand occasion. This youth named Shi will definitely rise to greatness. He is worthy of his matchless reputation. Another supreme expert nodded and spoke. Hong! Shi Yi's palm became purple. Multicolored light gushed out, as if purple energy had arrived from the east. It possessed an unrivaled aura as it struck out with terrifying power. Currently, his divine might was astonishing and difficult to block. Forget about the sky battlefield, even those that were watching trembled. They could feel the horrifying energy. What kind of precious technique is this? It's so powerful. With a wang sound, at what seemed to be the same time, scarlet multicolored lights erupted from Shi Hao's location. It was as if he was being reborn through flames as an incomparably powerful divine force swept out. He raised his right palm and pressed outwards. Recreated on his scarlet palm was an ancient symbol that flickered with an astonishing fiery light. The fluctuations in the sky battlefield were incredibly intense. The battle between the two youths seemed like a battle between a soaring eagle and a mountain-smashing ape. Their fast and ferocious attacks left everyone shaken.
Hong divine light erupted, and it was as if the heavens itself were blasted open.
The two individuals traded attacks and shot all over the battlefield. They both seized every opportunity and released ferocious attacks while moving. The scene affected everyone's minds greatly. The center of Shi Yi's palm flickered with purple radiance.
A mist curled up as if a great purple cloud was being formed. The haze began to blur the entire sky battlefield. His body was as strong as a dragon's, and he moved like lightning. His feet were a foot above the ground as he quickly shot forward with his right arm striking outwards. His entire body was enveloped in purple multicolored light, and it was exuding energy that was so ferocious that it was a bit horrifying. Shi Hao released a grunt and charged in a similar manner. Scarlet multicolored light submerged his body, and his arm shone with sparkling light.
The ancient symbol at the center of his palm shone to meet his opponent head-on. He didn't back off in the slightest. Right at that moment, everyone could hear what seemed to be the roars of a dragon and the cries of a phoenix resounding through the air. The two individuals attacked each other ferociously and continuously collided. Light continuously erupted between the two of them. Floating in the void around them were ancient symbols that were imprinted within this world. They embodied great Daos and were resonating with the two of them. The two individuals' fight was truly world-shaking.
They had just begun, yet the most terrifying and great divine abilities were already revealed. Gusts of wind smashed about and auspicious multicolored lights surged. Everyone felt dizzy from what they saw and were extremely astonished.
All of them began to wonder how many of them could take their attacks at their cultivation realm. Needless to say, these two were truly supreme youths. Shi Yi's eyes revealed an indifferent expression. His legs stomped on the ground and caused the earth to quake. The entire battlefield began to tremble, and countless symbols extended beneath his feet. See, everyone sucked in a cold breath. Forget about a normal battlefield, even an archaic demonic peak would be shattered. However, the sky battlefield was completely unaffected with only symbols flickering about. His strength is so great. That kind of electricity indicates that he originally could have stepped onto this battlefield, but was only being stopped by symbols. Right at that time, Shi Hao soared into the air. He could feel a powerful force smashing at him from underneath like an enormous sledgehammer. Shi Yi's black hair drifted behind him. His eyes became even colder as he directly rushed into the air. His entire being was like a streak of lightning as he charged at Shi Hao murderously. When they collided this time, both of their arms continuously shook. In just a split second, over 1,000 exchanges were made. It was incomparable and at a speed where no one could keep up. Finally, the entire world was blasted by thunder. Purple radiance and scarlet multicolored light erupted as if two stars had smashed together. The two individuals flew out backwards. This strike did not decide the battle, but was rather the beginning. Now, the true confrontation's curtains had been raised. Shi Yi's feet stepped on the void, and each time his foot descended, a dull sound would be heard. It didn't sound like he was stepping on air, but rather as if he was stepping on a divine drum, making people's souls tremble. What a terrifying foot technique. What kind of divine ability is this? Someone from the crowd asked. Shi Yi pressed forward, and with each step, his power would increase by a large amount. During his fourth step, this entire place trembled in response. Even Shi Hao's expression changed. This kind of precious technique was extremely terrifying, as its power seemed to continuously increase. It almost seemed like every step could cause the entire world to rumble and almost shatter. He couldn't endure it anymore and rushed forward murderously. A glaring red streak of light flew out from his palm and hacked at Shi Yi. The sound of a bird cry followed the attack. Shi Yi released a low grunt. His right arm shone with purple light, and it was as if a barbaric dragon had revived as he faced the attack with his finger. With a large explosion sound, it made contact with the red light and created a dazzling eruption of radiance. At the same time, he took his fifth step. The world seemed to explode with the sound of death, as if 1,000 people were roaring at the same time. Everyone began to shiver inwardly. It was clearly just a step, yet such an abnormal effect was produced. It left everyone dumbstruck and horrified. Honk! When Shiyi's sixth step lowered, the space around them released a cracking sound. A purple mist filled the air and covered everything. Those are Qilin steps, someone cried out after finally recognizing the divine ability. Xianxia was currently feeling an extremely great pressure, as if he was being crushed under tens of thousands of mountains. It felt as if he couldn't even breathe as he faced this seemingly unending pressure. Kill! Following a short shout, Xiyi took his seventh step. Killing intent overflowed into the heavens, and a roar that sounded like 3,000 devils shouting shook the world. It was as if all living things were going to be extinguished and this world was turning back in time. It was just too horrifying. All types of symbols rose within the sky battlefield and formed an enormous curtain of light. It surrounded that area, or else large numbers of cultivators would immediately explode. This was the Qilin Steps technique. It possessed an unmeasurable might that could destroy the world and exterminate all enemies. Xiao's chest was in great pain as he faced this extraordinary pressure. He continuously made imprints as his body staggered in reverse. Eventually, a strand of blood could be seen on the corners of his lips. What? Even someone as strong as Xiao was injured. In the distance, the people were shocked. Everyone looked at their own cultivation realms, especially the pure-blooded creatures that had fought against Xiao before. They knew how terrifying he was, yet he was actually injured. This is an archaic vicious technique, the true Qilin technique that is not passed down among descendants. It's the pure-blooded Qilin's divine ability. Someone cried out in astonishment. Perhaps this really was the correct explanation. Xiyi had obtained the Qilin technique, and at this moment, a portion of its power was revealed. It shook the entire world and made all the cultivators present tremble. How heaven-defying was the Qilin precious technique. It was actually in the hands of a human. Hadn't this long been lost in transmission? Soon after, everyone recalled that Xiyi was a dual-pupiled individual and that his eyes could see through all things fabricated and into the source. He most likely used those eyes to pry into the great power left behind by the Qilin. Hold on, it seems like a damaged Qilin technique. It isn't complete. In the distance, a supreme expert opened his mouth. When his eyes opened and closed, brilliant light would shoot out. Blood leaked out from the corner of Xiao's lips, but he did not fall back. Instead, he roared and spat out a gush of scarlet flames. It formed a divine bird and smashed forward. He did not become dejected in any way and seemed rather unaffected as he fiercely attacked Xiyi. His own body seemed to have become a huge scarlet flame. Honglong, the divine bird that flew from Xiao's mouth, halted Xiyi's steps. It brought with it endless flames and made his Qilin steps sluggish, unable to display their full power. Meanwhile, Xiao's body was extremely strong and powerful. He was like an invincible vermilion bird as he soared into the air. That's the vermilion bird's precious technique. Many people cried out. They were so shocked that their jaws almost dropped onto the ground. They had just seen the great Qilin precious technique, yet now they saw the use of another precious technique, the vermilion bird's precious technique. It truly was shocking. Xiao's entire body was blazing with flames that emitted terrifying energy. His body was like scarlet jade as it released a precious sparkling luster. He possessed a forceful and thunderous might. Within the terrifying flames were streaks of electricity. Honk! His movements were too fast. As he charged violently, his palms were like wings. The winds began to stir around, and the heavens seemed like they were going to be shattered. This time, Xiyi was sent flying after being struck by his opponent's fiery wing. He was like a kite with its strings cut loose and was almost struck outside the sky battlefield. Blood flowed out from the corner of his lips, which he wiped off with his sleeve. His face was full of shock, but soon after, indifference returned to his eyes. He once again soared up murderously at Xiao. The vermilion bird's fourfold barrage was actually used to such a high level. Despite being young, his abilities are to be respected. Just how powerful is his physique? In the distance, the Fire Emperor sat on top of a chariot within jumping divine flames. He had never cultivated the fourfold barrage himself, but he knew of its existence from ancient records.
Those that did not have physiques on par with the vermilion bird could not cultivate it, or else their body would inevitably be destroyed. This greatly shocked the Fire Emperor. Hualinga sat down and said in a soft voice, "Father, do you think he can win?" "It's not easy to say." The Fire Emperor shook his head. "Oho!" After a low roar, a purple Qilin appeared behind Shi. It was divine and dignified, as if it was a revived heavenly deity overlooking its enemies. At this moment, there wasn't any point in holding back. The Qilin technique was revealed to the world. Meanwhile, Shi was fearless as well. His arms moved as if they were fiery wings. He released a shout, and a fiery vermilion bird appeared behind him. It was bright red and resplendent. The enormous vermilion bird was vivid and lifelike, and its body covered the horizon. Embodiments of techniques. Everyone became overwhelmed with shock. These two individuals were limited by their cultivation realms, yet they could utilize such world-shocking divine abilities. Shi had merged with the Qilin, becoming as tall as a mountain. At times he would be in human form, and other times he would be a purple Qilin. Meanwhile, Shi had merged with the vermilion bird. At times he would be a strong young man, and at other times a vermilion bird would soar through the air. Peng, a mountainous purple Qilin, surged with purple energy. It was grandiose and valiant as it pounced at the scarlet divine bird. Shi's body merged with the vermilion bird. He used the archaic fourfold barrage to make his body fiery red. He seemed to possess an endless amount of energy. His body was surrounded by symbols as he rushed forward to face his opponent head-on. This was an incredibly great collision. The Qilin roared and the vermilion bird cried. The entire sky began to tremble ferociously, as if it was going to be shattered. The crowd was horrified. The light gold battlefield was constructed from special materials, and it was covered in even more mysterious symbols that could protect against everything. Despite this being the case, there were small cracks that appeared on the cornerstone, shocking everyone to the extreme. Even on a deity-level battlefield, this kind of scene is almost never seen. Grandma Xihua's face changed. She looked towards the quiet girl at her side. Fairy Yuchan had bright eyes and white teeth. Her beautiful hair fluttered about, and her white clothes were like drifting snow. She did not say anything and was extremely calm, and seeing this made Grandma Xihua become less tense as well. Hong! A violent collision rang through the air. The railings of the sky battlefield were shattered into a dozen or so pieces. The domain embodiment was startled, and he personally acted to fix the gap. Kill! In the sky, the purple Qilin and scarlet vermilion bird once again formed their human counterparts. One had purple energy surrounding him, and the other was surrounded in a scarlet haze. They began to exchange attacks in a lightning-like manner, swiftly and ferociously. So intense and terrifying. This is worthy of being a decisive battle between supreme youths. Even precious techniques like these are revealed. It really is shocking. The crowd discussed in a low voice. The fight between these two was just too intense. Their fight has made the skies dark and the sun and moon lightless. Ghosts cried and gods howled. It was as if hell itself had descended onto this world. Who do you guys think will win if this battle continues? Why do I feel like the little one is a bit more ferocious? It seems like his chances of winning are a bit higher. That vermilion bird can simply break through the heavens and smash into the underworld. This battle left everyone dazzled and in a terrified state. Hong! Shi remained calm. He used the archaic vermilion bird's fourfold barrage in a ferocious and overbearing manner. It was utilized with great proficiency and displayed to its greatest power. With a pu sound, Shuri spat out a mouthful of blood. Under his opponent's tyrannical attacks, he suffered an injury. His purple Qilin image began to tremble endlessly. Is the outcome going to be decided? Is the smaller one going to win? Someone cried out in alarm. Impossible. Do you know who Shi is? He is the dual-pupiled youth, and right now he's only using techniques. He still hadn't used his greatest divine ability yet. He will definitely win this battle. Even though you don't want to admit it, it's clear that Shi has a 90% chance of winning. The cruel reality will be revealed soon. The archaic vermilion bird's fourfold barrage versus the Qilin technique. These two individuals fought until the entire sky became muddled and dim. Everything was covered in a hazy fog, and all types of figures flickered about.
With the great battle reaching this stage, all types of strange sights appeared. It was as if ancient monsters crawled out from hell. Figures appeared everywhere, and weeping sounds filled the battlefield. Those figures could clearly be seen around those two individuals. From time to time, they would throw themselves outwards and even threaten those two individuals. When everyone saw this, they all became alarmed. Soon after, some of them became horrified. Their brows creased, as if they thought of something.
In a trembling voice, someone asked, could it be that the legends are true? On the deity-level battlefield, those that passed away were all history's most outstanding heroes.
Their battle souls are almost immortal, and even though their bodies died, their resentment and unwillingness will reappear when great battles like these unfold. These souls will then join in. When this rumor was brought up, it immediately raised an uproar. Many people began to mutter, and brilliant lights shone from within their eyes as they watched those figures carefully. They felt a wave of numbness brush past their scalps. In the distant past, in an entirely different era, just how many outstanding talents like Shi and Shi had died here. Without a doubt, if nothing unusual happened, one among Shi and Shi would join their ranks. When they thought of this possibility, everyone sucked in a cold breath of air. Just the thought of a spirit of such an outstanding talent was scary. They truly possessed the aptitude to overlook the world. Ow! A malicious spirit with disheveled hair threw itself at Shi. Its entire body was covered in scales, and its tyrannical aura penetrated one's bones. Peng Shi released a cold snort. While he fought against his opponent, he swept a leg onto this figure's claw, bringing forth a dazzling light. The void figure scattered and disappeared. They have substance? Upon seeing this, everyone felt their hair stand up straight.
When they confirmed their suspicions, they realized that this truly could disturb the great battle. These were ancient heroic spirits. At the same time, Shi also encountered an attack, moreover two at once. There was a green swan and a flame python.
The green bird's body was like green gold, flickering with cold luster. The scarlet python's body was like flames as it erupted with blazing multicolored light. They both attacked him, one in front and one in the back. This made him suspicious. Could it be that it was because he killed these types of creatures before in the real world that he encountered these strange things here? Shi remained fearless. These weren't actually living creatures in the end. Rather, they were those that were defeated in the ancient era. They had died a long time ago, so their power had long been extinguished. The amount of strength they could display was limited. Hong! His entire body erupted with the vermilion bird's fiery light as he rushed forward with yang force. With a Hong sound, two ancient spirits were set aflame like torches. They eventually turned into ashes. Dang! In the next instant, Shi's palm became purple, upon which an ancient symbol appeared. Powerful divine might was stirred. The shining palms and fingers slammed over, and over 10 purple Qilins appeared. This was a fatal blow, a forbidden magic of the Qilin technique. Rumor has it that if it was perfect and used by the ancestral Qilin, then it would be able to crush an army of devils and gods. Shi's movements were imposing. He quickly rushed over without any sign of retreating. Scarlet symbols flickered about his body, making him as strong as a human-form vermilion bird. Following a long roar, he released his violent attack. He didn't put on any defenses and instead utilized the archaic vermilion bird's fourfold barrage to its limit to fight against Shi. A sonorous sound reverberated throughout this area as soon as the two made contact. Dang! Two palms, one flickering with purple multicolored light, sparkling and translucent, and the other glistening and bright red like blood, ferociously collided. The sky would burst with explosions from time to time, as if this place was going to burst. So powerful! Everyone gasped.
This kind of confrontation was just too terrifying. Dang Chong! When these two met, it would sound like a divine drum was beating. It was as if the sounds of weapons being refined in the heavens were ringing. That kind of resounding noise transmitted through everyone's bones and into their souls. Everyone became dizzy from watching them. As those two individuals flew about, their hearts undulated up and down quickly. It gave them an extremely strange feeling. If a clan had just one supreme youth like this, that would be enough.
However, what these individuals couldn't comprehend was that these were brothers that came from the same clan. Yet they ended up fighting a battle to the death.
Hong! Shuri swooped down from high up in the sky. Surrounding him were 10 Qilins. He unleashed the most severe decisive attack, and the aura around his entire being became utterly terrifying.
The pair of palms seemed to be pushing a roulette of life and death as they smashed towards Shurhao. This was known as the Qilin will during the archaic years, and any individual caught under it would not even be left with a skeleton. This was the first time Shurhao's expression changed. His fiery red body quickly shifted, avoiding his opponent's most powerful attack. The older youth's Qilin-killing blow brushed past and landed on the faintly golden battlefield. With a Hong sound, this place was smashed open. It almost seemed as if a great crater was going to be formed.
Everyone was overwhelmed with horror. The sky battlefield was being destroyed?
The dual-pupiled individual was just too powerful.
Shiyi's Qilin will smashed into the golden cornerstone, but it did not sink any further. His body was flexible and strong, allowing him to quickly stop. One hand propped up the ground and his body stabilized. He then attacked in all directions. With a ping sound, stones flew about everywhere.
The golden cornerstone was shattered, and the body that swept out was almost invincible. It was like a whip as it smashed towards Shurhao. There were 10 Qilins around him the entire time. This was the same as having the body of a Qilin, allowing him to have an incomparably powerful strength. Shurhao's eyes released a cold glint. His essence energy was surging, and with a skillful leap, he soared high into the air. He then ferociously stamped down on Shiyi's body. The strike was incredibly efficient and ruthless, imposing and direct. Boo! A frantic gale appeared, whistling through the heaven and earth. The golden cornerstone below cracked apart and was stirred into the air. Shiyi was like a spinning top as he slightly spun around. He then rushed towards the sky after barely avoiding Shurhao's feet. Moreover, he took this chance to quickly make his own move. The Qilin steps emerged, and he once again stepped forward continuously. Each step made the entire world resonate. Hong! Hong! This time he directly took 8 steps towards Shurhao.
It was more terrifying than last time, causing his blood to surge and flow out from his mouth. Moreover, a divine wheel appeared within Shiyi's hands. This was a divine wheel that could suppress and kill gods and devils.
It had reappeared and was directly smashed over. Shurhao quickly backed off, avoiding this killing blow. However, Shiyi's legs were extremely quick. The sleeves of his immortal clothes fluttered about, and his arms seemed like they propped up the sky. The divine will quickly smashed down with incomparable force. Hong! He suddenly tossed it outwards. The Qilin will flew out and almost smashed into Shurhao. It flew for an extremely long distance. 10 or so railings were destroyed, leaving the sky battlefield in a terrible state. Just when everyone had thought that the confrontation had finally eased a bit, another intense confrontation erupted. Shurhao's eyes narrowed. He had just avoided the Qilin wheel and earned a breather, yet the opposing Shiyi's 2 arms reached out, as if they were trying to slice his opponent at the waist. Shurhao suddenly raised his hand. He also hacked them outwards to slice off Shiyi's head. However, Shiyi suddenly kicked over. It was just too fast. His right leg kicked out in reverse like a scorpion tail, ferocious and accurate. The attack was forceful and severe. Within the woo-woo sounds, 10 Qilins appeared. The leg arrived as fast as lightning.
Ping Shurhao quickly moved backwards and the 10 Qilins almost brushed past his body. They did not make contact with his body, but the scorpion tail-like reverse kick struck him in the shoulder. This kick contained all of Shiyi's spiritual essence and an incomparable amount of divine force. This strike was extremely fierce and accurate, just like his natural character. Even a piece of divine gold would be deformed from this kick or even fracture, because this attack was just too powerful. Shurhao was blasted backwards, and a string of blood flew out of his mouth. He sighed inwardly. This time he had been a bit careless. His opponent really was the strongest he had ever faced. His attacks were too powerful and his methods were too fierce. He was extremely experienced and far more disciplined than the others. His shoulder was in intense pain. The spot that was hit was red and swollen, and his bones had released a loud sound. Symbols were flickering about violently. Not good.
The younger one's shoulder had been broken by the kick. Everyone cried out in alarm and widened their eyes. Was this battle finished? Even the supreme experts sitting within their war chariots stood up. Their eyes flickered with radiance as they stared into the sky battlefield. They were all stirred up. Shuri is formidable after all. Grandma Xihua was all smiles as she stood next to Fairy Yuchan. She was full of praise.
Worthy of being peerless Lord number 1 under the heavens. Next to the large spider, there were a few individuals who sighed in praise. They all nodded in agreement. Father, he is going to lose? Is there any way to save him? Within the raging flames, Hualinga revealed a worried expression as she pleaded with the Fire Emperor. At this moment, all of these creatures had their eyes on the battlefield. Many of them felt that this battle was most likely over.
The sound of bones cracking was too loud. With a broken arm, what battle was there left? Little brother, you have to be careful. Shuri spoke with a callous type of mockery. As he spoke, a streak of purple lightning flew out. He already had the advantage, so as long as he made the first move and grabbed all opportunities, then the other side was definitely going to be killed.
A honk sound rang out. Shuri's power flourished even greater as he surged with a heavenly might. His palms and fingers formed a disc as they smashed towards his opponent. Shurhao's eyes blazed with streaks of radiance. He did not back off and instead pushed forward.
His entire body blazed with the vermilion bird's flames, as if they could destroy the 9 heavens. Is he mad? Is he going to give up that arm and try to end it with heavy injuries on both sides? Many people became astonished. The arm that had been injured was raised to meet this attack. His other hand was aimed towards Shuri's head. Something's not right. In the next moment, everyone widened their eyes. Shuri was also horrified. He felt a sense of danger, as if something was greatly wrong. An ear-splitting fracturing sound rang out. Shurhao's seemingly flabby arm suddenly snapped straight, instantly returning to its powerful form as it smashed towards the enemy's neck. Just now, it wasn't that his arm broke, but rather that the joint was dislocated. What a powerful body, to actually not be injured. The Fire Emperor sitting on the carriage side in admiration. Only when he pointed this out did everyone suddenly understand. They then all became incomparably shocked. Just how terrifying was his body. He was unaffected even after being hit by such a great killing blow.
Hong! In the next moment, Shurhao burst into the form of a vermilion bird. He attacked violently and occupied the upper hand. He unleashed his thunderous rage. Peng Shiyi's fist smashed towards Shurhao's forehead, but in the end, it was blocked by his opponent's intersecting arms. Following a spin of Shurhao's body, his legs continuously trampled outwards. The attack was just like a barrage of images. The soles of his feet were scarlet like blood and sharp like the cutting edge of a blade. Shurhao's movements were as fast as lightning. He shifted above Shuri and continuously trampled downwards. In the end, Shuri flew outwards. His chest was trampled on, causing him to cough out large amounts of blood. His chest caved in, and it was clear that there were broken bones. Again, Shurhao's body boiled with essence energy. Scarlet multicolored lights surged like flames as he swooped over again. Heavens, the younger one is too powerful. Just now, he had negligently received a blow, but now, he is acting viciously, causing Shuri to suffer an injury. The sides have completely turned around. The older brother is in danger. Just as everyone was shouting, the battle changed again. Shurhao used the archaic vermilion bird's fourfold barrage to its limit. Even if a real vermilion bird appeared, it wouldn't seem as tyrannical as this one. He continuously released attacks, causing flames to overflow into the heavens. His palms were like scarlet jade as they endlessly battered Shuri. With a ping sound, he once again rushed towards Shuri, making his head release a crisp sound. Shuri's shoulder had been injured, and he was sent flying once again. Blood was coughed out from his mouth. The large golden spider's face went rigid, and the demonic spirit lake's creatures' expressions all became gloomy. Everyone darkened their faces. They were passionately debating just now, thinking that the fate of the battle had been decided, yet the result now took a full 180 degrees turn. This younger stone descendant is so powerful. Grandma Shihua's expression changed as she muttered. Xianxia moved through the air with swiftness as if he was a vermilion bird destroying the stars of the universe.
Break! Xianxia released a low groan. His right eye shot out a beam of dark light, making the entire sky battlefield tremble. The entire world exploded, and heaven itself seemed like it was going to collapse. So terrifying! Everyone was greatly shaken. Their eyes widened as they watched with disbelief. The great battle had reached its climax. The dual-pupiled individual finally used his forbidden divine ability. This was the natural ability granted to him by the heavens, known to be invincible during the ancient years. Could Xianxia endure this? Everyone held their breaths. Dark light burned fiercely. The black light seemed like a hell flame from the netherworld as it burned furiously with an annihilating power. The space around them began to distort, as if it was caving in. This left everyone horrified. What kind of horrifying force was this?
Flames were shooting out from his eyes. What kind of terrifying sight was this? When the spectators saw this, they all began to feel anxious. Their bodies all went cold. This was the first time the dual-pupiled individual revealed his natural divine might. It truly was terrifying. Xianxia shifted his body. Originally, he was going to give chase and continue his attacks to greatly wound this little big brother of his. However, this unexpected event forced him to dodge instead. The dark light was truly rather terrifying. Once it flew out, it was like a flowing stream of light.
When it smashed into the distant faint gold railings and cornerstone that was even tougher than precious artifacts, they were all blasted to ashes. Terrifying! This was the unanimous opinion of everyone here. This dark light could obliterate anything, making even the sky battlefield unstable.
A large portion of the railing surrounding the cornerstone was even destroyed. This time, the two individuals separated to two sides. Following an intense blast, the stage finally quieted down, becoming momentarily peaceful. However, the atmosphere became even more tense.
The two individuals were extremely stunning. They were talents rarely seen since the ancient times, and as geniuses of the wasteland region, who could claim to be their equal? The battlefield was in a state of silence. The people who were previously discussing passionately had now quieted down, and they were all silently watching. They all knew that a storm was brewing, and that once another fight broke out, it would be even more intense. The dark light from Xianxia's right eye receded. His eyes became hazy, as if the mist of primal chaos filled them, making them difficult to see clearly. Meanwhile, his left eye lit up, becoming clearly different. It immediately caused everyone's mind to jump.
The pupil turned silver and a pure white radiance began to flow out like water. It surrounded him, making his body radiate with splendor. At the same time, a powerful wave of vitality blossomed. It was as if they had returned to the start of the world. Everything was in luxuriant growth and the natural force of the world was surging. At this moment, everyone noticed a shocking truth. Xianxia's injured shoulder began to release a flourishing light. Symbols covered it densely and it was absorbing the thriving spiritual essence. At the same time, his chest began to ring with gabbing sounds. His bones began to undergo rebirth.
What? That's too heaven-defying. His injured body was restored immediately. What kind of eye is that?
It actually possesses such a divine might.
It's simply ridiculous. Cries immediately sounded at this unbelievable scene. The power of the dual pupils was just too powerful. They could actually allow one to instantly recover their injuries. After thinking about it, everyone began to shiver inwardly. Didn't this mean that Xianxia had an immortal body?
If they fought like this, wouldn't it mean that he would never lose? Xianxia did not move and did not use this chance to attack first. Instead, he watched Xianxia calmly to feel the power of the dual pupils.
In reality, he knew that based on Xianxia's nature, he was most likely waiting for him to fight back. Just like that, the stage became calm. The pure white hazy radiance flowed about that area. Xianxia's bones released a loud sound, signifying that they had been completely healed. This kind of result made everyone, including the supreme experts, shocked. They were all greatly moved. Good. Ear won't lose to anyone in this world. Continue fighting. Kill that little devil. The golden spider said to himself. The demonic spirit lakes people completely relaxed. On the other side, Grandma Xihua also sighed in admiration. She then became quite worried. The dual pupil's power was too mysterious and simply inconceivable.
Could such a person really be suppressed?
She couldn't help but glance over at the flawless young lady at her side. Fairy Yu Chan's expression was calm. Her sparkling jade-white-like face had a bit of shock on it, but also a type of indescribable feeling. However, she remained calm without any significant changes to her outstanding appearance. "All right, little brother, what are you waiting for? Don't you know that opportunities should be taken?
Come here and fight." Shuri seemed extremely calm and collected. Even though he had just suffered an injury just now, he still seemed to possess his elegant bearing. He appeared to be quite self-confident, making others feel as if he had never been scared and that everything was within his plans.
Following those words, his entire body erupted with dazzling light. Ancient symbols resonated with the world, as if they were bestowed onto this world by a deity. A layer of light surrounded this area. At this moment, his aura became extremely terrifying and increasingly powerful.
Everyone else couldn't help but tremble.
"Do I need you to teach me?" Sure Hao did not show any weakness at all. On the contrary, his manner of speaking was extremely unyielding. Moreover, he directly dissolved his opponent's grandeur and said, "You were the one injured by me." His words were concise, yet they were extremely forceful.
His voice was extremely overbearing, even scattering the strange throbbing of the world. "My good little brother, you are too conceited. If I told you that fighting without using my dual pupils is the same as fighting with my eyes closed, would you believe me?" Shuri calmly said.
With this sentence spoke, all four sides were greatly shaken. Everyone became so shocked that their mouths widened. He was fighting with his eyes closed? At this moment, regardless of whether it was the normal cultivators or figures like the sect masters, they were all experiencing a multitude of feelings. They were all greatly shaken. Was this a joke? Sure Hao sneered and said, "Then open your eyes, so you can clearly see how you are going to lose." Even though he spoke this way, he still knew what his opponent was hinting at. It was because he had obtained a divine being's eyeball as well and knew some of its capabilities. "Little brother, release all your tricks. Why don't you hit me with everything you have? This is your only opportunity." Speaking up to this point, the light in Shiyi's eyes began to shift. They erupted into two great flames. In the next moment, his eyes became like a small sun. They were dazzling to the point of intimidating one's soul. It was as if they were burning.
If one looked carefully, they would see that they were beams of light made from symbols. Fight. Sure Hao only had this one word. His entire body surged with essence energy and shot towards the heavens. This battle will definitely go down in the records of history. The two individuals rushed at each other with auras that became even more magnificent. It was as if they were two human-shaped dragons as they collided in the air. Hong! This time, they had just made contact when they backed up. It was because they were exhausting too much divine force at once. So they were both shaken until blood flowed from their mouths. They continuously took steps backwards. Chong! Shiyi's eyes shone. Metallic sounds surprisingly sounded. His eyes were like the sun, blazing with golden light. It was so blinding that those watching began to shed tears. It was difficult to look straight at him. "Let the hunt begin," Shuri said softly. His lips carried a sneer that gave others shivers. That kind of expression and manner of speaking was full of danger no matter how you looked at it. Everyone's hearts were jumping, for they knew that the dual pupils were about to reveal their power. Sure Hao shuddered a bit, but he was not scared. Kill! In what seemed like just a moment, the two individuals fought intensely once again. Unexpectedly, Shiyi's pupils did not reveal any heaven-defying power, and merely dazzled. They shone like two small suns. Only Sure Hao, who was within the battlefield, could feel that things were different. A strange energy was surrounding his body, making it so that he couldn't hide anything from those eyes. Hong! Sure Hao's body moved. All of his joints moved together, sounding as if dragons were crying and tigers were roaring. A purple imprint appeared within his arm. All 5 fingers curled with electricity and then 10 stars began to circulate. A strange scene was being produced. What is that? Everyone became astonished, but they could only ask this question. It was because Sure Hao's speed was too fast and he had already taken action. That palm quickly enlarged, and 10 stars circulated within it. Rumbling sounds rang out as lightning interweaved.
It was as if a new world was being created. Hong! Xiahao flipped his hand over and slapped towards Shuri. This was the materialization of the Swan Knees precious technique. The spherical lightning was turned into stars and purple lightning. The power within his palm was the embodiment of profound mysteries. Even though the Swan Knees precious technique was an archaic descendant, after undergoing this kind of transformation it contained tens of thousands of different energies concentrated together. As a result, it became similarly amazing. A golden streak of light filled the sky as Shuri shifted his body. There wasn't a speck of dust on his clothes, making him look like an exiled immortal. He was just too fast. A Hong sound rang out. Enormous rocks collapsed, and the railings were broken. A large portion of the sky battlefield was blown apart, and the sky battlefield was almost destroyed by Xiahao. The 10 stars in his hand were all blasted apart, turning into a sea of lightning. The large golden boulders were destroyed. The domain embodiments face-paled. This kind of situation was just too rare. These two youths were ridiculously terrifying. They continuously destroyed the battlefield, making his face gradually more unpleasant. "Little brother, you still aren't good enough. Your speed is too slow." Shuri's voice was as light as a feather. Everyone had long become stupefied. Xiao's strike was just too powerful, but it seemed like Shuri was even faster. Even that palm of lightning that seemed to cover the entire world was dodged just like that. Xiao knew that it wasn't that he was slow, but rather that Shuri was using the power of his dual pupils. It could break down every movement, making even lightning-like speed become as slow as a snail. Xiao laughed coldly and said, "Stop this cynical talk. Isn't it just because of those eyes that you can slow down what you see? In my opinion, that's a sickness, so let me cure it for you." With this sentence spoken, the crowd became completely petrified. He really dared to say anything. The smaller brother was truly daring, and his words were quite different. "Cici." The witches laughed. She had been thinking this entire time. Her smile was so beautiful it could topple walls, and her eyes were like full crescents. Her snow-white skin flickered with a sparkling luster, and her red lips were incomparably alluring. Shuri's countenance remained unchanged. While facing forward, he said, "Seems like you still have the temperament of a child with such a bad mouth. As your senior, I have to teach you a lesson." He took the initiative to rush over. He turned into an incredibly ferocious Bian that was absolutely tyrannical. The pair of golden pupils in particular seemed to understand the natural laws of life itself. Xiahao indifferently welcomed his attack. "Hong." This time, both individuals exchanged several moves quickly in an incomparably fierce manner. The entire sky battlefield began to rumble and shake from the chaos. Countless terrifying symbols floated about. Xiahao faced an incredible inconvenience because with Shuri's dual pupils activated, he could see through his changes. His movements were slowed and easily stopped. Without mentioning the dual pupils' other abilities, just this strange power alone was enough to shock the world and leave others helpless. During this battle, at each crucial point, Shuri would always be able to neutralize Xiao's killing blow. Moreover, he could inflict a heavy blow himself at the same time, leaving Xiao in a terrible situation. In the end, Xiao suffered a palm to his chest. He was blasted backwards, and his body smashed into the light gold railing. Only then did his flight stop. He coughed out a mouthful of blood. Shuri had an indifferent smile on his face. With each step, the light in his eyes shone brighter. Everything in this world, from the grass to the trees, had their speed greatly slowed in his eyes. "My good little brother, try again." This time, his body became golden, releasing a precious splendor. His appearance was holy and dignified, as if he was a divine Peng Lord when he swooped over. Shuri used the great golden Peng's precious technique, making himself even more terrifying. His speed was increased to the limit. His palms and fingers became golden, and they ferociously descended. This was clearly an attack to remove Xiao's head. The light in Xiao's eyes flickered. He had already thought about how he was going to deal with the dual pupil's way of reducing his speed to that of a snail, and it might even allow his speed to increase further. When he saw that the opponent was using the Great Peng's technique, Xiao's body illuminated, displaying the speed of the Kuan Peng. He turned into a divine rainbow and unleashed his ultimate blow.
The two individuals both increased their speed. Shiyi's entire body was golden like a great golden ping as he charged murderously. The strong winds created made cracks appear everywhere on the sky battlefield. Shihao's entire body was shining, but something seemed different. There were black stripes within the golden patterns, and in a flash, his speed was raised to the limit. The crowd couldn't believe what they were seeing. Wherever he passed, the faint golden cornerstone and railings would immediately explode. The domain embodiment revealed an unpleasant expression as he furrowed his brows. Continuously fixing it like this would be a problem. He was considering whether or not to switch to another battlefield. The two individuals moved face to face, both of them increasing their speeds almost to another level. They were like two comets as they flew across the sky with bodies that erupted with terrifying light. The fluctuations they produced made everyone's heads feel a huge pressure. Shuri felt as if something wasn't right. His eyes seemed like they were burning, and golden symbols began to flourish within them. All types of symbols appeared as they focused in on Shihao's figure. That kind of speed was so fast that it left his mind greatly shaken. It was no longer as slow as a snail, but rather like a divine bird that had spread its wings. It was forceful and powerful, with a speed that was at an extreme as he flew over. He originally wanted to break down his opponent's movements, but he never thought that when he struck out with a fatal attack to remove his clan brother's head, this kind of unexpected thing would happen. Shuri made his move. His arm was like a pung wing as it swept over, distorting the space around it. It was incomparably dazzling, and a terrifying wave of energy proliferated as golden light submerged this world. Shihao shifted his body to avoid this beheading blow. His arm shone. With a pung sound, a grab was made towards Shihao's arm. They were going to fight in close combat. Oh, the sound of clothes tearing rang out. Fragments of Shiyi's precious clothes flew everywhere, exposing his arm. He couldn't believe what he was seeing. The snail-like speed suddenly changed, and his opponent even made contact with his body. Blood has been drawn, someone cried out. The two individuals made contact, and both of their movements were as fast as lightning. This time, things were different, because Shiyi's eyes weren't as effective. In that split second when Shihao's right hand tore apart his opponent's precious clothes, his arm flicked around and he struck out again. With a pu sound, it slammed into Shiyi's arm, causing blood to shoot high into the air. Shiyi had been greatly wounded. Even though he had only been cut, there was now a terrifying wound on his arm. It went all the way to his bone, and blood was oozing out. Everyone was astonished. The dual-pupiled individual had encountered trouble. Did those eyes lose their powers? Shihao did not use all of the Kuan Peng's precious technique, and merely used it to increase his speed. He immediately released another attack. Symbols appeared on his palm, radiating with precious light. Hong! This time, Shiyi brandished his fist to meet this attack. The two were blasted in opposite directions. Shiyi did not say anything for a long time and simply stared at Shihao. Just now, his speed had exceeded common sense, making him shiver inwardly for the first time. His expression never changed this much even when two bones in his chest were broken previously. A pure white radiance flowed out from his left eye towards his arm. The wound was nourished and the blood stopped. Soon after, the wound closed and not even a scar remained. Is this the withdrawal movement or the perfect great golden-winged pung technique? Wait, you've been to the Northern Sea. This should be the Kuan Peng's technique. It had to be mentioned that Shiyi was extremely smart, so he was able to immediately guess at what kind of technique it was. This time, his voice was extremely soft, so everyone else did not hear him. His eyes revealed a blazing light as he stared at this clan brother, as if he was staring at prey. He did not wish for others to know, for he wanted to kill his opponent and then steal his natural luck. His lips revealed a sneer as he said, "Your opportunities aren't shallow at all." Shihao's eyes narrowed. This person was just too sharp. It was clear that he had fought with quite a few great figures. He was able to make a prediction immediately after seeing his movements. Soon after, he calmed down again, because he knew that he would be able to do the same if he had dual pupils. In this world, it was possible to count the number of times dual pupils would lose their efficacy. It was easy to narrow down the possibilities through a process of elimination.
The withdrawal movement was a supreme divine ability of the human race. When used to its limit, it could allow one to warp and weave freely through heaven and earth. As for other movement techniques, they were all grasped by the divine birds. However, they had been lost in transmission through the passage of time, making them difficult to search and restore.
Little brother, is yours a damaged technique or the perfect precious technique? Shuri asked seriously. Are you interested?
What do you want to use in exchange? Xianxia ridiculed. Exchange? You are my brother, so we can study it together when we return. Shuri spoke indifferently. There were clear implications behind these words. He wanted to capture Xianxia and bring him back. I just fear that you don't have the ability to do so, Xianxia coldly replied. Shua. Immediately after, the two moved again. Their speeds were raised to the limit, interweaving as if they were two streaks of lightning. They collided hundreds to thousands of times. Their speeds were too fast. In the place where they collided, large numbers of symbols appeared. The golden symbols imprinted into the void and rumbled with noise, as if a grand scripture had been carved there. A great golden-winged pung could vaguely be seen. It merged with Shuri, producing the utterly terrifying aura of an archaic divine king. So powerful!
This Shuri is formidable after all. He could analyze the precious technique to such a level. It really is stunning. Everyone's mind trembled. The precious techniques this older brother grasped were truly shocking.
The crowd estimated that he must have used his dual pupils to analyze the precious techniques to reach their current state. This was not merely a heavenly ability.
Its use was surprisingly practical as well.
On the other side, Xianxia had returned to human form. Only his fingers and palms still flowed with golden multicolored light and black patterns. He did not reveal the origin of the precious technique. However, everyone was shocked to find that not only was his speed extremely great, his attack power was terrifying as well. The dual-pupiled individual is now in big trouble.
Not bad, little brother, your speed is truly quite extraordinary. You have already surpassed the snail category in my eyes, said Shuri. Less rubbish. Whatever you have, just bring it, Xianxia said. He was fully aware that there were endless secrets to the dual pupils.
There were just too many uses. Slowing down the speed of others was simply one of its abilities. Don't be in such a hurry, Shuri said calmly. The next second, the two individuals ran towards each other again. Their battle was incredibly intense, throwing the minds of the crowd into turmoil. Their eyes were becoming dizzy from watching. Heaven and earth in chaos. Shuri spoke with a soft voice. His eyes flowed with a hazy mist, and the entire sky battlefield became different. It was filled with a white mist. His eyes were incomparably deep.
They surged with primal chaos as if they were the root of this world themselves. A haze covered this place, making it blurry and no longer as distinct. The sudden changes were far from reassuring. At the very least, Xianxia felt as if his body received a great restriction. His movements no longer felt as smooth and unhindered. Kill! Shuri's attacks were all aimed to kill as he continuously used different techniques. He suddenly transformed into an incomparably fierce Bion that trampled on the primal chaos and crushed everything on its way over. Xianxia's fists smashed over murderously, similarly transforming the terrain around him to prevent himself from being killed. Sure enough, the Bion turned into multicolored light and scattered into the primal chaos. A streak of fiery light appeared on the horizon and a golden sun emerged. It then smashed downwards. What kind of technique is this? There were many individuals who were shocked. This kind of precious technique was absolutely terrifying. Even though there was quite a bit of distance between them, they still felt their heads being pressured. Truly was dreadful. This mist of primal chaos is lowering my speed, Xianxia said to himself. He was contemplating whether or not to stop holding back and directly use the Kuanpeng's technique. In the end, he held himself back because he knew that he still couldn't end it all with a single strike. The other side might still have undisclosed trump cards that could be used to suppress him at any time. At this time, the golden sun in the sky had descended. Xianxia dared not act carelessly and faced it head-on. He used the true primordial record's simple and unadorned symbols to resist this attack. His hands continuously made imprints, causing all types of symbols to fill the sky. They were all bone texts of the most primitive and simple quality.
yet they contained a miraculous type of power. Of course, this was not all he used. He also used precious techniques and fired off great killing attacks from time to time. The golden sun shifted left and right and continuously enlarged.
Ultimately, it became enormous with an exploding noise, smothering the sky battlefield as it suppressed downwards. Hong Sure brandished his fists. His body's power was raised to its highest level, and after merging together with the plain and unadorned symbols of the true primordial record, his power became forceful and domineering. This strike was so shocking that even all supernatural beings in this world were crying out. The ancient heroes that had died within this battlefield revived and cried out. Within the dazzling radiance, the golden sun was shattered. This attack, which was created from symbols and natural Tao, separated into 10 to 100 fragments. Xianxia was suddenly startled. After being blasted to pieces, the golden sun was not erased. It recombined, and those golden fragments turned into the purest of symbols. They condensed together into a great golden bell, continuously rang out, creating a sound that shook the entire sky battlefield. Outside, many people covered their ears and quickly retreated. This sound was enough to make their souls unsteady, as if they were going to disperse. It was absolutely horrifying. Is this a power that can refine the enemy's strength into a weapon for yourself?
He really is a peerless lord. His methods are shocking. Just how many people in this era could do such a thing at his age? Some of the supreme experts revealed looks of shock. This person is quite scary. Grandma Xihua muttered softly before looking at Fairy Yuchan. The white-clothed fairy nodded her head. Her perfect face was extremely calm. A flash of divine, multicolored light streaked through her eyes before disappearing. She then became expressionless and peaceful. Dang! The great bell continued to ring in a long and drawn-out manner. It was formed completely from golden symbols, refined from the sun. It was bred from Xianxia's divine force. This was possibly a weapon gained from Yi's enlightenment. The great golden bell suppressed downwards. The bell's terrifying fluctuations diffused like waves and shook the sky battlefield until its railings began to smash apart in succession. It was clear just how powerful and terrifying it was. It was now unavoidable. Xianxia's eyes became ice-cold. He rushed towards the sky, and his body began to release all types of symbols. At times, he would be like a swan and eye, and at other times, a vermilion bird, to increase his fighting strength. Dang! He smashed his fist out, striking against the bell's fluctuations. After arriving before the great bell with much difficulty, he began to smash down ferociously on the great bell. The crowd was horrified. Just how powerful was his flesh?
The bell's fluctuations had broken so many of the sky battlefield's railings, leaving even the domain embodiment's face ashen, yet Xianxia's body was unharmed in the slightest as he made his way up. He continuously struck at that enormous bell in midair, making the entire world shake. A terrifying ringing sound was released. Not good, this fellow is too powerful. That weapon was something Ia painstakingly created. It can't be destroyed just like that, right? In the distance, the minds of the experts from the demonic spirit lake were shaken. They all revealed looks of worry. Shut up! The golden spider supreme expert shouted under his breath. He waved his hand, indicating for the demonic spirit lake's creatures to close their mouths. Dang! The great bell continued to ring. Layers of symbols appeared on its surface, as if a scripture was carved on top. Eventually, the sounds of sutras actually sounded, shaking heaven and earth. It was as if the deities were chanting curses themselves. Is this the decisive blow? A supreme expert asked softly while watching with his eyes widened. Decisive battle between heavenly talents. The great golden bell shone with resplendent light. Symbols covered its surface. The long and drawn-out ringing of bells turned into the chanting of sutras. Golden ripples continuously rippled outwards. In the distance, many of the railings of the sky battlefield had been broken, all smashed apart by the ripples of this bell. However, Xianxia was right in front of it, and yet he still stood firmly. Dang! He struck down on the great bell, one strike after another with ferocious power. The entire place shook from his strikes, ringing together with the great bell. Something weird is happening.
The people were all shocked and amazed. Their eyes were opened wide and glued to the battlefield. Symbols covered the surface of the great bell, turning into materialized scriptures that separated and descended. They surrounded Xianxia like a large Buddhist robe and rang with ear-splitting scripture sounds. Xianxia did his best to break free. He continuously produced seals to blast it apart. This scene was a bit mysterious. The divine clothes from those symbols that separated had surrounded Xianxia to seal him within. Xianxia's entire body erupted with fiery light, composed of both his own Tao flame, as well as the vermilion bird's flames. It blazed ferociously, submerging the divine clothes in its heat. Adamula, a mysterious chant sounded. The enormous bell released tens of thousands of silky threads. The ancient symbols on the bell's surface flickered, and immediately afterwards they flew out towards Xianxia. What's going on? There really are scripture sounds as if deities are chanting them. Hualinga revealed a worried expression. In the sky, waves of scriptures rippled outwards in a seemingly endless manner. They continuously diffused from the bell and formed golden symbols. Xianxia was caught up and restricted within. Eventually, the sound of scriptures became even louder than the sound of thunder. Symbols blazed about, and golden light submerged heaven and earth. His entire body was buried under it. This is a god-refining weapon Tao used to create a soul servant. One of the supreme experts cried out in astonishment. The people were all shocked. Xianxia was able to comprehend so much while still so young. He was trying to turn Xianxia into a soul servant, something that he definitely should not have delved into at his age. Xianxia released a cold snort. His aura flared and the divine light within his body formed small sparkling furnaces. His entire being became as such as well, as if he had turned himself into an eternal divine furnace. At that moment, the attack wasn't able to harm him in the slightest. On the contrary, this flesh furnace illuminated and began to absorb the energy around him. He melted down those symbols into a Tao flame to refine his own body. This is so strange. Is the younger brother going to defy the heavens? He used symbols to make himself into a furnace. Not many individuals among the noble king level could even do such a thing. The crowd gasped in shock. The battle between these two stone brothers was truly amazing. These two individuals were both heaven-warping talents, with performances that were just absolutely astonishing. Dang! Finally, Xianxia rushed towards the heavens. His body transformed into a blade, a world-shocking immortal sword, and hacked towards the clouds with incomparable sharpness. With a chunk sound, the symbol-formed divine clothes were sliced apart. Dang! His sword did not stop there, hacking straight onto the great bell and causing it to tremble continuously. Under everyone's shocked gazes, Xianxia's body formed a sword and ferociously hacked down on the great bell. Several dozen strikes later, the radiance between the two faded. The great bell swayed. Xianxia's real body emerged and his fist slammed down onto the great bell. Finally, golden cracks appeared. The great bell released a crisp sound and quickly cracked apart. What? The great bell lost. Ear's Tao weapon was destroyed. The demonic spirit lake's people's faces were ugly. They were all furious. Everyone else held their breaths. Was the battle about to end? Everyone clenched their fists tightly as they nervously watched the battle. Xianxia's final fist dropped onto the great clock, blasting it apart. It turned into nearly 100 fragments that flew in all directions. Meanwhile, the figure within flew out and coughed out large amounts of blood. There were people who cried out. Xianxia suffered a huge blow. He is going to lose. The crowd was in an uproar. Noise immediately erupted, because many felt that the great battle was about to end. This place was chaotic with endless clamoring and noise. Suddenly, a blazing streak of golden light flew out murderously at Xianxia. It was just too fast, surpassing everyone's expectations. The bell had shattered, and a figure with blood flying from his mouth flew out. However, at that instant when everyone thought that Xianxia suffered a great injury and the battle was about to end, a shocking turn of events took place. This was a golden crow, one that emerged from within the bell. The bell was like a golden egg that was nourishing it, and only when the bell wall was shattered did it emerge and release this fierce strike. Upon closer inspection, the figure that was blasted outwards vanished. It was just a clone. The so-called blood-spitting figure was not the real body. Dao weapon into divine technique. Everyone was shocked. This kind of technique was something that even noble king-level figures found difficult to grasp, yet it was produced by a young man. All of these techniques and methods were concealed for the sake of this final decisive strike. The Dao Bell was just a medium for the golden bird. It was carrying a precious technique, one that would be revealed at the most crucial moment. Xianxia had exhausted a large amount of energy to shatter the golden sun, only for it to turn into a large bell. He then shattered this Dao Bell, but ended up encountering the true golden crow precious technique contained within. Everything happened too quickly. When he exhausted most of his energy to destroy his enemy's Dao weapon, he never expected that this was just the beginning, resulting in him suffering this great attack. Xiao's mind was greatly shaken. Even someone as powerful as him was caught unprepared. In the instant the golden crow pounced over, he narrowly avoided a fatal blow aimed to crush his skull. However, his shoulder was not so fortunate. Large amounts of blood gushed out, and his shoulder bones were almost clawed apart. Blood continuously flowed out, and several terrifying bone-deep bloody holes could be seen. He quickly retreated, but the golden crow wasn't willing to let him get away. It continuously attacked, almost like it was stuck to his body. Its beak struck down straight for his eyes. Both of his arms weaved about to block the golden crow's beak. His left arm was in intense pain, as if it was fractured. He lost a large chunk of flesh, and bone could be seen in that wound. This was still the result of his flesh being so powerful. If it was anyone else, their body would have immediately exploded. Whose strong winds swept about as the golden crow moved its wings. It swooped down and attacked in a way that was simply unavoidable. It was too swift, with killing moves that linked up one after another. Xianxia was struck in the chest, causing him to cough out large amounts of blood. His body flew out horizontally. He glared at his opponent and opened his mouth to spit out symbols, initiating his counterattack. The golden crow changed forms, revealing Xiao's real body. His 2 feet trampled downwards. With a punk sound, one of them smashed into his opponent's chest, sending his already flying figure to travel even quicker. Xiao's body smashed into the surrounding railings. Within gotcha sounds, Xiao's collision smashed apart a large region of the faint golden railings. The sky battlefield was damaged to a terrible state. Everyone was simply stupefied. This chain of murderous attacks left everyone horrified. The attacks just now were all done in order to produce this final result. Xiao charged over ferociously to deal the decisive blow onto Xiao. Xiao's gaze was chilly. When he saw Xiao close in, he soundlessly prepared to unleash his 10 heavenly passages. He was going to temporarily lock his opponent in place and end it all with one attack. He believed that at this crucial moment, Xiao's guard will definitely be lowered when he approaches. However, Xiao did not follow through all the way. When there was still a bit of distance between them, he suddenly backed up and abandoned this attack. "Little brother, I'll give you another chance." "Come," Xiao said. Just now, his heart rate suddenly quickened, and his dual pupils became especially sore, indicating that something bad was about to happen. As a result, he stopped himself. Xiao soundlessly scattered the force he had prepared and did not display its full might. He propped himself up with the railing and with a cold expression, he said, "Stop speaking nonsense." He was now truly angry. Right now, his chest was under incomparable pain from his serious injury. He admitted that this senior of his was truly formidable and outstanding, making him suffer so greatly. Xiao was also in shock. Even pure-blooded creatures would immediately explode under his attacks, especially that last kick, which was enough to shatter even the Vajra unbreakable body, yet it wasn't enough to finish this junior brother of his. The younger generation truly does surpass the older. On top of the carriage, the Stone Emperor sighed and said. The other supreme experts were shaken as well, and all of them revealed complicated expressions. They knew that they themselves definitely wouldn't be these two youths' opponents if they were at their age, that these two were truly deserving of their reputations of supreme youth. Regardless of how this battle ended, the two Stone brothers' names would shake the wasteland region and enter the books of history. In the next moment, the two individuals rushed up again, and with a hong sound, large stars began to appear one after another in the void. Xiao stood within them, as if he was standing in the star-filled outer space. What is happening? Everyone cried out in astonishment. How stood midair in the sky battlefield.
Endless great stars appeared around him, and they had long linked up to form a resplendent and dazzling starry sky. He was like a divine king as he stepped forward, pushing aside these great stars one after another as he advanced towards Shi.
His opponent couldn't avoid him at all because this place was now just like the cosmos. Interesting. It is just the precious technique of a descendant, yet it was evolved to such a level. Even pure-blooded creatures who are familiar with this precious technique would be shocked. In the distance, a divine flame jumped about. A figure with fiery light overflowing from his eyes stood there. Behind him were a few of his followers, all of which were pure-blooded creatures. How produced a river of stars, and within the great stars, lightning crackled about unendingly. This was the Swan Knee's precious technique, and it was evolved by him to such a level. The stars were all spheres of lightning, and at this moment, they created the sun, moon, and stars, filling up the battlefield. He was like the ruler of this small universe. How's advancement pushed aside the stars, detonating them into a sea of lightning. This scene was simply too horrifying. Everyone's eyes widened. This was definitely an ultimate attack. Even the domain embodiment's old face went dark because the sky battlefield was most likely going to be ruined. Shuri was struck by this attack. Despite having dual pupils allowing him to see through everything, it was just too late. He had long been surrounded by the great heavenly bodies and suppressed by the sun, moon, and river of stars. Thunder rumbled. Like a vast sea, the great stars smashed apart one after another and filled every inch of this place with annihilating energy. Dual pupils break the heavens. He shouted loudly, left with no choice but to use his unique divine ability. He opened up a pure land that stretched about 1 zhang in diameter. It was peaceful and silent, and no lightning could invade this tranquil area. His pair of blazing eyes was the only thing within it. So powerful! Everyone sighed in admiration. Was this the power of the dual pupils? How terrifying! However, How's attack did not end here. The great stars continuously erupted and exploded, blasting against that pure land. In addition, a vermilion bird took to the sky and rushed towards that pure land. This was also a chain of unrelenting killing blows. How battered his opponent with the archaic vermilion bird's fourfold barrage and tried to break into that pure land. His arms quickly changed, erupting with a crimson radiance and releasing a fist-sized small bird. "You're courting death," Shuri laughed coldly. His eyes flashed, and that vermilion bird became dim and was on the verge of shattering. However, with a honk sound, the vermilion bird changed again, going from scarlet to pitch black. It turned into an inch-long fish and swam within the pure land. The speed was incredibly fast, as if it was a black streak of lightning. Everyone was petrified. What was that? It could actually move within the space opened through the dual pupils. This was just too heaven-defying. They couldn't see it all too clearly, and only the two individuals on the stage could experience its power, since its speed was just too fast. Pa! The inch-length fish slammed its tail onto Shuri's chest, immediately causing him to cough out blood. His body flew backwards and bone-cracking sounds could be heard. Kuan Ping. Shuri's teeth were clenched as he spoke in a voice only he himself could hear. He looked at Hao and said, "You obtained the complete technique?" At that moment, he released the pure land. The great stars around him exploded, and lightning immediately entered his body. "Excellent! I need this kind of precious ability." Shuri released a low roar. His body erupted with radiance to block this onslaught of electricity. At the same time, Hao made his move. Even though he didn't reveal the Kuan Peng's form, his body lit up, becoming golden with black streaks running within. This form seemed like a human Kuan Peng, and it was closing in at an extreme speed. "Then I'll gift you the precious technique." His fist smashed down straight at Shuri's forehead. His entire body was covered in the Kuan Peng symbols and circulating its strength. It was utterly terrifying. Shuri's eyes were wide open. His right eye was pitch black, and black radiance seeped out like flames. Upon closer inspection, however, they weren't flames, but rather condensed from ancient symbols. That eye represented destruction. It released a streak of dark light to confront Shi Hao. Shi Hao shifted his body, and dark light swept past his body. His chest area was immediately dyed with blood and was almost sliced open. It really was terrifying. His fist also descended, and it was similarly shocking. Shuri tried his best to dodge, but his arm was still caught up in this attack. A kacha sounded, indicating that his bones had cracked. Shi Hao possessed an incredible speed with the Kuan-Peng movement technique used to its limit. He once again avoided the destructive dark light and chased after Shi, who was blasted outwards and trampled down with his feet. Peng Shi had no time to dodge and could only use his injured arm in defense. A kacha sound sounded once again, and his arm was almost torn off. Moreover, this kick struck the left part of his chest. Bones immediately broke, and a clear depression could be seen. He coughed continuously, and blood was spat out mouthful after mouthful. His landing broke apart a large portion of the sky battlefield's cornerstone. Shuri flew out backwards, shattering a large amount of the faint golden cornerstone. The sky battlefield was in a state of destruction. After suffering the attacks of both individuals, the stage was falling apart. Peng Shi Hao chased after him. He trampled down ferociously with a seemingly golden soul, bringing forth a dazzling light. It landed on the ground, shattering that area and causing rocks to fly everywhere. Shuri stuck close to the ground as he weaved left and right as if he was a flood dragon. He dodged the sharp streaks of light within the broken sky battlefield. With a stomp of his feet, Shi Hao shot into the air and pursued viciously. He was so fast that he was like a demon, quickly appearing not far from where Shuri was. He smashed his fist outwards, and despite his peaceful and calm appearance, the attack caused the entire battlefield to shake and release thunderous rumbling sounds. Kacha, they could clearly see that this battlefield was cracking apart. This was a place situated in the heavens, and large pieces of cornerstone were falling down. The crowd watching from the distance was horrified. This battlefield situated in the heavens was extremely sturdy, yet today it continuously suffered damage. It was almost destroyed by the two youths' attacks. Hu Shi's right eye gushed with a divine flame. The dark light, or more correctly, the mysterious symbols, burned about. They were formed from beams of light and moved just like flames. They sealed off a piece of the sky to block the incoming attack. Shi Hao snorted coldly. His two arms extended, as if a great pang was spreading its wings. His arms were both golden-colored. Two streaks of light shot out of his pupils in an incomparably divine and heroic manner. His two arms continuously made seals, producing endless golden symbols. It was as if the heavenly stars were recreated and branded into the void. They collided with those black flames. The black flames were all mysterious symbols. Under such powerful force, they violently swayed and were almost extinguished. So powerful! What kind of divine ability is this? It could actually fight against the dual pupils through brute force. Everyone's expressions changed greatly. They all revealed looks of disbelief. During the ancient years, once the dual pupils revealed themselves, who could fight back? They were known as heavenly divine beings that swept through everything before them. Those eyes contained endless mysteriousness and could not be resisted. Yet today, the dual pupils were being subdued by Shi Hao, leaving everyone in a state of disbelief. It was rumored that the dual-pupiled individual during the archaic years had never suffered defeat, reigning unrivaled his entire life. With a Wonglong sound, the two youths once again collided intensely within the battlefield. They then fell in reverse. Shi Hao's entire body was covered in golden patterns, but apart from this, there weren't any significant changes. Shi's body was trembling, and blood flowed from his lips. After receiving a heavy blow, he actually suffered greatly again. So formidable! Is the little brother going to defy the heavens? He severely wounded the dual-pupiled individual, even though not many people favored his victory when this battle started. How do you all feel now? Someone asked in a low voice. Don't be in such a rush. The battle hasn't concluded yet. As for who is stronger and who is weaker, it is still difficult to say. A hazy mist curled about. Shi's eyes were cold and indifferent. His left eye swirled with a divine radiance that seemed to pour out and wrap around his body.
Following that, a wave of orchid-like fragrance diffused through the air. His body shook and bones moved around. Sounds similar to beans being stir-fried continuously sounded, and furthermore, the sounds of winds and thunder followed. His scars quickly faded and the broken bones recovered. Shiyi's entire body illuminated, with every inch of his body blazing dazzlingly. He was surrounded by holy multicolored radiance. A divine might exuded from him. Kunqiang at the same time, metallic sounds continuously sounded, shaking people to their soul. Sparkling and translucent lumps began to appear one after another as they slowly covered his body. The legends were true. The dual-pupiled individual could use natural force to construct a divine armor suitable for themselves. In the distant sky, the witch revealed an astounded look. Her white hand patted her snow-white forehead and shock filled her beautiful large eyes. She seemed to have thought of something. The others were even more shaken. What was the dual-pupiled individual going to do? The radiance flowing from the left eye condensed together, forming sparkling pieces that covered the crucial points of his body. The light was going to construct a world-shaking set of battle armor. The metallic luster was cold and chilly. Shuri seemed to have separated himself from the mortal world. His head of black hair danced about above the mysterious battle armor that now covered his body. It was as if a supreme war god had walked through time to arrive from the ancient era. "Are you finally going to go all out?" Xiao's cold voice sounded. His shining body stood in the distance and circulated the Kuan-Peng's force. "Little brother, you are quite good, making me reach this level. However, to go all out? You are still a bit too arrogant." Shuri spoke with a cold and indifferent expression. He once again strode over. "You should reveal everything you have now, or else you might no longer have a chance," Xiao said. "Then let's see whether or not you have the skill to make me use all of the dual pupil's power." Shiyi's expression was apathetic. His eyes were incomparably terrifying, and they were currently diffusing a chaotic mist. A light shout sounded. The two individuals rushed at each other and a great fight was carried out once again. Shuri swooped down like a golden crow spreading its wings. It soared through the air and faced Xiao face-on with a terrifying speed. Previously, he had used the golden crow hidden within the bell to attack and seriously injure his opponent. This technique made its appearance again. He was an individual who was blessed with many opportunities. The natural gift of dual pupils could see through all fabrications, allowing him to obtain this precious technique from traces of the ancient past. Even though it was damaged, it was still extremely terrifying. Hong Shi smashed over like a golden sun. His entire body was surrounded by brilliant symbols and blazed with the endless flames of the golden crow. This attack seemed like it was going to tear apart the heavens. "Break!" Xiao shouted loudly. Faced with this ferocious strike, he did not seem to be perturbed in the slightest. His arm moved, and like a Kuan-Peng spreading its wings, a crazy gust of wind stirred about. Stones and silt flew everywhere through the sky battlefield as it continuously ruptured. Several streaks of divine lightning flew through the air. Two spheres of golden radiance collided, creating a dazzling eruption. This was not only a clash between the Golden Crow and Kuan-Peng, since there were also the hidden force of the dual pupils at work. The armor around Shiyi's entire body ignited into flames. Mysterious symbols erupted, merging with the Golden Crow precious technique to fight against the Kuan-Peng. Endless golden radiance erupted within the two youths, as if tens of thousands of volcanoes were exploding. The image of a divine bird and an ancient Kuan fish swimming about could be seen. This place was absolutely terrifying. Hong Shi flew out horizontally. His chest was covered with traces of blood. He was no match for the Kuan-Peng's power. His entire body swayed and the armor on his body cracked apart on the verge of shattering to pieces. Xiao pursued closely behind. He was so fast that a single step crossed hundreds to thousands of zhang. He extended his hand and swooped down towards the great earth like a Kuan-Peng. "Little brother, you are too impatient." Shuri snorted and suddenly turned around. The blood at his lips evaporated, and his eyes blazed. With a Hong sound, the heaven and earth were blasted apart. His eyes possessed an indescribable type of energy. Chaotic mist spilled out into this battlefield, splitting apart heaven and earth. This entire space became different. As they stood within this ruined place, it was as if they were expelled from the sky battlefield. This place was extremely dim and quiet.
It was difficult to hear sounds of the outside world, as if this was a ruined piece of land from the ancient world. There were endless ruins, and the faintly discernible energy of primal chaos made this place seem utterly desolate. What kind of place was this? Xianxia was shocked at first, but he quickly calmed down. He noticed the outside world, only that it seemed rather indistinct. He quickly understood. This was a world constructed from the power of the dual pupils. He was completely amazed and couldn't help but sigh in astonishment. The powers of the dual pupils were terrifying after all. If Xianxia was given enough time, could he truly split apart and create his own world? You brought me to this place, but how does that help you at all? Xianxia seemed extremely calm. Obviously to capture you, Xianxia spoke indifferently. Then, his eyes swirled and he said, "Collect!" With a Hong sound, the space in this peaceful world quickly shrunk, forming a cage. Xianxia was trapped within, while he himself broke out. This bitter and silent world became blurry. All types of symbols flickered, and strands of chaotic energy curled up about, making this place seem strange and dreadful. Everyone gasped when they saw this. Xianxia escaped the trap and left his opponent sealed within. The indistinct cage became smaller and smaller. It was dark and flickering with darkness, as if it led straight to an archaic prison. It was extremely gloomy and full of demonic energy. Not good. This is a small world opened by the dual pupils. It is going to seal and completely refine the little brother. No one could anticipate that the battle would change to such a degree. The result was difficult to predict. Hung within the shrinking cage, Xianxia attacked, continuously smashing against the ruined world to break out. However, this great world was created from tremendous divine might. It seemed to contain endless might that was difficult to overcome. With a pu sound, Xianxia coughed out a mouthful of blood. "Little brother, you should reveal everything you have now, or else you might no longer have a chance." Xianxia was cold, his face without any expression. His dual pupils illuminated, controlling that small world to make it smaller. The situation was extremely critical. Xianxia's body released thunderous pi-pa sounds within the ruins. It was as if his flesh was going to explode. This place was about to be disconnected to the outside world, and he was going to be refined within this dark space. Xianxia coldly shouted and used the Kuan Peng's precious technique at full force. An enormous Kuan Peng rushed out and spread its wings. It seemed as if it could shatter the endless great stars in the universe. Hong! Finally, the small world was blasted apart. He immediately dissolved the Kuan Peng's symbols and collected them inside his body before rushing up. What? He broke free and destroyed the small world's entrapment. This result left everyone deeply shaken. Legend has it that during the archaic years, no one could escape such a trap, yet the younger brother came out alive. He was valiant to a ridiculous degree. Xianxia broke free and rushed forward. Meanwhile, Xianxia's lips carried a cold smile, and at this moment, he also took the initiative to attack. His eyes flickered as he released his divine light. Dark light erupted from his right eye, and white radiance swirled around his left. Rumbling sounds immediately ensued. One eye represented destruction, while the other represented creation. Yin and yang swirled about, creating a wave of strange energy. Black and white radiance erupted and surged over with extreme speed. It surrounded Xianxia, leaving him greatly shaken. This wave of power was just too frightening. This definitely originated from one of the world's most foundational laws. Horrifying. Powerful. Even the supreme experts were left in shock. They finally saw the most terrifying aspects of the dual-pupiled individual. If the user was someone like them, then just this foundational power alone could slaughter the giant figures of all regions and allow them to become unrivaled under the heavens. Yin and Yang, these two energies could restore the world and they could also annihilate it. It immediately submerged Xianxia within. Hong! Xianxia did not hesitate in the slightest. He unleashed his 10 heavenly passages to unendingly collect the black and white energies inside. He did not want there to be any additional problems and absolutely could not be careless now. The 10 great heavenly passages were different. They connected together, forming a seemingly immortal divine ring with him at the center. He looked just like a heavenly deity as he charged forward murderously and continuously used the Kuan Peng's precious technique. Wait! The heaven-mending technique is coming out. Someone cried out loudly. What? The heaven-mending technique is making its appearance. Resplendent rays of light crushed down, as if they blocked up the heavens itself. Could even mend the heavens, so what couldn't it do? Shi took action, using the heaven-mending technique to block the Kuan Peng's precious technique. In that split second, yin and yang energies erupted, clashing against the 10 heavenly passages. The two individuals entered an incomparably ferocious and intense deadlocked state. The surroundings erupted, especially the sky battlefield, which began to tear and crack apart. Large chunks of stone continuously fell from the heavens, vanishing from existence. The shockwaves produced by these two were just too overwhelming, destroying everything around them. The faint golden stone and the surrounding railings continuously exploded. Shihao's body shook as everything around him exploded. The symbols of the Kuan Peng technique interweaved within space, forming a fish and a divine bird, one yin, one yang. He could no longer care about little things anymore and no longer minded if the Kuan Peng's precious technique was exposed. The Kuan fish and Peng bird emerged separately. One represented the force of the moon while the other represented the force of the sun. It was simply too horrifying. With a honk sound, he released everything downwards. Moreover, it merged with his 10 heavenly passages, becoming integrated together as they suppressed downwards. What kind of tyrannical power was this? Shi coughed out large amounts of blood and continuously took steps backwards. Everyone was left in a tense and nervous state. These two individuals' precious techniques were brilliant and diversified, and their greatest divine abilities were displayed. The spectators were left in a complete daze and utter shock. It seemed like the outcome of the battle was about to be decided. Shi activated the Kuan Peng's precious technique, and even supported it with his 10 heavenly passages as he rushed forward in murderous oppression. He became more and more terrifying, shaking the sky battlefield until it collapsed to pieces. Shi continuously coughed out blood as he staggered about, but he was not defeated yet. Suddenly, his eyes became intimidating. Golden light shone resplendently, and 2 golden battle spears flew out. This was too sudden. 2 golden spears flew out from the depths of his pupils. It seemed just like something out of a legend. They pierced through the air with the power to conquer everything. Blood bloomed in the air. Shihao's left arm was pierced through and the right part of his chest was completely shot through. Blood splashed everywhere in a dazzling manner. It all happened too quickly, giving him no time to dodge or put up a defense. Die! Shi shouted. His eyes flickered with light, and symbols covered this area as he controlled the 2 golden spears. Imprison! Shihao shouted loudly. The 10 heavenly passages illuminated as if a heavenly domain was opening. Unfading might was released, sealing this area and placing everything under his control. Afterwards, Shihao rushed forward. While circulating the Kuan Peng's power, he raised his arm. It was just like a golden divine wing as it gently swept forward. Pu Shiyi's neck was sliced open, and blood immediately soared high into the sky. The blood was extremely red, but within it was also a faint golden color. It was extremely eye-catching as it splashed high into the air. Divine light erupted. This was not normal blood, but instead one that was almost divine. It was extremely beautiful as it flew across the sky, yet it also gave those who saw it a horrible feeling. Defeated. Shi is fleeing for his life. Someone cried out loudly. Shiyi's neck had been sliced open, and blood was clearly visible. The bright red yet tinted with golden light blood dyed the sky crimson, leaving every single person at the scene utterly shocked. No ear! Someone cried out loudly. It came from the martial imperial family. They found it difficult to accept this reality. Impossible! How could the dual-pupiled individual be defeated? They were unrivaled within the ancient years, and not even deities could stop them. They have never lost before. The supreme experts from the demonic spirit lake cried out loudly. This area erupted with clamoring. Everyone's eyes were widened to their limit. The void god realm was in chaos. It was like an enormous pot of boiling water. It was truly difficult for this place to calm down. It was just an instant. Everything happened right here, leaving it hard for the people there to even breathe. Was the result decided right here?
Everyone had been anticipating this for a long time.
Suddenly, it seemed as if time stopped in that split second. Everything here seemed to have stopped moving, frozen in place. Everyone was shocked. Even the clamoring was stopped. Who won and who lost? Sounds seemed to have vanished as everything sank into an eternal stasis.
Sure, Hao was like a Kuan Ping on the stage. His divine might was matchless. He looked down on the people here, and with a shake of his right arm, intimidating golden light was released. It turned into a great ping wing and swept through his enemy's throat, causing blood to rush into the air.
Shi flew out horizontally. His neck had been sliced open, and only a small part was connecting his body together. His head was about to fall off. Divine blood dyed the skies. This was an extremely abnormal scene. Everything seemed to have slowed down, as if they had been frozen. Each scene passed extremely slowly, allowing everyone to see everything frame by frame. This was the so-called end to the great decisive battle? Everyone seemed to have been caught up in a horrifying play. They themselves stood within the scene, feeling the blood being drawn and the divine might. Victory and defeat was being revealed right here. Hong! Suddenly, a wave of overflowing force broke apart this state of tranquility. The play cracked apart, as if it was a delicate piece of porcelain that was shattered. Cracks quickly covered this world before shattering. The frozen scene has been restored.
Everything began to move quicker until everything returned to normal. What happened? The crowd cried out. Even the supreme experts' faces changed. They were also affected just now, feeling as if time had become still. What's going on? Why did it seem like the stream of time suddenly froze for a moment? A few experts muttered. With the restrictions lifted, everything came back to life. Sure, Hao still stood within the battlefield while exuding his divine might. Golden light surged around his entire body.
What they saw on the other side left everyone even more shaken. Shi was flying out horizontally, but the blood was flowing in reverse. The faintly golden divine blood entered his neck. The sky that was dyed crimson became clean, no longer having any traces of redness. What? Everyone cried out in alarm.
Even the Wood Emperor stood up and stared in utter disbelief. What kind of world-shaking divine power was this? Shi was clearly dying, with his head almost sliced off, yet the result went in full reverse. The faint golden blood flowed in reverse, and the neck that was hacked open began to fuse together. Wasn't this a miracle? There was no other word to describe it, for everyone could clearly see that his body was practically dead. His head had almost been lost. At this very moment, the wound on the neck became smaller and smaller.
Even the dull eyes seemed to become brighter, with the conceited and powerful expression returning as well. Divine radiance erupted.
Is this real? Everyone's voice began to tremble. This was a miracle.
A person that was fated to die had been revived, completely restored to his peak state. What else could be used to describe this phenomena? His wound completely disappeared without a single scar in sight. Little brother, you still lack a bit of maturity. You cannot kill me, Shi said softly. Just now, he appeared to have been killed and was blasted flying, yet now he was walking over step by step again. His grandeur was incredible. Each step resonated with the world, making all directions tremble greatly. It was utterly terrifying, as if a young supreme deity had traveled here from the ancient past. Brilliant light shone everywhere. Hao did not say anything and simply stared at him in silence. His eyes narrowed as he searched for the root cause. Formidable, truly extraordinary. He's thoroughly comprehended those profound mysteries. At the horizon, divine flames flickered. A figure stood within with a heaven overflowing aura. The powerful pure-blooded creatures behind him were all followers, and at this moment, they were watching everything with shock. Young Miss, the dual-pupiled individual, is quite formidable. He is so young, yet he still completely comprehended this supreme technique.
In the future, he will definitely be the overlord of his generation and not easy to overcome, Grandma Xihua said in a soft voice. She revealed a look of worry. If he wasn't strong enough, why would the higher-ups care about him?
However, it still doesn't matter, Fairy Yuchan spoke. Her bright and pure jade-like face carried a bit of shock. Her white clothes drifted about, making her look like a reincarnated fairy from the ninth heaven.
True and complete. Heaven-mending technique. The Stone Emperor sighed while standing on his carriage. He declared the actual result. Everyone was speechless. A wave of uproar then erupted, for they finally knew what was going on. This was not the damaged heaven-mending technique, but rather the heaven-mending technique recorded within the ancient sacred courtyard. The origins of this mysterious technique is mysterious. The ancient and powerful technique came from a great and unrivaled sect from outside this region. It was regarded as one of the human race's supreme techniques. Once it was revealed, it would sweep through the world. This was not an archaic precious technique, and instead something born in the later generations. However, it was similarly terrifying and known to be unrivaled. The entire heaven-mending sect reached its heights because of it. The technique allowed it to obtain an immeasurable amount of glory. The heaven-mending sect was rumored to even be able to repair the heavens. It was also extremely elegant. As for the divine ability's might, there was no need for doubt. When Xianxia displayed the Kuan Peng technique just now, he had already received a taste of it. Meanwhile, its most shocking part was another aspect. It was known to allow for a mistake, allowing the user another opportunity. It was simply too heaven-defying. Xianxia was clearly on the verge of dying, but it was because of the heaven-mending pavilion's match's profound mysteries, the ability to overlook an error that allowed him a fresh start. The bizarre scene just now left a deep impression on everyone's memory. It was as if they had sunk into some kind of frozen image. Everything was locked in place and fixed without motion. This was precisely the heaven-mending technique. It allowed Xianxia to escape from desperate straits through the heaven-mending power. Everything would be renewed and bursting life force would be restored. Is this the true, profound mystery of the heaven-mending technique? Xianxia said softly. When he finally understood the situation, rays of brilliant light emerged from his eyes. Blood flowed out from his left arm and the right part of his chest. The two areas were penetrated by the golden spears previously, and currently, blood was dripping out. The spears were formed from symbols, and as such, they had long disappeared. This battle was not as simple as I thought it would be. Younger brother, your strength surpassed my expectations, but this is how things are. We should settle things and bring this fight to a close. Hong. He took large steps outwards. Every time his foot lowered, the sky battlefield would shake. Large pieces of stone fell from the sky. This place was going to collapse. Kill! At this point, Xianxia did not want to say anything else either. The only thing left was to get rid of his opponent, and only then could things finally come to a close. The two collided like comets. With a honk sound, the sky battlefield was blasted apart. All of the faint gold railings broke and the surface cracked in all directions. This strike revealed their most powerful divine abilities. The sky battlefield that was known to be sturdy and eternal was destroyed. Rumbling sounds could be heard as endless amounts of the cornerstone fell from the heavens. The two figures clashed once again in an intense confrontation. Following that, an enormous explosion sounded. Rubble flew into the heavens and the battlefield was crushed to pieces, ceasing to exist. Everyone was stupefied, and a chill ran through their minds. The domain embodiment's face became extremely unpleasant. This battlefield could no longer be repaired. These two individuals' strength surpassed his expectations. Hong! Divine light surged, and a desolate aura filled the air. An even greater battlefield appeared. It was entirely black, and enormous stones covered the ground. Black steel railings surrounded it from all sides. A new battlefield appeared, one of an even higher grade. It was situated in the air, and the two great youths descended into it. All right, you two can continue. The domain embodiment said with an ugly expression. This battlefield was even more vast. It possessed a desolate and ancient aura, enough for these two to display all types of shocking divine abilities without fear of being destroyed. As expected, regardless of whether it was the dual pupil's light or the strength of Xianxia's body, it did not split apart. The area rumbled and swayed, but none of the attacks were able to cause the enormous stones to fly into the air. In reality, this battle was already close to its end. Could not last much longer. The battle between the two had reached a point where precious techniques were used to their limits. The outcome of the battle was going to be revealed soon. Everyone held their breaths. They watched carefully, fearing that they might have missed any details. The sole supreme youth of the wasteland region was being born right here.
The closer the battle approached its end, the more ferocious it became. The two individuals were surrounded by blazing divine radiance as they drew out every last bit of strength. Hong Long. Shuri went crazy, no longer seeming as calm and collected as before. He shouted loudly, "You aren't the only one with 10 heavenly passages. I too possess them." As the light from his eyes flickered in and out, the surrounding space would twist. 10 heavenly passages appeared at the same time. They were extremely terrifying. Even though they were not as large as Shurhao's and connected into a resplendent divine right, they were still quite shocking. These 10 heavenly passages were unique in that they actually took on the form of 10 different creatures. They were not the same as ordinary heavenly passages. A terrifying energy began to diffuse outwards. With a Wonglong sound, 10 vicious archaic beasts revolved around his body while floating up and down. He looked just like a heavenly deity. This was a great sphere of light. Shuri's divine might greatly erupted. "Kill!" Shuri roared and rushed over. Behind him were a pair of golden crow wings, his right hand was the Great Peng's divine fist, and his left hand formed a Qilin imprint. He was like a great overlord as he overlooked everyone. Moreover, the heaven-mending technique was being used. It flew through the air to block Shurhao's Kuan Peng technique. The two collided and erupted with blazing light. Shurhao shouted loudly. The Kuan Peng technique evolved. An unending sea of black water surged boundlessly to defend against his opponent's myriad of techniques alone. The Kuan Peng swept through this world. Wanglong haze surged from Shuri's eyes. Yin and yang energies merged to form a beam of chaotic energy. This was an even more powerful innate divine ability that could tear through anything. Their clash this time caused both parties to cough out blood and suffer great injuries. Everyone knew that the curtains were going to fall, ending this battle. They were all incomparably nervous as they watched carefully, scared that they would miss something. Hong! They attacked again. Both sides coughed out another mouthful of blood. Shocking bone-cracking sounds rang through the air, indicating that there were bones broken. The two were now soaked in blood. Kill! The third collision started. This time, Shurhao's heavenly passages linked up to form an enormous divine disk. It was utterly terrifying, and it seemed to freeze time and space. Shuri's 10 heavenly passages had dimmed from being repeatedly struck. He seemed like he had been locked down again. However, this time his eyes shone. They became hazy as yin and yang once again created chaotic energy. Hong! It was as if a sea of primal chaos poured out, striking heavily against Shurhao's body. Moreover, fierce streaks of light followed that tore harshly at his body until it was almost destroyed. However, the younger stone brother endured this suffering and continued to urge his 10 heavenly passages forward. His right hand reached out, and with a pu sound, he tore off one of Shuri's arms. Kill! Shuri roared with anger. The chaotic energy within his eyes formed symbols, which then condensed into a halberd. Symbols filled the sky as it ferociously hacked downwards. The strike from the halberd was enough to shock the entire world. It flew out from Shuri's eyes and hacked out with endless divine might. Shurhao dodged, but it still sank into his shoulder, almost hacking him apart. Large amounts of blood gushed out. Dao sounds rang out. A heavenly passage emerged from Shurhao's flesh, stopping this halberd. It hung from his body and did not manage to split him in two. Hong! At the same time, Shurhao's fist slammed out. The Kuan Peng's technique was displayed to its extreme. It carried black stripes within, making him resemble a human Kuan Peng. This strike was earth-shattering. It possessed an insurmountable amount of divine force. No matter what stood in front of it, it would still be broken. A wing noise sounded. The space around it even distorted, seeming to cave in. Shurhao's fist entered the right part of his opponent's chest and passed straight through. Blood erupted outwards. Right now, forget about the flesh of a human, not even divine gold could resist this strength. It would still distort and explode. However, dual pupils were extremely heaven-defying. They were just like how the legends described them, with natural endowments that were unrivaled. His eyes trickled with blood and surged with an incomparable amount of energy to stop his body from exploding to pieces. Both sides separated at the same time, both in terrible conditions. Could be said that both sides only suffered without winning. Let's end this. Shuri's voice was low. He no longer had the calm and easygoing expression he had before. Currently, he was completely cold as he said, "My little brother, if this last attack from the Supreme Being Bone takes your life, wouldn't that be ironic? Would you be able to die in peace? You are following the path to your own doom. I'll help speed up your destruction." Xianxia said in an overcast manner. The two individuals were completely covered in blood with bodies that were in tatters. The two supreme youths were in terrible states with too many broken bones. The little brother was almost hacked in half by the halberd that flew out of Xiao's eyes. Meanwhile, the older brother's arm was torn off by Xianxia, and his chest was pierced through. His wounds could not be healed for a period of time. Both sides suffered with neither side winning. At this moment, the Supreme Being Bone was going to be used.
The black battlefield was extremely large. It was entirely dark as if its color resulted from being dyed in blood. An ancient aura filled this place. The two supreme youths stood at opposite ends. There was blood everywhere beneath their feet, and they swayed as they confronted each other. Even though their bodies were in tatters, their essence energies were still blazing fiercely like divine flames. "Kill!" At this moment, they both shouted and turned into streaks of lightning. The final great clash was about to occur. Hong! It was as if the heavens were shattered. The great earth caved in and a seemingly endless mist filled the air. A boundless amount of divine force surged violently and erupted here. The sky battlefield shook. Countless symbols rose and illuminated in the air, imprisoning themselves within the air. Ancient heroes appeared one after another, and weeping sounds could be heard. It was as if their cries resonated with this battle. "How terrifying!" Everyone cried out in astonishment. This sky battlefield far surpassed the previous one, so the heroic spirits were even more terrifying. They seemed extremely lifelike as they formed divine chains and roared endlessly. Hong Shi's chest surged with a wave of hidden force to nourish his flesh. It immediately allowed his aura to erupt. This world seemed like it was going to be torn apart. He turned into a streak of lightning and slaughtered towards Xianxia. Meanwhile, Xianxia's entire body ignited with flames. Ancient symbols covered his entire body. He was evolving the Kuan-Peng's technique, trying to push it to an even higher level to strengthen his body. This collision was just like the collision of comets. It was as if the great battle had moved to outer space. In just a split second, all types of symbols and radiance submerged the sky battlefield. "Ayo!" The ancient heroic spirits cried out from within the battlefield. Many of them were wiped out from these two's explosion of light. They scattered like a dazzling rain of light. This was a true divine battle. The two standing within the battlefield had reached the absolute limit that creatures could achieve in this cultivation realm. It was truly difficult for them to take even half a step further. Honglong, the sky battlefield shook. It was about to fall into ruin. Cracks ran through its surface. The domain embodiment was shocked. He had already switched once to this battlefield that was incredibly firm and stable. It was known as a deity-level arena, yet it was still damaged. He revealed a look of disbelief. Has the most glorious generation since the ancient times appeared? Individuals like these actually appeared. These two individuals can completely change this era. The domain embodiment said in a low voice. This confrontation was just too terrifying. Felt like the heavens were falling and the earth was cracking apart. Ghosts and deities cried out as chaotic changes occurred in this place. It was as if everything was going to be annihilated. The mysterious force of a supreme being emerged from within Shi's chest to face Xianxia, who was currently activating the Kuan-Peng's power. The two stone brothers' intense fight was reaching its climax. Both sides weaved left and right like lightning. Hong! Following an intense strike, both individuals were blasted outwards. "Accept death," Xianxia shouted loudly. He then used his forbidden divine ability. His chest illuminated like the rising sun. A wave of divine multicolored light emerged, and even though it didn't burn too ferociously, the aura it produced was utterly terrifying. It scattered all the clouds in the sky. Heaven and earth began to tremble in all directions. Everyone was shaken. They couldn't help but kneel down from the heroic pressure. "What is this?" The crowd was completely stirred up. They couldn't help but tremble.
because it was as if they were facing a true ancient deity. They felt an incredible pressure that made them want to bend down and kowtow. Within the black battlefield, Shi Yi's entire body illuminated. His chest, in particular, was like a resplendent rising sun that illuminated the world of mortals. It was too bright to look straight at. "I can't control my body," a shaking voice sounded. His body shook, and he ultimately fell onto the ground with a putong sound. The aura within the sky battlefield was just too terrifying. It entered everyone's bones and inflicted a severe pressure. It made even their souls tremble. They shivered uncontrollably. This was an innate type of intimidation. What a heaven-defying divine might. It's too great to defend against. Even those at sect master levels' expressions changed. Their faces paled, for they knew that once Shi Yi was given enough time, he would one day become unrivaled under the heavens. This kind of precious technique was too powerful. Its pressure suppressed everyone, making it so that they couldn't even lift their heads. It was difficult to resist. That was originally mine. Within the enormous battlefield, Shi Yi stood on the black surface. He sighed deeply. Suddenly, there was only an afterimage left behind as he shifted his position. Hong! The streak of divine multicolored light flew across the sky in an unstoppable manner. It pierced through the black battlefield and shattered the railings. An even more terrifying cavity appeared on the ground. This was the mysterious force of the Supreme Being Bone. Once its power emerged and the divine light rushed outwards, even the immortal black battlefield suffered damage. What the crowd saw left them greatly shaken, and even the supreme experts felt as if their bodies had gone cold. With so many natural divine gifts, just how many people could keep him in check in the future? If he was given a few more years and allowed to reach an even higher cultivation realm, he would truly be able to move freely under the heavens and look down on the wasteland region. It wouldn't matter even if the archaic divine mountain's supreme experts made their appearance. Dual-pupiled individuals were undefeated legends. They would only continue to become greater. Shi Yi's chest shone and symbols appeared all around him as if he was a scripture book. Moreover, the chant of sutras sounded. The noise rumbled with an enormous and shocking volume. A wind stirred beneath Shi Yi's feet. He was like a Kuan Pong. His figure flickered from his original position and disappeared, reappearing at a different place. When the light descended, a large region was blasted to pieces once again. The younger stone brother no longer remained passive and went on the attack. A distinct roar immediately sounded as soon as he opened his mouth. He shot out sideways and his arms formed imprints. Soon after, a black sea struck the skies and a Kuan fish swam forward. Hong! Shi Yi turned around. His two hands continuously produced imprints to use the Supreme Being Bone's power. His hands shone to face his opponent's precious technique. The collision this time filled heaven and earth. Dao sounds rang incessantly, and it was as if two true Supreme Beings had encountered each other. An intense battle broke out, leaving the crowd completely shaken and stunned. The two were just too powerful. Their attacks caused the sky battlefield to crack and the enormous black rocks to continuously fall. I underestimated them and should have prepared the most powerful battlefield, the domain embodiment side. His eyes burned with a blazing light, for he knew that people like these two would definitely leave their names down in the records of history. The two broke apart and stood in opposition again. Shi Yi remained calm and unhurried, as if he was a deity that entered a world of mortals. Even though he lost an arm, his battle strength did not weaken at all. "My good little brother, how does it feel?" The Supreme Being Bone is worthy of its reputation. It does have the power to suppress the sun, moon, and stars and allow one to overlook the entire world. If your death is because of this bone, then wouldn't that be a perfect ending? When Shi Yi heard what was said, he did not seem to mind it that much. It seems like the dual pupils weren't that great after all. In the end, you still had to rely on the strength of someone else's bone. My dual pupils are naturally more profound and what I consider my greatest asset. My dual pupil's greatest innate divine power has not revealed yet, and this power is my greatest trump card. Unfortunately, you won't have the opportunity to see it. Using the Supreme Being Bone that you once owned to kill you is the ideal conclusion, Shi Yi calmly replied. His voice wasn't loud, at a level where only the two of them could hear. Your bone is now completely compatible with me.
Within the ancient sacred courtyard, I used the heaven-mending technique to transform it, making it fit immaculately with my body. Everything turned out like how anticipated. Shuri had a great opportunity within the ancient sacred courtyard after all. He was able to evolve the supreme being bone into something he could use, leaving him flawless. The battle until now has been a draw. Both of us have been deeply injured, whether it be the loss of an arm or almost being hacked alive. However, everything is different now. What else do you have to fight against me? What other hidden cards can you play? Shuri shouted. His voice was thunderous, shaking those who heard his voice to their souls. His grandeur erupted greatly. Speak after you've won, Xianxia coldly replied. Needless to say, Shuri released an utmostly terrifying attack in front of all the spectators. He was going to use the supreme being bone to kill his younger clan brother. With a honglong sound, a great sea seemed to undulate within his chest. It was as if thunder boomed, releasing an incomparably loud sound that shook the heavens. This time, the light that flew out from his chest was not just a single strand, but rather an entire expanse. It was incomparably dazzling and formed from symbols. It actually possessed a world-suppressing divine might. Every single person here was greatly shaken. The battle left them rather fearful. This was simply too powerful. No one had the power to defend against it. So powerful. This person is incredible. The figure within the divine flame released a cry of shock. His eyes radiated with scarlet flames that seemed to burn into the 9 heavens. Behind him, those pure-blooded creatures were utterly shocked. After following their master for all these years, this was the first time they heard him give anyone this kind of evaluation. It left them with a great fear. Victory is his. The Golden Spider Supreme Expert nodded as he gave this type of early verdict. The demonic spirit lake's creatures were incomparably joyous as well. The divine light became even brighter as it shook the boundless heaven and earth. Shuri was surrounded within. Heavenly streams flowed down one after another, greatly shocking everyone here. This is borrowing light from the heavens. I finally understand. It is this type of power. One of the supreme experts was shocked and couldn't help but cry out. At the same time, the Fire Emperor, Stone Emperor, Wood Emperor and others stood up from their carriages. Their eyes were completely focused on Shuri, for they recognized what type of divine might he was using. It's too similar to the seizing light from heaven. Its fluctuations and patterns are too similar. The Wood Emperor was full of shock as he said in a soft voice. Even characters as powerful as an emperor couldn't remain calm. They widened their eyes as they stared unblinkingly. Seizing light from the great heavens. This was known as one of the most terrifying types of borrowed power. It was difficult to defend against, since it was a divine light that descended from the heavens. This dreadful technique could destroy anything and hack down the most powerful experts. This kind of power was only heard of in legends and never had instances of it being used by an individual alone. Even though it was still at the beginning stages, it still left everyone horrified. This supreme being bone is indeed heaven-defying. It could actually give birth to this kind of might. Even the aged supreme experts released sighs of admiration. Whether or not it was truly borrowing light from the heavens couldn't be confirmed, but it was too similar to what was recorded within the ancient texts. Even the most powerful people present were trembling. Xianxia was silent. This power was different compared to the energy within his chest. After being reborn, it had become different after all. This battle is about to end. This was what everyone was thinking. Shuri appeared cold as if he was a divine king that had descended into this world. He walked out with large steps and light shot out streak after streak from his chest. These incomparably brilliant lights all flew towards Xianxia. At this moment, Xianxia activated the Kuan Peng precious technique, but after a moment of hesitation, he decisively opened his fleshly heavenly passage to defend against this expanse of divine light. At this point, it was simply impossible to avoid this attack. The supreme being bone had displayed its might, surrounding this place and filling the sky with symbols. The only choice was to face it head-on. No. Hualinga closed her eyes. In reality, many people were sighing. The little stone brother was astonishing enough, but at this moment, what could he possibly do to defend himself?
It wasn't something that could be defended from by his body. Not using the Kuan Peng's technique was his most crucial mistake. Shi could use the heaven-mending technique at any moment, and his eyes were shining with divine light as well to deal with Hao's Kuan Peng technique. Meanwhile, he was going to use the Supreme Being Bone to kill his opponent.
Hong Long Glong. All of the light seized from heaven flew towards Hao. It was utterly terrifying, causing the sky battlefield to blast apart. All tangible materials were obliterated. Something isn't right, the Wood Emperor expressed softly. The supreme experts were all shocked as well.
They did not see the scene of destruction they were expecting. Hao's body was not extinguished, and he continued to stand there like before. That's my bone. You are just a despicable thief. Hao's voice wasn't high, but it still shook and rumbled through the boundless heaven and earth. Everyone was greatly shaken, but soon after they realized something. If the rumored Supreme Being Bone used to belong to the little stone brother, then he should be the true natural-born Supreme Being. Right, this was originally his. This is too unfair. Everyone shouted in response. What happened? One individual couldn't help but cry out. Hao's flesh heavenly passage opened, forming a sphere of light there. Then, all of the energy was absorbed, making his chest shine. With a Hong sound, the world erupted into chaos. Endless light surged and submerged this area. Nothing could be seen except for the mysterious light that covered the sky. What was going on?
Everyone was astonished.
It was as if a natural-born Supreme Being was awakening here. The energy devoured the great wastelands in a tyrannical manner. The terrifying energy diffused everywhere, and endless symbols interweaved, branding themselves within the sky. Resplendent light completely submerged the world. Hao closed his eyes. He knew what kind of changes were happening. The Supreme Being Bone in his chest was reviving, producing an endless amount of divine light.
Under the boundless radiance, the black battlefield had already been twisted to pieces. When Hao took a step outwards, the entire world erupted in response. He forced his way towards the older stone brother. Everyone could vaguely see that supreme youth walking through the boundless divine light. Then he tore apart the other individual's body.
A miserable cry rang through the air. Everyone was shaken deeply. What kind of scene was this? Was that the younger stone brother walking? Was he the one that ripped apart his opponent? The Supreme Being aura suffused the air, drowning out everything.
Is the battle between supreme youths going to end like this? What's going on?
Has the younger stone brother killed Shi? It's too blurry, I can't see it too clearly. What exactly happened over there? The black battlefield shattered, and the fluctuations in the arena became even more intense. Everything was destroyed by the diffusing shockwaves. All of the battlefield's railings and cornerstone were destroyed. The supreme experts here widened their eyes and circulated great divine abilities as they observed everything carefully. This was simply beyond their expectations. The older stone brother used the legendary Supreme Being Bone and even displayed the seizing light from heaven that was known to destroy all enemies. Yet the end result was completely flipped upside down. How could lose? How could he die? Yi's relatives from the martial imperial manor were all stunned. Their voices were shaking, and their faces were pale. They felt as if they had lost everything. Even though they couldn't see the battle situation, the vague silhouettes and cries of suffering still allowed them to understand what kind of horrible thing had happened. How could the dual-pupiled individual lose? During the archaic years, the dual-pupiled individual was known as being unrivaled. Even gods and devils would all be forced to retreat before his presence. Things should not have ended like this, the Golden Spider Supreme Expert muttered while full of unwillingness. A flash of sinister and vicious light flew past his eyes. Fire Emperor, Stone Emperor, Wood Emperor and some others were using great divine abilities. Their eyes released symbols as their gaze pierced through the light to witness the state of the battle. They couldn't help but gasp. At this time, the brilliant light that had submerged everyone's senses had finally dimmed. Everyone else could now clearly see the situation as well. Shi is finished. Victory belongs to the little one. Everyone cried out in astonishment. They were all incomparably shaken. The younger one's body was tall and slender. As his long hair scattered behind him, he seemed to possess the grandeur of a monarch that overlooked the world. His entire body was resplendent and covered in mysterious symbols. One of Shiyi's legs had been torn off and blood continuously trickled out from the wound. Shiyi staggered backwards. Just now his body had been locked down, and as a result he was left in a situation where he had to give up that leg and back off quickly. This naturally led to him receiving an extremely severe injury. His hair was disheveled. Right now he only had one arm and one leg remaining, and blood covered his body. His battle armor was in tatters. His face was now lacking in color and extremely pale. This deity-like youth was currently in a miserable state. He seemed like he was on the verge of dying. What kind of result was this? When he used his dual pupils, the two were still on equal levels, with neither side being able to take advantage of the other. However, when he used the Supreme Being Bone, he actually suffered so greatly. It isn't yours, and it will never truly be yours, Xianxia said. His divine might was intimidating as he stood in the distance. This was a clear-cut contrast between the two supreme youths. One possessed a heroic pressure while the other was swaying back and forth. As for who was strong and who was weak, the verdict had already been made. Shiyi's eyes were shining as they stared continuously at his younger opponent. Symbols flickered within his eyes as he tried to see through him. From start to finish, he had always felt that the other side possessed a mysterious aura, and if he could crush this aura, he would be able to see the source of the power. Shiyi believed that Xianxia might have some kind of astonishing divine artifact that allowed him to separate himself from everything. As a result, he also used his own divine precious artifact, the Void Halberd, as a precaution. However, he found that he was left gravely mistaken. Reborn, Supreme Being Bone. Shiyi's eyes seemed to have lightning running through them. He released a roar that was full of pain and unwillingness. His judgment had actually been mistaken. The older stone brother had finally understood how gravely wrong he was. He wanted to use that true bone to kill his younger opponent, ending this fight in the cruelest way possible. He was going to use the Supreme Being Bone to obliterate his last connection to Xianxia, yet he never expected that this would lead to this bitter consequence. Who could have thought that the younger stone brother's natural gifts were so great that the Supreme Being Bone would be reborn? Once it was activated, the reborn True Bone's aura flooded the heavens and completely restrained the former True Bone. After thinking it all over, Shiyi became filled with agony. He had chosen his own route of defeat. If he had used the dual pupil's power to fight, it wouldn't have ended like this. After stealing my bone, it seems like this is all you are capable of, Xianxia said. His voice was ice cold. These words seemed to descend like a sharp sword into Shiyi's mind, making his body tremble. He immediately spat out a mouthful of blood. Right now, not only was Shiyi's body in intense pain, his heart was suffering from an even greater humiliation. He was a dual-pupiled individual that was unrivaled during the ancient years. He represented an undefeated legend, so how could he be weaker than anyone else in this world? The domain embodiment's face was extremely unpleasant. 2 battlefields were destroyed in succession, something that was truly unprecedented. With a honglong sound, an even more ancient and magnificent stage appeared. It was ashy brown in color and formed from fragments of stars. The most crucial part was that there were ancient patterns of gods and devils carved in here, making it an elite location out of the deity-level stages. This won't do. The dual-pupiled individual cannot lose. I have to change this result, said the golden spider in a low voice. He looked towards his clansmen and spoke softly. By now, the crowd outside the battlefield had long erupted into commotion. If nothing unexpected happened, this battle was going to come to an end. Shiyi was at a clear disadvantage. Without an arm and a leg, it was practically impossible to make a comeback. There shouldn't be any suspense left in this battle. Shiyi has lost. No, he is my heaven-mending sex disciple, so how could he be defeated? This shouldn't be the result. A chilly light flashed through Grandma Xiwa's eyes. An elder appeared in another direction. White hair scattered down his tall, bronze figure. Eyes that were like golden lamps shone from his head. Even though his age was great, he was full of vigor and vitality. When he spoke, It sounded like the ringing of a copper bell. We did not find where he is located. It's difficult to locate his physical body, the elder said. Grandma, you have acted a bit excessively. Why don't you just let it go? When the quiet and elegant fairy Yuchan heard this, she frowned. A bit of discontent appeared on her pure white and sparkling face. Young miss, this does not concern you. Grandma Xihua left for the distant skies, where she then quietly talked to that elder. Grandma Xihua began to talk to him privately. Elder Zhong, did you bring the forbidden artifact? Prepare to take action. The younger stone brother decided not to enter my sect, so he will become a huge problem in the future. Rather than allowing him to grow up, it's best if we interfere and take his life now. Woo, this is the sky battlefield after all. Even if we brought the sect's ancient precious artifact, it might not necessarily work. There is a certain amount of risk involved. A golden ripple rang through Elder Zhong's eyes. His voice sounded like the grinding of metal. The younger brother cannot be allowed to win. Shi is entering my sect, so no matter what, he cannot lose. A vicious light flashed through Grandma Shihua's eyes. Her tone was incomparably resolute. A divine flame burned in the horizon. A male was situated at its center. Scarlet flames jumped within his eyes, and scenes of the stars in the heavens being burned down could be seen. As he overlooked the sky battlefield, he said to himself, "These supreme youths are both extremely powerful." I am shocked. Senior, are we still going to take action? One of the pure-blooded creatures behind him spoke. These two individuals cannot peacefully coexist. Moreover, some unforeseen changes might take place. Let's wait for now. The senior spoke. The ashy brown battlefield was grand and vast. As it situated itself in the sky, a faint mist curled up about it. Both parties stood at opposing ends while circulating their terrifying energy. In reality, there was no suspense left in this battle. Not much action could still take place. Let's end this, Shihao shouted. Shi was silent. Could he even fight at this point? His body was in tatters, losing an arm and a leg. His expenditure of essence energy had been severe, to a point where it was practically dried up. I'm unwilling, he said to himself. He had not utilized the dual pupil's most profound mystery, which was also his greatest trump card. However, did he even have the energy left at this point? He felt great remorse. Why did he have to use the Supreme Being Bone and push himself onto a path of no return? If it wasn't for that decision, it might not have ended like this. Regardless, he still had to make a last stand. If he could display the dual pupil's greatest divine might, he still had a chance. Shuri roared. His entire body lit up as he began to risk it all. Those eyes were incomparably terrifying. Shocking scenes of the sun and stars falling from the heavens emerged, and the power to change everything erupted. The older stone brother's eyes were shedding blood. He wanted to forcefully activate the dual pupil's divine might, but he had exhausted too much energy, and it was difficult to activate. This left him with even more remorse. I am unwilling. I, Shi, will not be weaker than another in this life, he roared. You've lost. You've brought disaster upon yourself when you stole my power. Shihao's cold voice smashed down on Shi's ears. Hong! Shihao's chest released precious light, and the world was once again submerged under symbols. The chanting of sutras sounded. Everyone could vaguely see a small supreme golden figure sitting there that seemed to be chanting incantations. This time, the heavens fell and the earth cracked apart. Ghosts wept and gods howled. Mysterious symbols flew out from Shihao's chest one after another. This power was just too powerful. The spectators all felt their legs go weak. Even the supreme experts were feeling great fear. They did not know what kind of mysterious force this was. It was clearly not seizing light from heaven, but even they couldn't see through it. They were all greatly shaken. Kill! Shuri roared and rushed forward. He used the most powerful strength to face his younger clan brother's attack. He did not want to be defeated. However, the result had already been decided. The younger brother was incomparably terrifying. Terrifying streaks of divine energy continuously descended from his body, crushing everything. There was nothing that could stop it. With just a single strike, half of Shi's body split open. His body could not withstand this pressure and was about to fall apart. Within the dazzling light, everyone saw Shi Hao, who was like a revived, natural-born supreme being. A fist pierced through Shi Yi's body, creating an enormous bloody hole that went from one end to the other. Blood dyed the sky red. Kill! In the distance, the golden spider released a low shout from the demonic spirit lake's party. Several fine spider hairs flew out. They were all golden in color. These were items left behind by the clan's deities and regarded as secret ancestral artifacts. The sky battlefield gently trembled. The mysterious spider hairs that had been refined for endless years disappeared without a trace. They penetrated inside and shot towards Shi Hao's body. The spider hairs were as thin as silk and left no traces. Within the ancient era, they were known as one of the most terrifying hidden killing weapons and impossible to defend effectively against. They were left behind by true deities, so they were naturally even more horrifying. Shi Hao felt stabs of pain on his body's surface and released a loud roar. His chest flowed with symbols and scoured his body to block that area. He suddenly turned around and looked towards the demonic spirit lake with ice-cold eyes. Pooh, at the same time, with a ferocious movement and a pu sound, he tore off another portion of Shi Yi's body. The remaining arm was also ripped off. Everyone was completely astonished. Shi Hao's valiant might was unstoppable. Currently, he was like a supreme demonic god that killed all enemies. In the demonic spirit lake's direction, the golden spider's expression went rigid. After being swept by Shi Hao's gaze, his entire body went cold. Many creatures felt their scalps become numb. It wasn't able to change the state of the battle. Who dares to disturb the battlefield? The domain embodiment's face sank. He took large steps out towards the demonic spirit lake's direction. Go! Grandma Xihua said in a low voice. Elder Zhong's pupils flickered with golden symbols. While in the sky, he activated an ancient forbidden precious artifact. A strand of mysterious force silently slipped into the battlefield. This is a curse that leaves no traces. It kills without any form. However, I wonder if it will be effective within the deity-level battlefield. Elder Zhong's old face revealed a trace of worry. In the next moment, Shi Hao's body suddenly trembled within the sky battlefield. His eyes seemed to have gone listless, and he almost fell there. It was as if his soul had been destroyed. It worked! Grandma Xihua exulted. She clenched her fists in secret. This was the power of an unparalleled great sect that crossed several major regions. They possessed many strange precious artifacts that showed effectiveness even within the sky battlefield. No way! Something is wrong with the young one. Is the situation going to turn around? Everyone was shocked as they watched everything with disbelief. Meanwhile, Shi Yi, whose entire body was splitting apart, released a low roar. His eyes shone, about to release a fatal attack. He then stood up. Hong! Suddenly Shi Hao moved. Expression returned to his eyes. He shot a deep look at Grandma Xihua's location that was bursting with anger and killing intent. The younger Stone brother's chest lit up, surrounding him within a mysterious force. A supreme aura pervaded the air. The supreme being bone released its divine might, and the light waves that proliferated, trapping Shi Yi in place. It's over, he said softly. Shi Yi was unresigned. His eyes shone and did everything they could to activate the greatest mysteries of the dual pupils. Unfortunately, even though the will was there, he didn't have the strength. I am unwilling. I, Shi Yi, will never be weaker than another. He roared loudly. It was just one mistake, yet he had to pay the price in blood. Peng, the younger brother's palm slammed over. An enormous pressure swept over. Shi Yi's eyes were trickling with blood, and with a pa sound, one eye was blasted out. Kill! Shi Hao did not hesitate. His supreme being bone shone, and an unrivaled destructive energy flowed through his body from head to toe. His left hand held several soul-shattering needles, and his other hand held a soul-suppressing pagoda. Together with the mysterious supreme being force, they smashed down together. With a Hong sound, Shi Yi was killed, his body exploding on the spot.